Honestly, it's been a long day, man. Being kidnapped by my friends all the time is just getting on my nerve. I'm just gonna take a quick nap in my bed, and I'll just rest easily tonight. One block for Bedwars is crazy. One day, how to make Bedwars with command blocks was released. So, how's the Bedwars video coming along? Huh? You're just gonna sit there and sleep? No, wake up. Ah, shit, I think I just deranked you. Bro, get out of my room. I'll get it done right now. So you wanna make Bedwars? Well, luckily for you, for the next 5 hours, I will be teaching you everything you need to know to make the most perfected version of Bedwars. So expect to see fireballs, expect to see TNT and auto bridgers, and the most technical commands that you've probably ever seen in your whole entire life. And if you want to, you can go ahead and download the world completely for free on my Ko-fi page. As well, you can go ahead and pull up a Google document and copy paste any command that I use in this video. And if you haven't already, make sure to hit that subscribe button, grab that toolbox, as well as your bed, and let's get started. Now here we are on a void world. Our first step is quite simple. We're just gonna make sure that you turned on them quartz. So begin by typing the command that you see on your screen and make sure that the box of 3 numbers appears at the top left of your screen. Once you're done with that, then we're gonna go ahead and get started on our border wall. I'm gonna go ahead and make my border wall a 127 by 127. So I'm gonna go ahead and TP to -64 with 319 -64. So about up here. And then I'm gonna go ahead and set a block. So slash set block, and I'm gonna do the exact same chord, so -64, 319, -64. Oh, and then I'm gonna set a border block, so border block, boom. Now I have this block. The next thing I'm gonna do is slash give that S a structure block as well. And if you need a border block, you can go ahead and slash give that as well. I'm just gonna go ahead and pick block it. Now, what you're gonna do is set your structure block going inwards towards the center of your world. So you can see this like box here, and you want it to be facing this direction going towards the center. And what we're gonna do is go inside of the structure block here and set the offset, the Y offset, to -383. If you put any number here that's bigger than that, it should go ahead and just automatically set it to that number. And if I was to go ahead and put any number that's bigger than like 384 here, so 384, boom, it will go ahead and automatically set it to 384. And when I leave that, you should see that there is a now box here that goes all the way down, and it goes all the way up here. And it stops here because this is the height limit, of course. Now the next thing we're gonna do is go ahead and make it so that the X coordinate goes all the way to the left over here, and it can only go to 64, so it is kind of unfortunate. So if I was to go ahead and say set this to 700, it would just automatically set to 64. But with that, we can go ahead and create this like box area around like this area here. Now what this block is gonna do is basically when we're done building, it's gonna save this area below, and then we're gonna use a command to reset the map each time the game is over. So that if there's like blocks or messed up islands, then we can go ahead and reset it with this block right here. Now what we want to do is make sure that this block covers the whole entire area of the map. So if I was to go ahead and pull my structure block out, I'm just going to quickly copy this one and bring my border block all the way going out here. Boom, 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 boom. And you can see that it stops right here because it can only go 64 blocks out. So I'm going to go ahead and place a new structure block like so, and that will go out even further. And then I will go ahead and continue bringing this out until I hit the end of where I want it to be, which is going to be about 64. So about here is 64, and then I'm going to start going around. Now, I'm actually going to go back over here and go to this first block here. So this block is actually going to be named Section 1. So this is going to be Section 1 here. And then this block over here is going to be named Section 2. So we're going to go here and name this one Section 2, like so. And then we're gonna go ahead and continue making our border wall going this direction now. So we're just gonna go ahead and pull it out going this way. And you can see that we'll hit the end of the Z axis here, and boom. And we're just gonna go ahead and place another structure block here. And we're just gonna name this Section 3. And this one we're gonna go ahead and continue bringing this out until we hit the outline there, creating a whole square around. We also wanna go ahead and create a structure block right in the middle. So I'm just gonna quickly just build out to that area. And then I'm gonna break all these border blocks once I'm done. So now I'm in the middle, and we want to go ahead and place a structure block here because nothing is copying this area. So for you, however big you want to make your border map, make sure that all your structure blocks fill your area. Otherwise, they won't reset the map correctly. So I'm going to go ahead and just break all these border blocks here, and I'm going to fill in the rest of the border blocks going all around, and then we'll continue on. Okay, now I'm done. So as you can see here, I have my border walls going all around in a square, and then you can see my structure blocks here, all here, 1, 2, 3, and 4, and they all fill in one whole section of this area, like so. And oh, I did not name the section 4, so boom, section 4. And now I'm just gonna go ahead and just drop all the way down back to where our islands are gonna be. Now, we're gonna actually build our islands a little differently. We're only actually gonna build one normal island, one diamond island, and then as much as you want as the emerald island. If you want, you can just build a quarter, or you can build the whole thing if you really wanted to. As what we're actually gonna do is use structure blocks to go ahead, and I'm just gonna grab a new one. We're gonna use structure blocks to go ahead and save the build, and then we're gonna go ahead and load it on each side of the map. So you only actually need to build one island. Now there's gonna be a few building rules before you get started with building. First off, don't use any blocks that you plan to go ahead and put in a shop. So this could be wool, oak planks, endstone, obsidian, or whatever else that you plan to add, as these blocks will be able to get destroyed like so, while other blocks such as sandstone or this chisel sandstone or these spruce planks, concrete, won't be able to get destroyed. Now this could be cool, as like say you can make like a breakable door here. So players can go ahead and break this door here, and that's the only block that they can break, and this is just integrated part of the map. That could be a really cool concept. The next thing that you're gonna go ahead and do is set the location that you plan to have your 2 shop NPCs. So just go ahead and figure out where you want to place like your NPCs. You can set them with like armor stands as a placeholder, or if you want, you can go ahead and give the NPC spawn egg to go ahead and spawn them in, and then also go ahead and place an NPC hidden underground or hidden inside of a wall. Just hide him outside of the plane of view, or just put him somewhere, and that's gonna go ahead and hold a bunch of other NPCs for the commands to work later on. The next thing that you're gonna go ahead and do is set up the generator for your iron and gold or whatever resource that you plan for the players to use for their shop somewhere inside the base, as well as the area for your bed or your cake or your egg or whatever you plan it to be. It could be anything, and as well as a location for your diamond gen as well as your emerald gens. And then once you're done with that, then you're good. Now me and Fellacat are going to go ahead and make some brand new islands here because these are not aesthetic, these are just placeholder. So enjoy a time lapse of about like a minute. If you want to skip through it, go for it, but it's a nice watch as it's some beautiful islands. So have some fun watching it, and I'll see you when it's done. Bye. And now we're back. We decided to take some inspiration from these 3 images here, and I mixed it in with a bit of my normal Avalia regions kind of style here. As you can see, inside the building here, I have my 2 locations where I'm gonna have my NPCs as well as my generator right here. We also have down below an armor stand to represent our 3rd NPC that's gonna be hidden in this little location here. And then I also got my bed over here. Now I may have a few more things for the final area, for the final download for this world, but this is what it kind of looks like. So you can see it here. You can really see how we took the mushroom idea, we changed it up a little bit, and we got the little tree stuff here, and a little island with a little waterfall, all really nice and snaggy, spiffy. Oh, it's really nice. And then we have our diamond island, and it just has a simple tree as well as a placeholder for where our diamond gen's gonna be. And it's pretty simple, just a small little island with a tree with a diamond gen. And then finally, we just made a little quarter, a little small plateau. Since it's a really small map, it's just gonna be one emerald gen that's in the middle right here, and it's just another small island with nothing really blocking it, so you can see all the other islands. Pretty simple. Okay, so what we're gonna do is go ahead and grab ourselves a structure block again, and we're gonna go ahead and copy these islands. But before we do that, or touch anything, you're going to leave your world and make a copy, okay? You do not want to mess this up. So I really highly suggest that you go down, you find your world, you create a duplicate, and throughout this video, I recommend creating multiple duplicates whenever you feel like, let's make a duplicate just in case so we don't screw up. So I'm gonna go ahead and create a duplicate here, boom, and now I'm gonna go ahead and go back into the original world. So if I screw anything up, I got a backup. Now what we could actually do that's a little bit simpler to cut out the first one of the islands is to actually TP all the way back up and go ahead and access this structure block here, and we're gonna go ahead and save it, and then we're gonna go to this structure block over here and we're gonna save it. So we're gonna save section 1 and section 2, and then we're gonna go ahead and go over here to this structure block, and instead of this being section 4, we're gonna rename it to section 1 and go to load, and then we're gonna go ahead and go scroll down, go to the rotation, make it 180, and then we're gonna press load. And when we load it in, you should see that half of the island is now on this side. And then let's go ahead and go over here and do the exact same thing, but we're gonna do section 2. So we're gonna grab section 2, and then we're gonna go ahead and load it and make it like 180. And then you should see that it fills in, and boom. Now we have basically 2 corners of the world basically done. Now we can't really repeat that process on this side as it won't really work. So now we're gonna go ahead and grab a structure block and go back down here and start on moving this manually. Okay, so right here's our first island, and what we're gonna do is go to the corner of the island right here, which is from here to about here, and then go all the way down to like right where the stone is, and you want to go ahead and set a structure block like so, and you want to make sure that it's in the corner where everything is at, because we're gonna go ahead and copy this island, and we're gonna go ahead and mess around with the size here. So it's gonna be like 45 maybe, 45 and 45. We're just gonna mess with that. Oh, that is way too big. Okay, let's drop these numbers to all 25. Boom, boom. Okay, 25 seems pretty decent, but we want to make sure 25 is good on this side. Actually, 25 may be perfect. Wait, let's see. Does it copy all of this? Yeah, 25 copies. And you just want to make sure that you copy everything inside the box. Is this in it? Yep, that's in it. Wow, wait. That's perfect, cool. And then we got the bottom and we got the top. Okay, so then what we're gonna do is we're gonna go ahead and we're just gonna name this whatever. We're just gonna name it like island or something. Island. And we're gonna go ahead and save that. And what we're gonna do is we're gonna look at our coordinates here. So as you can see, it says -14, -62. If I was to go to the opposite side here, look at the chords and see how they change. Boom. And then go here basically. You can see that they're now positive numbers. Now what does this mean? This means that we're just basically gonna flip those numbers around. So it's gonna be basically 62 on the X and then 14 on the Z, and that's where we're gonna place our islands. Now we still need to do some like testing around, trial and error until we get it right, but let's go ahead and go to our first one. So it's gonna be -14. So let's see here, well, this is not it. Okay, -62. So -62, boom, okay, about here, and then 14. And what we're gonna do is /set block, and then we're gonna make it a glass or something. I actually forgot what the Y coordinate was, so let me quickly figure that out. So the Y coordinate was -16. So let's go ahead and make sure we are on -16. This is 14, so we're gonna go down 2, and then if we, yeah, that's good. So let's place our glass there and place our structure block. So this is our island, and you can see this is where the box is at. And this is clearly not gonna load it in the proper spot. So what we're gonna do is actually go ahead and offset the Z going at 25 back. So -25, and Actually, no, we're gonna do one less. So we're gonna go ahead and have the block go like this, and then it's gonna be facing this direction. Now, if you're on PC, you can go ahead and crouch pick block this if you wanna go ahead and grab a data, because I'm probably gonna screw this up. But what we're gonna do is go ahead and swap this to load, and we're gonna go ahead and mess around with it. So I'm gonna say, I think it's gonna be 90. I may be wrong. And we're gonna just go ahead and see what happens here. I'm just gonna go ahead and load it. And as we can see here, 90 is clearly wrong. It looks like it's gonna be 270, as then it will go ahead and be flipped. So we're gonna go back down here, and we're gonna set the block to glass. Boom, boom. And this is 17. So wait, did it load one higher too? So it looks like it loaded one higher as well. No, did it not? Actually, I think it did, because I think I have these on lower. So the base ground is 1. Okay, this is where base ground is. And over here, is it 1 as well? Okay, yeah, so we're good. Let's go back down here. And this is 18. So we need to be standing on 16. Boom. And then, let me quickly just turn that off. Okay, then we're gonna go ahead and redo this. So we're gonna go ahead and do load. And then we're gonna put a 270 this time. And we're gonna go ahead and load it. Boom. And now, if we look at it, it should go ahead and be flipped into this direction. Oh, also includes the entities, so those armor stands are respawning. You'll need to do touch-ups on every single island once we're done, but it looks like this is proper, and from the center, it looks like it's going this direction. Now, what we do want to test on these ones, now this one is pretty simple, because it just flipped it around. This is perfect, but we want to go ahead and test if these are equal distance. If they're not equal distance, then that means we got to go ahead and move it a bit. So what we're going to do is go ahead and get 2 different blocks. So I'm just gonna use, I don't know, stone and, I don't know, oak planks or something. And we're gonna count from the middle here. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, hello, what are you? 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32. I didn't even alternate, but that was 32 blocks until we hit that. So let's go ahead and do the exact same thing over here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32. And that was 32 blocks as well. Oh my goodness. That was a counting class. Okay. So, as you can tell, that was 32 blocks going that way, and that was 32 blocks going this way. So, meaning that is correct. So, we can go ahead and now destroy the block here, or you can leave it here if you want to mess around with it or something, I don't know. And we're going to go ahead and do the exact same thing, but we're going to go to the positive side. So, this is going to be 62 over here, 62. And then we're going to go find negative 14. And we're gonna go 62, and we're gonna set glass, so boom, and we're gonna drop it down by 1, boom, okay, and we're gonna place our glass, boom, structure block. Okay, now we can see that this is facing that way, and we want to go ahead and make it face the other direction. So we're gonna go ahead and set the negative the offset to negative 24, and you can see that that's still wrong. So I think if I go ahead and set the offset here to 0, then this will be like more proper area facing this direction. It's where the box is, so it should load properly. And if I go ahead and do load, this time I do believe it's 90. So when I go ahead and load this, let's hope that I did it correctly. Looks like I did do it correctly. So that means this now, the center here, is gonna go ahead and load into this direction. And if I was to go ahead and count from like right here, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 1. Did I miscount? That is a question. So now I'm confused, because that did not equal up properly. So I gotta check. I gotta recount now. Let's see. I swapped up the numbers there. Okay, let's try it again. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32. Okay, so I did miscount. I'm stupid. Okay. All right, so now that we have that in place, that in place, that in place, everything is good. So they're all in place. Now what you want to do is just go ahead and change up all the colors of them. So I would make this light blue, I would make that lime, I would make that pink. And another thing I want to do is go ahead and slash give @s structure voids. And what we can do is go ahead and swap out these little like plant things. You can go ahead and just use string, but we can go ahead and put structure voids if you don't want to have string. That's something you could do, as that will that will block the growth of, you know, nature. So like for vines and stuff, you can do the exact same, block the growth so that they don't spread and whatnot. And sometimes when you go ahead and structure load, it may not copy everything. So you may need to go ahead and fix a few things, and there may be a few errors around. So just look around and make sure that you polish everything up, but it does massively help by putting all the islands there. Okay, now let's go ahead and make sure that we go ahead and get our diamond islands moved around, as well as our emerald island. All right, and we're done here. We got all 4 of our islands, our diamond islands, as well as our emerald island, and all of our islands with their colors and everything. Now, the final thing we need to do to be done with our first section of this build video is to go ahead and create our respawn zone and our dead zone. And to do this, we're gonna first need to figure out where we want our height limit to be, as we don't want players towering from like the ground all the way to the sky. So first begin like finding like the highest point of your build, or just finding a spot where you want to put your height limit. For me, I say anything past like 30 is probably too much. So like from your ground level to like plus 30, it's starting to push it. So I'm gonna say 30 is probably gonna be where my height limit ends, and then I'm gonna go 5 more blocks. Holy cave sound. You see how it's just like super dark here because that one block up there? Bro. Okay. All right. So we're gonna go about 5 blocks here, and we're gonna go into 75, and we're just gonna set a block right below us. So 1, -1. I'm just gonna do tinted glass so I can kind of see this. And now I'm just, okay. You know what? I don't understand this game, and it makes no sense. All right, and I'm gonna bring this down by 1. So, all right, see how it says 0, 35, 0. And then we're just gonna go ahead and give ourselves some barrier blocks, boom. And we're just gonna go ahead and create a little cage here, as we want players that are gonna be respawning to be inside, well, this like cage. And then players that are down here, they can't access this cage. So this is pretty good. I'm gonna make it like 1 more higher, and I'm just gonna have an open top maybe. Yeah, it's fine. All right, cool. And then after that, we're gonna go ahead and go about a few more blocks higher. So I'm gonna say like, actually, yeah, let's go ahead and make it 40 here. And this is where our dead zone is gonna be. So I'm gonna go ahead and just place another tinted glass. And this is where players that are completely dead from the game are gonna spawn. And what we're just gonna do is create like a whole entire section here. Now you can make the player just go into spectator mode, but we're just gonna make a little box. And to do this, I'm just gonna go actually ahead and do a fill command here. And I'm gonna do 6 tildes like this. And then I'm gonna go ahead and do like negative, let's do -9. Maybe that's, I feel like that's too much. -7. And we're gonna do -7, -1, -7, and then we're gonna do 7, and then let's say 6, and then 7, and we're gonna do barrier, and then hollow. And it's gonna basically create a barrier, a box, but it has a hollow area. So if I go ahead and grab this, you can kind of see that we have this box here that's all hollow, and if I go ahead and break this to put that there, and break that, and leave there, you can kind of see that we have our respawn area, as well as our, our respawn area right here, and then our dead area. So our players that are dead are gonna spawn, and this is a good height too, where players, if they spawn up here, they should still be able to see players, because at a certain distance, things like can't be loaded. So like if I fly a little too far from that bed there, you can see how it just disappears, and that could be the same as a player on the ground. So don't make your respawn area too high, or else they won't be able to see anything. They'll just see blocks being placed. Okay, finally, let's go ahead and get our whole entire area here. Once you're done and happy with it, get it all saved in the structure blocks above, so then we can get our resetting system, which will be our first command system for this video, started. So go ahead and TP back up to up here, and let's go ahead and save each section. So section 1, go ahead and just hit save, and then fly to the other sections and go ahead and save them. So section 2, save, and then section 3. And if you did the flip thingy, make sure that you go ahead and rename these to section 3. And if there were structure blocks on like when you flipped it, then go ahead and remove them. Make sure that everything is correct. And then section 4, and then save. Okay, cool. Now, if you want, you can do a small test real quick, and it could be as simple as going down here and like destroying a few blocks. So let me go ahead and just like destroy this bed here and break these blocks right here. And then I'm gonna go ahead and teleport back up here. And since this area, the blocks I destroyed, was part of section 1, I'm just gonna go to load, and I'm gonna go ahead and load section 1. So there we go, it should load. And now, if I go ahead and just put that back on save, I drop back down here, you should see that it goes ahead and replenishes itself with the bed, and all that blocks I broke are all gone. All right, so our next step is to go ahead and create ourselves our command area. So you can go ahead and create it nearby, which is probably what I'm gonna do, or you can go ahead and create it really far away. It won't matter. I went ahead and structure loaded in my test area for all the commands, and it's just nearby. For you, you can make it far away if you want to, and we'll just go ahead and create like a quick TP back and forth, so it's easy to move from here to there for testing. But you wanna go ahead and create this layout. Now on your screen, I have the whole entire design set up, and I want you to go ahead and copy it block to block, this exact same design. Just follow the grid, the outlines, every single block, every single color. Now for the colors, you can see that I have red, lime, pink, and blue. You can go ahead and swap those colors with whatever team colors you want. And if you want more teams, I really recommend doing 4 to just test the waters and learn the system before you push on to like 8 or even more. But if you want to make it more, then you can just expand the area and whatnot. But I really recommend 4 for right now, and just learn everything and then expand everything. Before we get started with any of our commands, let's go ahead and set up our prerequisite commands. This is pretty typical for any command creation, so just go ahead and get them all set up. To begin, go into your tab and type in /game rule and turn off, not show coordinates, turn off command block output false. This is gonna go ahead and remove any chat spam that command blocks are going to have. So go ahead and turn that off. Then we're gonna go ahead and also go ahead and create a ticking area. So do /ticking area, add, circle, and then ~4. When you're typing in this command, make sure that you're in the center of your map. Now for bigger maps like this, for bigger maps, not like this one, you want to probably create multiple of these in different sections. But since my map is pretty small, I'm only gonna need 1, and we're just gonna go ahead and create, call this the Bedwars area, so Bedwars. So boom. And then you'll see at the top left, it says 1 out of 10 ticking areas in use. We're also going to stand in about the center area of our command room like here. And we're going to also type in another ticking area, and we're going to go ahead and call this command room like so. And you'll see at the top left 2 out of 10 ticking areas in use. These 2 commands are basically just going to go ahead and make any commands in that area, as well as loading those areas constantly, so acting as if there's a player sorted there at all times, allowing the stuff to function a little bit more properly. Alright, so let's get started with our resetting system. So you want to go ahead and start off with this green terracotta and this red terracotta here, and you can see it right where it is on the map. Now, we're going to first begin by getting the set air command here. So I'm just going to quickly, I'm going to move my structure block right here. So don't worry about that, that's just for me to help teach this, because this is a way longer system. Okay, so the first thing that we're going to do is get the set air block here, and this is basically going to go ahead and set the block 1 to the right of it as air. So you can see here, if I go ahead and move 1 right, you can see how at the top left, my -176 goes to 175 as we're going +1. So just do /set block ~1 air, and then whenever you go ahead and place redstone on here, that block should disappear. So if I go ahead and do that again, boom, bam, you can see that that disappears. And if I go over here on the red side as well, you can see it's the exact same thing, but it's going negative because we're going this side now. And if I place a block here and put that there, you can see as that block goes ahead and disappears. So once you got that, then we're good. All right, so our next thing we're gonna do is go ahead and get our reset section. So this is gonna basically use the structure load command, which is gonna load those things as a command down below here to go ahead and reset the map. So we're gonna start off with section 1. And how we're gonna do this is we're gonna do /structure load section 1, and it's gonna be on impulse unconditional needs redstone. And these chords are basically gonna be the same chords of the structure block up there, but going all the way to the bottom of the world and going down here. So all the way to right here onto this block here. So with that chord, you would go ahead and just paste it right here. And then you basically want to repeat that thing for the other sections. So chain, unconditional, always active, and then just go ahead and put the other section with their chords, and then the next one with their chords, and then the last one with its final chords, the section 4. And mattering on if you have more sections, you would just go ahead and add more. Okay, so now our next thing here is gonna be sounding a little weird, but we're gonna create a thing called a guinea pig. Now what the guinea pig is basically a person that's gonna get teleported around our map, and then it's gonna basically help load the system. Since the system is already gonna be really laggy, as we're basically fixing all the blocks like at a split of a second, it's going to go ahead and help load all the areas that aren't loading as it sends a player into the areas, into the chunks, more to say, to fix the problem. So we're gonna go ahead and add these commands here, which is gonna go ahead and tag a random player as a guinea pig. So we're gonna do chain unconditional, always active, and we're gonna do tag at R, and then bracket tag equals Bedwars underscore start bracket add guinea pig. And that's gonna basically tag a random player who is going to be playing Bedwars with the guinea pig tag. And then we're gonna go ahead and do chain unconditional always active, and we're basically going to go ahead and TP the guinea pig to the center of each of the section areas. So TP at A bracket tag equal guinea pig bracket, and then you will see these chords. And if I go over here, so if I just fly over to section 1 here, and I go around like this area here, you can find like about the center point. Just look into the sky or something and figure out where the center is, and just go ahead and copy the chords at the top left, or what I did, I used the creator UI and just copied it up here. If you don't have that setting, go ahead and go into your settings and scroll down to the creator and turn on enable copy coordinate UI. It may not be available for console and mobile, I don't know, but for PC it definitely is. So go ahead and do the exact same thing of putting the chords in for each of the guinea pig areas. So for guinea pig area 1, you go ahead and put those chords, and then for 2, those chords, these chords, and that chords. Also, another thing that I just realized with the guinea pig ones here, make sure that these are on the first one's chain unconditional always active on 5 ticks, and then with each guinea pig, go ahead and do chain conditional always active, and then do about 3 to 5 ticks as well. And then go ahead, chain conditional always active, I did 4 ticks there, and then chain conditional always active, 4 ticks. Since, like I said, this is gonna be really laggy, and you also want to go ahead and separate these. So what the ticks are doing is basically a time, so it's putting delay before this command activates. So it lets the player get teleported to that section, to that section, to that section, to that section, instead of it going ahead and just teleporting them to one section as all the commands run at once. Okay. Now, the final command here is to teleport the guinea pig back to your world spawn. So go ahead and do chain conditional always active and do 4 ticks as well. And then go ahead and find the area that you want to make your lobby. So this is gonna be my lobby area right here. And I'm basically just gonna go ahead and copy the chords about where I want my guinea pig to be teleported back. This doesn't fully matter, but it just helps them to not fall into the void and die, which would be very unfortunate. So basically just go ahead and teleport them back to a safe area. So go ahead, do TP at A, bracket tag equal guinea pig, and then the location of your spawn. All right, our next 2 commands here is basically gonna be 2 things that are gonna be really helpful for later on, and it's gonna be constant tag off, which is gonna go ahead and send a redstone block, set a redstone block. No, this is gonna go ahead and turn it off, So it's gonna set block at this chord on glass, and that chord is going to be this terracotta right here. So 1 block above it, you wanna go ahead and grab this chord right here, and you're gonna go ahead and replace the chord in here. So I'm gonna go ahead and put that Boom. So that's basically going to go ahead and turn off the command system that's going to be over there and switch it with glass, as it's going to be redstone over here. So I'm going to basically do the exact same thing here, but we're going to get to that. All right, and then the game timer here is going to be a redstone block. So it's going to be /set block, and then the chords redstone block. And the block for this is going to be over here, which is the purple terracotta. So it would go 1 block higher, and then you're going to copy those chords, and then you're going to go ahead and replace the block here. So boom, and then bap. All right, so let's go ahead and test the system here. Whenever I go ahead and place this, we shouldn't get teleported because there's no one getting tagged the guinea pig, but it should go ahead and reset the islands, as well as going ahead and setting a redstone block right here, as well as setting a glass block right here. So we're gonna run our first test of the video. So go ahead and destroy, let's go ahead and destroy each bed on each island. So go ahead and destroy the red bed, and you don't even need to go ahead and be really precise. If you destroy more blocks, go for it. It's gonna get reset. This is a test. And also, I really recommend, like I said, make duplicates of the world each time you do stuff like this, because it would be really bad if everything just vanished, which it shouldn't. All right, so let's go ahead and place our redstone block. And as we see here, there's a glass block right there and a redstone block right there. If you got those two working, good, you're doing it right. And if we head back over here, you should see that you get maybe a little bit of a lag spike. That's gonna be normal. Every time you start the game, you're gonna get lag. But if we go ahead and go around, you can see that all the beds have been reset. And you can see that, as well as all the destruction to the island. So that is pretty nice, nifty. All right. Our next thing we're going to do is go ahead and set up the ending system here, which is going to be right here. And it's going to be to end the system. And most of these commands aren't going to fully work until later on, but we're going to go ahead and set them up right now. So we're going to do, for the first command here, impulse unconditional needs redstone, and it's going to be /clear at a bracket tag equal Bedwars bracket. So when the game ends, it's gonna go ahead and clear everybody's inventory. Then the next thing is gonna go ahead and be a chain unconditional always active /effect at a bracket tag equal Bedwars bracket clear. And it's gonna go ahead and clear all the effects from all the players. And it's gonna go ahead, and the next command is gonna be chain unconditional always active, and it's gonna TP at a tag equal Bedwars to the location of our hub. I'm gonna actually go ahead and grab that, as I do realize that this is not the right chords for me. That's for my test world, which was the world that you saw at the beginning. And then I'm gonna go ahead and make sure these are the correct chords as well. Okay, and then the next thing is going to be chain unconditional always active, and this is basically going to remove all the team colors from everybody. So tag at a bracket tag equal Bedwars bracket remove red team, and then you would repeat that process for all your other teams. So lime team, and then pink team, and then blue team. Now, whenever you do this, make sure it's all lowercase. If you want to go ahead and make it capitalized, you can. Just make sure that whenever you mess around with blue team in the future, make sure you spell it, capitalize it correctly, or else everything's gonna get screwed up. We're gonna run tests, so if you do something wrong, then rewind a bit. All right, then we're gonna go ahead and make sure these are the right chords. This is gonna be for the game timer, which is right here. That is not the right chords, so we're gonna go ahead and swap it. Boom, bam, pow. And then we're gonna go ahead, and I already did that one. Okay, so now if I go ahead and place a redstone block here, what should happen is, out of all of these, none of these ones here will work, but these two should. So that should turn into a redstone block, and that should turn into glass. So let's see, glass, redstone block. That's good. And you can see that the redstone disappeared. And also, if things aren't working for you, if you're new to commands, which if you're choosing this video to start off as your first command journey, you're insane. But hi, I'm Monkey. Here, make sure that all the arrows are pointing into each other. That's somehow a common mistake, that people go ahead and just do this somehow, and I don't know why, but just make sure all the command arrows are pointing into each other, and it will go ahead and work if it's not working. Okay, cool. So that is our first system completed. So we're gonna go ahead and start our next thing, which is gonna be our lobby and team selection, and that's gonna be over here. So let's get started with that. Howdy y'all. Welcome to Monkey's Ranch of Animals, and today we're gonna be exploring the lobby here. We have the red team, the lime team, the pink team, and the blue team. And we have a few systems here, such as starting the game, random starting the game, which will randomize our teams here. We also have other cool systems here, like displays that will cool display stuff, as well as queuing the lobby and spawn protection here. Well, we're gonna set this all up right now. So let's go ahead and get all that working here. Okie dokie, so we're gonna start off by defining our 4 sections of our teams. So our red, lime, pink, and blue, or whatever color it is for you. You can also set up your lobby really anywhere on the map. You don't actually have to set it up with anything else here. All of this is gonna be set here in stone. But this area, you can put this right next to your hub or wherever you want. It doesn't matter. And it doesn't even have to look like this. It could be whatever you want. You just need the commands. So our first thing we're gonna do is start off with the red team here. And as you see here, I have 2 different sets of commands here. These ones are gonna be more advanced and I really recommend using them. But we're gonna start off over here as these are simpler and probably easier if you're more new to commands. So we're gonna start off here and it's gonna be impulse unconditional leads redstone. And this command is gonna be /tag @p add bedwars _start. And whenever you go ahead and walk onto that, you shouldn't see the in queue for bedwars, not just yet. It should look like this, so you shouldn't see anything. And if we go into this command here, it should say add a tag bedwars _start to monkeyyt118. And if I was to go ahead and step on it again, it should go ahead and say target either already has the tag or has too many tags. And if you don't see that, go ahead and make sure that you toggle this thing on so you do see it. Okay, cool. Next up, we're gonna go ahead and set up the display, which you kind of already saw here. And you're gonna go ahead and get a repeat command with a few chain command blocks after it. And we're on the first command here, which is gonna be repeat unconditional needs redstone. And you're gonna turn this on always active later on, but just for debugging, keep it on needs redstone. And type in this command. Now I will have all the commands, like I said before, in a Google document, so you can go ahead and copy and paste this command, and that'll be way easier. But once you got that, go ahead, put this in there, and then hit the lever, and you should see your name, and then it says in queue for Bedwars. And if you want to edit that, you can go ahead and check out my Actionbar video and learn how to edit it. I'm not going to really teach it today. But once you have that and it says in queue for Bedwars, then we're good. All right, so our next thing we're going to go ahead and do is add our system here to go ahead and make it that we join the red team. So we're going to start off with our first command here, which is going to be tag red. And it's going to be chain unconditional always active, and it's going to be tag @p add red team. So now, whenever I go ahead and walk on this, it should go ahead and add the red team tag to me. And it will also say red team for me in the chat. You don't have that set up, so we're going to set that up as well. Chain unconditional always active, and it should say added red team to monkeyyt118. And then we're going to go ahead and set up the red team display here, which is just going to be chain unconditional always active, and it's going to be this. So just copy and paste that, and we're gonna do the exact same thing for lime team, and then we're gonna do for pink team, and then we're gonna do it for blue team, like so. And then once you have that and you stepped on that, it should say that you're in queue for Bedwars and red team. We're also going to set up somewhere, and this is just going to be for testing, and you're going to remove this later or keep it in if you want. And this is going to go ahead and remove all the tags. So it's going to be /tag @p remove bedwars _start. It's going to also be /tag @p remove red team, remove lime team, remove pink team, and blue team, yada yada yada. Okay, so when I go ahead and step on this, you should see the action bar disappear. So now it's gone. And if I was to go ahead and step back on this, it should say in queue for Bedwars, red team. And I step back on here, and it's gone. All right, cool. Our next thing we're gonna go ahead and do is add our other commands, which is going to go ahead and remove the other tags from whenever we go ahead and join this team, because we don't want to be on red team as well as lime team at the same time. So we're going to go ahead and do chain unconditional always active /tag @p, and then this is not add, this is remove /tag @p remove lime team, and then we're going to do /tag @p remove pink team, and then /tag @p remove blue team. And then once you have that, we can go ahead and do the exact same thing for lime team. So /tag @p add bedwars start, and then /tag @p add lime team, and then remove red team, remove pink team, and then remove blue team. So go ahead and get that for your red team, and then your second team, which could be lime team, and then go ahead and step on red team, and then step on lime team. And you should see that it should say in queue for Bedwars, lime team, and then if I swap back, red team, and you can see it's swapping back and forth. Okay, so go ahead and step on your second color, which mine is lime team, and then go ahead and step back onto this area here. All right, and make sure it disappears. Now, if I go ahead and go into here, you should see that for the red team, it says target does not have this tag, and then for here it should say remove tag lime team from monkeyyt118. And if I was to swap to red team and then quickly go ahead and remove it from myself, it should say remove red team from monkeyyt118, and then it should say target does not have the tag for lime team. If you have that, then you're good. Okay, now if you want, you can go ahead and repeat this system for your other teams, but I actually recommend a more advanced system, which is whenever you walk into the area, you go ahead and instantly get the team. So like blue team, and then if I go in here, it's pink team, blue team, pink team. And this is better because whenever you stand on a pressure plate, you need to step off the pressure plate for somebody else to join the team. Otherwise, they can't get the team if you're on it, because you need to send a redstone signal to this block. So this is better because anyone that's in this area is part of the team. But this is way more advanced, and I do cover it more in my teleporting video, but I'm gonna cover it here, and it's gonna be basically the exact same command. So you can see it's tag at A and then add Bedwars start. So you can look at this is tag at P, add Bedwars start, but this is tag at A and then a bunch of stuff after it and then add Bedwars start. And then if I go through all these, it's basically the exact same thing with the exact same numbers going, doing the same stuff again. Now what these numbers are is basically the chords of this area, and how we're gonna attain it is by going to one of the corners here, so right here, and we're basically gonna copy it, so block position here, and then we're gonna basically paste that. So we're gonna do X and then there, and then we're gonna basically do equal. So we're gonna do at A and then bracket X equals -14, which is our X coordinate, and then we're gonna do DX equals, and how we're gonna figure out our DX is by counting. So I'm gonna quickly enter that in, and our DX is gonna be going to counting in a direction of X. So at the top left, you can see here, -14, and we're gonna count 1 and then 2, and that went up +2. So that means DX is equal to 2. And then we're gonna do the exact same thing for Y. So Y equals 0, and we're just gonna go ahead and do DY equals 3. And what that will mean is from Y0, it will go up 3. So 1, 2, 3, all right? And then we're gonna do the exact same thing for Z, which is gonna go ahead and be +2. So we're gonna do Z, so comma, Z equals -190, and then DZ equals 2. And then we're gonna close it off. And that's basically the system that you wanna go ahead and put into here. So you would put it and you would replace the at P with at A and then that system. And then you would just do it for all the other ones. And then when you move on to the next team, go ahead and repeat that process by regathering the chords for that area. So then whenever you go ahead and swap between the areas, then you should get this little system. Okay, so our next section is going to be making randomized team selections. So this is gonna be just to randomize all players onto teams of like equal amounts. So say if you had 8 players, then each team would have 2, 2, 2, and 2, and it would randomly select who is on the teams. Now to do this, we're gonna go ahead and first start up creating a queue lobby system. Now you can just easily do this by creating another one of those sections, which does the first command. So basically just this command, which is tag at A. If you want, you can just have that, and that's just the only one you need. Or you can go ahead and do a simple version where it just queues everybody in a radius. So /tag at A bracket R equals 50 bracket add Bedwars _ start. And this will queue everybody in a radius of 50 blocks with the starting tag. Or if you want to be more advanced, you can do the exact same thing like we did here and grab the whole entire coordinates of like the whole entire lobby area. So like from here all the way to like up here and whatnot. And whenever you go ahead and like pull that, you'll see that it says your name and then you're in queue for Bedwars, but you're not on a team. You're just in the queue. You're not on a team though. So what you want to do is go ahead, we're going to create the randomized system here, which is going to be a repeat thingy going with chains going up and whatnot. And it's going to be repeat unconditional needs redstone and then execute on the first tick with a delay in ticks of 3. And it's going to be this command. Tag at R bracket tag equal exclamation mark red team and then comma tag equal exclamation mark lime team, and then you can see the pattern tag equal exclamation mark pink team exclamation mark blue team, and then tag equals Bedwars _ start. Okay, and that one doesn't have an exclamation mark. Now, if you don't know what the exclamation mark means with a tag, it means if the player does not have this tag, then they will be chosen. So if they have the tag of red team, they won't be able to get the red team tag again. Or if they have the tag lime team, they won't be able to get the red team tag. So it would be that and then add red team. And then you would repeat that for blue team. And then you would repeat that for lime team. And then pink team. Now, what I do want you to know, so this goes from red to blue. And the reason that's because red team is there, and then on the opposite side is blue team. So you probably want to decide which teams are going to be chosen first, because it's going to go in order. So meaning if you have 2 players in the game, one person's going to be on red team, the other person's going to be on blue team. If you have 3, one person's going to be on red, 1 on blue, 1 on lime. If you had 5, then it would be 2 on red, 1 on blue, 1 on lime, 1 on pink. And also make sure that these are all on conditional. So chain conditional always active, chain conditional always active, chain conditional always active, and then it goes back to here. And then right here, we're going to go ahead and put a set block. Then tilde to the 1 air, which is just gonna go ahead and move 1 here and set this block to air. So if I was to put a border block there and put that there, you should see that disappear. And now if I go ahead and just straight up place the redstone block here, it should queue me up into red team because I'm the only player in this world. So boom. But if I was to go ahead and be a little fancy and just quickly load up on my phone, I'm gonna quickly just, give me a second. So I got my alt account. Oh, I still got my alt account to join. And now we're gonna go ahead and both queue us in. So we're gonna queue us both in. So on both of our screens, you can't really see my phone, it says in queue for Bedwars. And now if I go ahead and decide to place the redstone block here, it should say red team on mine and then blue team for over there. And if I was to go ahead and reset it, which is gonna be this system here, I'm just gonna go ahead and do that again. You should see I'm on blue team and then they would be on red team. And if I was to do that again, red team, blue team, red team, blue team, and you can see it's quite random. And now we're gonna actually set up this system here, which is to like quickly just do that, to queue the lobby, reset teams, random teams. So that's basically gonna do everything all at once. So the first thing is just gonna be as simple as this command, but here, boom, go ahead and tag everybody in the lobby. Then the next one's gonna go ahead and just remove all the players' teams. So it's gonna remove red, lime, pink, and blue. And then the last thing here is gonna go ahead and set a redstone block right here. So it's that simple. Boom, boom, redstone block appears, boom. And then you can break that, and then it will set your teams and all that. Also, make sure the set air block, if you haven't already, put it on repeat unconditional needs redstone and 20 ticks, as you want this command to be able to run for a bit. Otherwise, if it instantly destroys, then it's gonna be too fast and these commands won't have much time to run. Okay, now that we got the randomized system and all that jazz to work, we're gonna go ahead and get our start game system here to work. And to do that, we're just gonna go ahead and put a button to a block onto a command block. Now, if you want to create a more fancier system, you very much can. You just want to have a system where somehow this button will disappear, basically. And that's what we're going to get created here. So I'm going to go ahead and quickly update the system here to add the starting commands, and we'll go ahead and get that covered. Okay, so I just went ahead and added both the commands for the start and the end here. But we're gonna go back here to the command here for the start system, and it's really simple. It's just gonna be a /set block at the coordinates of over here at the green. So I'm just gonna copy these chords, and we're just gonna go ahead and put it in here. So /set block and those chords, redstone block. And it's gonna be impulse unconditional needs redstone, so that whenever we hit the button, then a redstone block would go ahead and get set there. Okay, so we're gonna go ahead and actually queue ourselves in. So in queue for Bedwars, and I'm gonna go ahead and press start on this. So I'm gonna go ahead and hit start, boom. And what should happen is I do believe we'll get teleported like so. So you saw the screen get teleported all around like that. And now we're back here. So make sure that it's working, because what that is the guinea pig system. So if your guinea pig system isn't working, then look back on it. So whenever you hit start and you're in queue, boom, you should get a little lag spike, but you should get teleported around. Boom. And if you have multiple players in here, then one person should get teleported around at random. Okay, the next thing that we're gonna get done here is going ahead and making it so that the start button disappears. So we're gonna go here, and we're gonna go here, right here, game start reset, and it's gonna be normal. And it's gonna be super simple as well. And it's gonna be set block, and then the chords of the button, and then air. So I'm gonna grab the chords of this button, boom, and then I'm gonna replace the chords right here. So boom, and then boom. So now, if I go over here and I press the button, it will go ahead, and after we get teleported, it should disappear. You can see how it lags. Boom. There we go, and it should have disappeared. Why didn't it disappear? Did I? Uh-oh. Okay, so this needs to be chain unconditional, always active. And I'm gonna make sure that's always active. And that needs to be always active. That needs to be always active. Okay. So those are all correct now. So now, whenever I go ahead and press the button, it should go ahead, you can see the lag, teleport me around, and the button is gone, like so. Okay, so now you may have also seen that there was another one here, which is game start reset R, and this is basically the exact same thing, but this right here is basically a random start, and all this is doing is setting a block basically right here. So it sets a block right here, so I'm gonna go ahead and grab these chords, boom, boom, and it's gonna set a redstone block right there. So then it will randomize the teams, and then after a delay it ticks of 30, and it's gonna be chain conditional always active, it's going to go ahead and send a redstone block at the start area. So I'm just gonna copy that command, and then I'm gonna put it here. So it's gonna send a redstone block over here. And we're just basically gonna do the exact same thing with this button. We're gonna copy that one, and we're gonna go ahead and put the chords here. So boom. And then, when we go ahead and say we go ahead and clear our stuff here, let's queue ourselves for Bedwars. So it's just in queue for Bedwars, and we do a random team start. It will go ahead and put us on red team, and then it should teleport us around. Boom. We get teleported around, and that button's gone. Now the buttons are completely gone, and we need them to come back when the game ends. So we're gonna go ahead and have these two commands, which is basically going to go ahead and set a block, which is the wooden button facing the correct direction, back at its location. So I'm gonna go ahead and grab the chords of this block here, boom, and then I'm gonna go ahead and go into here, and I'm gonna go ahead and just put the chords here. And then whenever I go ahead and end the game, a button should be facing in the correct direction. Now, if the direction isn't correct, so say like this is 3, but maybe yours needs to go this direction. All you need to do is just go ahead and mess around with the number here. So go from like 0 to like 5, I don't actually know, but mess with the number until you get it correct. And if you want to do a completely different system, like whatever you can come up with, just go ahead and make a system where wherever the game starts, the way to activate it is gone, and then when the game ends, the way to activate it reappears. So we're gonna go ahead and reset the randomizer as well. So boom, get this one, set the chords into here, boom, and put the chords here. So now, if I was to grab a redstone block, what should happen is the buttons reappear, like so. So if you got this working, and then good job. All right, and now for our final system for the lobby, it's gonna be just to add protection. So no PvP, lobby protection, and this is really simple. Repeat unconditional, always active, and then slash effect at A and a radius equal 30, instant health, 1255, true. And if you want, you can do the exact chords with the more advanced kind of thingy for your thingy, and then just also do that for resistance, 1255, true. Also, for my add-on that I will be recommending you use, which is just to disable friendly fire, there will also be a tag that you can use that will disable PvP, and it's called no PvP. I'll have a video out on my friendly fire add-on in the future, but for right now, just go ahead and use these two commands right here. Okay, now we're gonna go ahead and set up our test to make sure that players that are in the game, and players that aren't in the playing zone. So let's get that set up. Okay, so we're first gonna start off by setting a repeat command block right in this area over here. And inside this block, it's gonna be repeat unconditional needs redstone, and it's gonna have this command. we're gonna go ahead and turn that on. And once you turn it on, you should see debug menu and then in-game, and then it should have nothing after it. So what we're gonna do now is go over here to our in-game create and in-game set, and it's gonna be right after our button command. And we're gonna do chain unconditional always active, and this is gonna be /scoreboard objectives add in-game dummy. And then the next one is gonna be chain unconditional always active, and it's gonna be /scoreboard players set at a bracket tag equal bedwars underscore start bracket in-game 1. And then over here for our ending system, it's gonna be chain unconditional always active, and it's gonna be /scoreboard objectives remove in-game. And it doesn't need a delay and ticks, so I'm just gonna remove that. And yeah, we're good. Okay, so now if I go ahead and start the game like so, let me quickly go ahead and first queue me. So boom. Okay, we should be queued. There you go. So you should see how it's like semi-bugging out, and it's not fully. But if I go ahead and turn that off, you can see we're in the queue for Bedwars. I'm gonna turn it back on. So debug menu, in-game. Now I'm gonna start it. So when the thing starts, the in-game should go to 1. So boom. So now we're in-game and it's at 1. And when I go ahead and end the game, then it should disappear. So you want that to go ahead and start working. And once you have that system working, we're gonna go ahead and create a reset system so that players that are inside the area when the game is not active are teleported outside the area and back in the lobby so they aren't trapped in there. Okay, so begin by first getting the in-game display to make sure that it's showing with the debug menu and the in-game with it being blank. If it's not blank, just go ahead and end your game real quick so then it is blank. Then we're gonna come over here to our constant section, which is right here, and we're gonna repeat command block, and we're just gonna place it right here. And inside this block, it's gonna be repeat unconditional always active, and it's gonna be this big command here. Now this does use the advanced system right here of the X and DX, Y, DY, Z, DZ, like we did over here. And this is basically gonna be the chords of our whole entire area, going from one bottom corner, going to the other side of the top corner. Now it's pretty simple to do if you understood it over there, but just to go ahead and recap, just begin at one location, so say you take this corner, and then count how far it takes you to get to the other corner. So going from 64 all the way to -64, it should take me about 128. So that should be how much I need, or 129 as 0 cancels another block. Now if I go into here, I'm just gonna go ahead and do the exact same thing. So X equals 64, and then comma, DX equal -128, because I'm going 128 blocks in the negative direction, so it fills that area. And then Y equals -64, do comma, DY equals 384, because this is the bottom of the map, which is -64. And then the height limit of any world is 320, so 64 plus -64 plus 384 is equal to 320. And then comma, Z equals 64, comma, DZ is equal to -120, just like the X one. And then we're gonna do comma tag equal exclamation mark bedwars underscore start, and then comma tag equal exclamation mark admin, comma M equal exclamation mark spectator bracket unless entity at S bracket scores equal curly bracket in game equal 1 curly bracket bracket run tag at S add bedwars underscore reset. So what this is gonna do is basically, if the player is in this area and the game is not active, they will get the tag bedwars reset. So I'm gonna quickly just go ahead and remove the tag from me because I already got it from entering. And if I go ahead and enter this area, like so, and then I go ahead and type in this command /tag at S remove bedwars underscore reset. At the top left, you should see remove tag bedwars underscore reset from monkeyyt118. If I was to do it again, or again, and then again, it will go ahead and say the exact same thing multiple times as long as I'm in this area. Now, the moment I leave the area, I can do it one more time and it will say the exact same thing. But if I do it one more time after that, it will say target does not have this tag. And if I keep doing it, it'll say I still don't have that tag unless I go ahead and re-enter this area, then it will say I have that tag. So go ahead and make sure that you got that little thing at the top left saying all that. If you got that, then you're good. Okay, so now we're gonna go ahead and get our resetting system here. And we're gonna start off with the first command here. So I'm just quickly grab these two, boom and boom. And we're gonna do TP reset, which is gonna be on repeat unconditional always active. And it's gonna be TP at a bracket tag equal bedwars underscore reset bracket, and then the chords of your lobby. So if I exit that and I go over here to the area of the map and I fly in, you can see that I will get teleported all the way back. But you'll also see that I'm now stuck. So to fix this, we're gonna quickly go ahead and just do /tag at s remove bedwars underscore reset, and that will go ahead and unstuck us. As the command to remove that is at the top here, and it's not activated yet. So I'm gonna go ahead and re-add the command here. So if you got that working and you're free from being stuck, if you do get stuck, go ahead and continue on with the next command, which is gonna be chain unconditional always active, and it's gonna be /clear at a bracket tag equals bedwars underscore reset bracket, and it's gonna go ahead and clear all the players when they enter that area. And then this is gonna be remove bedwars chain unconditional always active, and it's gonna be /tag at a bracket tag equals bedwars underscore reset bracket remove bedwars. That's the next command. And then the next command here is gonna be to remove the player tags. So this is gonna be chain unconditional always active. It's gonna be simple /tag at a bracket tag equal bedwars underscore reset bracket remove player 1. And then the next ones after that are gonna be the exact same thing, but for player 2, and then for player 3, and then for player 4. And then finally here, we're gonna do chain unconditional always active /tag at a bracket tag equals bedwars underscore reset bracket remove bedwars underscore reset. So now if I go ahead and enter this area with like random items as well, and the debug menu says that the game is off, it should go ahead, clear me, and send me back to the lobby. So let's go ahead and test that. And boom, now we're back in the lobby and my inventory has been cleared. So that is good. All right, now we gotta make it so that us as the admin can go ahead and enter that area. Now, as we can see here, first off, spectators can go ahead and enter this area just fine. So if you go into game mode spectator and enter this area, you should be able to enter it just fine, perfectly fine with no bugs or errors. And if you were to go back to like any other game mode, such as like adventure, you'll see that you'll get instantly teleported back to the lobby. And now, if I was to also go ahead and start the game, so go ahead, start the game real quick, and boom, and just give it a second. Let's see, there we go. There we go. Any second. Oh, no. Okay, first make sure that you're queued, so queue yourself. And then if I turn this off, okay, make sure it says you're queued for Bedwars, and then start the game. So boom, give it a second as it loads, and there you go. Now go ahead and see that your debug menu is in-game 1, and then try to enter the area. So if you enter the area now, you shouldn't get teleported. So as you see here, I'm not getting teleported and I'm still in the area. If you got that working, then you're good. All right, now let's go ahead and make it that admins can enter the area when the game is offline. So go ahead and re-end the game. So put the block there to end the game and have debug menu say in game with nothing. I'm also going to clear the queue tag for myself so that it doesn't glitch out. And then we're gonna go ahead and add the admin tag to ourselves. So you can either do this through a command block or in your chat by doing tag at s add admin. And at the top left, you should see added tag admin to Monkey White's He118, or it says target either already has this tag. Both are good. If you got that working, that is good. Or you can do it on the command block, which is just impulse unconditional needs redstone, and then just your name and all that, and add admin. You can just quickly do that. And now, if we go ahead and enter this area while being in creative and the game is offline, as the debug menu says it's in game with nothing, we should be able to enter this area. And if I was to go ahead and type in /tag at s remove admin while being in this area, it should instantly teleport me out. Boom. And now I'm back in the lobby because I'm not an admin. So I'm going to go ahead and re-add admin to myself. And then I'm just going to go ahead and go back in here and just make sure everything is working. And if you got everything like this working, where you can enter the area when the game is offline and all the other stuff that we just tested, then you're good to go into the next section. Okie dokie, we're going to start off by getting our armor dispensing system here. We're just going to dispense armor onto players for their team color. So if they're on blue team, they would get blue armor or green armor, whatever color it is. So to begin, we're just going to create these little sections here, which has dispensers all facing into one block with a pressure plate, in the middle like so. And if we just go around here, you can kind of see this, that we just have that little section. We have this section, this section, this section, all in a square like so. And you can also see that these are all for the different players. So player 2, player 1, player 3, and player 4. And you'd want to do that for every single one of your teams. So for red team, pink team, blue team, and lime team. Then the next thing you're going to go ahead and do is go ahead and get yourself some armor. So leather armor here, basically. And then you want to go ahead and enchant the armor. If you want, you can go ahead and create a command like this. Repeat unconditional needs redstone, enchant at a bracket tag equal admin bracket, and then the enchantment name. And you want mending, unbreaking, binding, and vanishing. So all 4 of those commands. And if I was to go ahead and turn on this command real quick, I'm just gonna use a lever, boom, and I go ahead and move across all these armor pieces, they'll all instantly get enchanted, as you see here. So now, all you wanna do is go ahead, get yourself a cauldron, get yourself some water, a water bucket, boom, and then go ahead and find yourself some dye. So for pink team, whoa, when did dye change? Yo, that's a new texture, I didn't even see that, that's cool. Wait. Yo, me and Fella Cat are gonna have a field day with that. Okay, anyways, go ahead and dye your armor, and then you should have some dye armor like this. Beautiful. Now, go ahead and find player 1, and all you're gonna do is go ahead and start off from 1 dispenser. So you're just gonna go down here, and go ahead and put the boots in, then the pants in, then the tunic in, and then the leather cap in. And you wanna do the exact same thing for this section, and this section for all the pink team. Now, I do recommend going ahead and putting all the armor into item frames, so then you can just go ahead and pick block it like so. And if you can't use pick block too well, then go ahead and grab yourself a shulker like so. And just place down a shulker, put your armor in, break it, and then you can just go ahead and place it, and then you can easily get the armor. So then you can go ahead and fill each one of the dispensers like so. And if you're on PC and you can grab a dado thingy like so, you can go ahead and just place the dispenser and it'll have the boots like so. So go ahead and do that for each one of the colors here. So for red, lime, blue, pink, whatever colors that you have, go ahead and do that. Get their colors and get it all like that. So then what should happen, I'm just gonna go ahead and use this one as a test. When we drop down onto the dispensers like here, we will get armored up like so. So we have the armor already on, cap, tunic, pants, and boots. All right, cool. I'm gonna go ahead and quickly take off all the armor, boom. And then I'm gonna put it all back. So boots, pants, chest plate, and a helmet. And then just make sure you go ahead and create a barrier between every single zone here. And just go ahead and build up with barriers like this so players can't escape. And if you want, you can go ahead and grab yourself a border block and put border blocks instead, so then they can't really escape at all. And then you have this system right here, nice and good. All right, the next thing we're gonna go ahead and do is right in the middle here, we're gonna create this like little tower here, which is gonna have a repeat command block in the ground, which is /set block ~1 air. And it's gonna be repeat unconditional needs redstone with a delay in ticks of 5. So it has 5 ticks. Now what this is gonna basically do is basically clear the block above it when there is redstone to it. So if I was to put redstone here, let me just break down and grab a redstone block. Boom, redstone block. The block right here should disappear when there's redstone. So there you go, it's gone. Boom. Now, we're gonna go ahead and create the TPs to each one of the islands. And how this is gonna be is impulse unconditional eats redstone, and it's gonna start off with the first team, which is red team. So it's gonna be /TP at a bracket tag equal red team bracket, and then the chords of where you want the player to be TP'd, and then facing the center of the map, or wherever you want them to be facing. So I chose 0, 1, -45, so that chord would be about, if I go over here, about here. So the player would go ahead and get TP'd right here if they're on the red team. And you want to go ahead and do the exact same thing and grab the chords for the lime team, the blue team, as well as the pink team. And then if I go all the way back here, back to the TP system here, we can go ahead and see here that the chords are all different for each one of the teams. They're all pretty similar as everything should be equal in their ways. All right, now go ahead and join a team. I'm gonna go ahead and join pink team and go ahead and just straight up place a redstone block right here. And you should get teleported onto the pink team island. And if you got that working, that's good. And if you want, you can go ahead and test for each one of the colors. So join red team, test if you got them teleport to the correct location, join blue team, and join lime team, and see if they all work each time you run that test. Finally, go ahead and get a structure block and place it in the corner of your area here. You want to make sure that the box is facing this direction. I'm going to quickly turn on the bounding box so you can see it. And you want to go ahead and basically copy the whole entire area of your dispenser system, including the commands here. So go ahead and offset the command. So I'm gonna offset it by 1 here. So for you, it will start off at 0 like this. And you just wanna offset it so the structure block isn't concluded. And there we go. And then just go ahead and grab the size. For me, it's just 15, 15, and 15, 6, 15. And then you have this whole entire area here. And then once you're done with that, you wanna name it Team Set. And then go ahead and press save, and there you go. And once you have that saved, we're gonna move on to our next section, which is gonna be the starting game system, as well as player counting and a few other things. Okay, so our first step is gonna be pretty simple. We're just gonna go to this line right here of the different colors, and we're just gonna go ahead and create a straight up line like so. And if you wanna be, you can more fancy, you can just go ahead and destroy all the ones where there isn't a color and it's just blank. So you wanna create something like this. Then we're gonna go ahead and do this command right here. We're gonna set up these 2 commands right after our start system. And the first one is gonna be a /fill command. And this is gonna go from the from the left coordinate to the right coordinate, and then glass replace redstone block. So if I go over here, you can see that I have a candle representing where it's gonna go ahead and start. So it starts here, and then it goes all the way here. And what should happen is if I go ahead and copy paste that command into my chat here, and if I activate it, those redstone blocks should get replaced with glass. So there we go. They got replaced with glass. And this command right here should be on chain, unconditional, always active, 20 ticks. Then the next command is gonna be the exact same thing, chain, unconditional, always active, 20 ticks. And this is gonna go ahead and be the exact same thing, but it's gonna be redstone replacing the glass. So if I go ahead and run this command, then those glass blocks should be replaced with redstone blocks, like so. So test if that works and make sure you got that active. And then we're gonna move on to our next thing here, which is to create this debug display. And we're also gonna create one for the players. Now this is gonna be a lot, okay? So repeat, unconditional, needs redstone, and I really recommend copying and pasting this from the Google document. It's the biggest action bar in this whole entire thing, and this is what you're gonna copy, okay? It's massive, it's really big. And I'm just gonna quickly explain how you're gonna edit this, okay? Now, if you have more teams, you're going to need to go ahead and like copy and paste or create new sections. But first off, if we go here, we can see that at the top, we can see our red team, and then red scores, and then translate and all this other stuff. For whatever teams you will have, go ahead and replace each of the colors. So just go through all of these and just replace them. So if you have like orange team, I would replace the red team with orange there. But I have a red team, so I'm just gonna keep it red. And you just wanna get every single little detail here. And I really recommend going in the description down below, clicking on the link to get the Google document, copying and pasting this, or just looking at that, as this is very complicated, and I don't know, most of y'all are probably not going to understand how to make this work. But if you want to go ahead and add on, say you have more than 4 teams, then you're going to go ahead and start from the text here. Okay, so editing me here, I just realized I explained this so terribly. But what you're going to do is start from this comma right here and going all the way to this curly bracket right here, in which you'll see the highlighted section. And you basically want to restart and repeat every step if you want to go ahead and add more teams. So go ahead and do comma right there, and then curly bracket, and then quote, and then text, quote, colon, quote, \n, and then section symbol, 6 or something, and then orange team, and then section symbol again, F, and then you can kind of see we're just repeating what we did for lime team, pink team, and all of that. And if I was to go ahead and just delete what I just did there and quickly paste this, which is just another thing here, you can quite much see that I just did the exact same thing again. And if I leave this, and you can see there, that now I have 2 pink teams, because I didn't change anything of that. So pink team % bed, pink team % bed, and if I want to, I can change it here, so I can go here and swap this to be orange team, and then I would do the exact same thing with all the other pink stuff here. I would switch it to orange, all of that. Make sure it's all orange. And then if I leave, you can see orange team % bed. And then you can add as many teams as you want. And if you want, you can go ahead and put this on the sidebar. I have my sidebar video, which if you want to download the add-on so you can have it on the side of your screen, then you can. So there you go, get that system set up and we're good to go. And now what we're also going to do is we're going to go into this area over here, and right after the structure block, you don't want to be in the area of its bounding box. So wherever this is, go outside of it. So right here should be just fine. We're gonna go ahead and turn off the bounding box as well. And this is gonna go ahead and be the player count display. I can't put it all there. Okay, and this is gonna go ahead and be execute as @a, and then tag equal Bedwars, and then bracket. And that's the only change we're gonna make for this one. So players that are in the game, this is what they're gonna see. And if I go ahead and turn that on, it won't do anything right now, but that's what it's supposed to do. It's gonna go ahead and give us the exact same thing as this one, but for players that are in the game. This one is just so we can see it when the game is offline, because the game is not active right now. If I turn this on, it says in-game, nothing. So that means the game is offline, and if I turn this on, this works. But if the game was online, that would be activated. Okay, so the next thing we're gonna do is come over to this section, this like 4 square area, and you're gonna grab yourself an armor stand. Bam. And bam. And you're gonna place an armor stand basically right next to each one of these command blocks that you'll have here. So just create like this, and then have a command block like that, and then put in the armor stand right next to all of them. All right, so we're gonna go to the first armor stand here for the red team, and the commands are really simple. Impulse, unconditional, needs redstone, and be /tag @e bracket r=3, comma, type equal armor underscore stand, bracket add red scores. And what you want to do is go ahead and press the button, and it should say in the previous output, add a tag red scores to armor stand, or it should say target either already has this tag or has too many tags. And what you're gonna do is basically do that on every team. So add pink scores, and go ahead and do that. And then this should have pink scores now. And then I wanna do blue scores. So this has blue, and there you go, add blue scores. And then lime scores. And that will add lime scores. These basically are gonna be the placeholders for all like this team scores to see if how many players are on each team, or like activate certain effects and whatnot. So these guys are gonna be really helpful for many things. Okay, so we're gonna take a step back to the saving structure thingy here. I accidentally forgot to tell you to go ahead and with each pressure plate, place a glass block above it like so. So just go ahead and repeat that in each section and have a glass block like that, and then come back to this section right here, and then go ahead and just resave it like so. Boom. All right, now let's continue on with our little tower here, this little pillar here. And the first thing we're gonna do is go ahead and create a scoreboard objective called bed active. So to do /scoreboard objectives, add bed active dummy. And then at the top left, you should see an objective with the name bed_active already exists. Or it should say you have created the objective bed active, one or the other. So either that or this. All right, then once you're done with that, come to here, and you want to go ahead and get the Bedwars tag here, and it's going to be an impulse command, impulse unconditional, needs redstone. Make sure everything's facing up, the arrows. And the first command is going to be /tag @a bracket tag equal Bedwars underscore start bracket add Bedwars. And this is basically going to go ahead and add the players to say that they're actually part of the game now. And then the next command is going to be chain unconditional always active, and it's going to be /tag @a remove Bedwars underscore start, which is the tag which is for queuing the game. So people that are queued and in queued. All right, the next thing is going to go ahead and clear players so that they don't enter the game with special items. So chain unconditional always active /clear @a bracket tag equal Bedwars bracket. All right, the next command is going to be pretty complicated, but it's actually quite easy. And this is going to be chain unconditional always active, and this is going to go ahead and give us swords. So /replace item entity @a bracket tag equal Bedwars bracket slot.hotbar 0 wooden underscore sword, and then 1 0. Now the next part you see here from this curly bracket all the way to this colon right here, actually to this bracket right here. You just want to go ahead and copy that letter by letter, okay? Just go ahead and get that. And then the next part here, you'll see it's a bunch of different blocks. So we have wool, oak planks, end stone, obsidian, and bed. Now what this means is these are the blocks that the wooden sword can destroy. So it can destroy wool, oak planks, end stone, obsidian, and beds. And if you want to add on to this, it's really simple. Just go after bed, and then put a comma, and then quotes, and then just add whatever block you want to add. So if you want to add a cake, you can add a cake. And then you just want to go ahead and end it off with another quote. Now to make sure that you're spelling things correctly, do /give at S, and then on the left, you can see how everything is spelled. So if I want to say give myself a skull, I would actually have to spell it as a skeleton skull or a wither skeleton skull. And I have to include these underscores as well. So make sure that you spell things correctly when you put it in here. And this is going to be every block that you want to be broken in the game. So any block that you're going to decide to be broken, add it onto the sword thing. All right, next up, we're gonna do player count reset. This is gonna be chain unconditional always active, and this is gonna be /global players reset at E bracket type equal armor underscore stand bracket player count. Then the next command is gonna be chain unconditional always active /structure load team set -7 -1 -194, which is the chords of this class block. All right, one down below this. So at the corner of your little thing here, and then right here, you want to grab this block right here, those chords, all right? And then you want to put that in here. And if you get it wrong, it's just going to shift everything like a bit. So you may need to fix it if you get it wrong. All right, and then put it in there. And you got that. Then the next one is going to be to check if the bed is active, if the team is even existing. So chain unconditional always active, and it's going to be /global players set at E bracket tag equal red scores bracket bed underscore active 1. And you're going to do the exact same thing for blue, and then for lime, and then for pink. Okay, so we're now gonna go ahead and run a test to make sure that everything is working and it's all properly good. To begin, first start and place a glass block right here, so that will turn to redstone block when we start the game. Then we're gonna go over here and we're placing another command next to our debug here, and we're gonna go ahead and name this impulse unconditional needs redstone, and this is gonna be /global players reset at E bed underscore active, and we're just gonna go ahead and click that real quick. We're also going to go ahead and head over here to the tag Bedwars off, and we're gonna put this right next to our constant thing here, and it's gonna be repeat unconditional needs redstone, and it's gonna be a delay of ticks of 20, and then /tag at A remove Bedwars. All right. And once you have all of that, go ahead and grab yourself a redstone block, and then go ahead and reset the game. So make sure it looks like this, where you have the redstone block over there, and that your action bar has percentages like that. So red team % and blue team %, all that is good. And then go ahead and join a team. So I'm gonna go ahead and join red team, and just double check that you're on the team properly. So just turn off your debug and see if you see your name in queue for Bedwars and then the team color, which I do. I'm gonna turn that back on now. And actually, yeah, I'm gonna keep it off. Then I'm gonna go ahead and find like a section here, and I already did that one because I screwed up, but I want to come up here and I'm gonna go ahead and drop in here. So find a little section, one of these armor, and then go ahead and see if it puts the armor on you and whatnot, and see, make sure that the dispensers are empty. So if these dispensers are empty, then you're good to go. And then the last thing we're gonna go ahead and do is go ahead and start the game. So I'm gonna go over here and I'm gonna press start game, and we're gonna wait for it to load. And with it loading, everything should go ahead and run, and boom, we get teleported. You can also see that that turned into a redstone block. We should have a wooden sword. So everything, oh, I need to turn this command off. Okay, there we go. I shouldn't get the, okay. So I should have a wooden sword, and it should have end stone, can break, end stone, blue wool, brown wool, all the wools, the bed, and obsidian, all the blocks that you decided to put on it. And if we were to go into game mode adventure, we can go ahead and test it. Our inventory should have got cleared. So if we had items inside of it, our inventory should have got cleared. So yeah, we had armor all over our inventory here, and it's all gone. Then we should also see that, the redstone block is there, and team player counts, they no longer have percentages, so it should say red team and then blank bed, blue team blank bed, lime team blank bed. So you want that to be gone, so that's another thing you want to be gone. Then we want to also go ahead and go here and find the little tunics here. So boom, boom, the leather pants, and also, why did the glass not reappear? Did I not save it? I don't know why there's no glass here. There should be glass here. So the glass should reappear, and the armor should also reappear. I'm just gonna quickly resave that. Boom. All right, and once you have all that, then you have completed the first test. So nice. And when we go ahead and decide to end the game, boom, like so, and decide to go ahead and hit reset bed active, you should see the percentage signs. So once you see all of that, everything is perfectly fine, and everything I just did, you got and you achieved, then we can go ahead and move on to the next tower and the next system. All right, let's go. Alrighty, so now we're gonna go ahead and come back here, and you can see I've added a bunch more pillars. These are all pretty much the same thing, just changing like one little thing with each one. Now, what we're gonna do first off is go ahead and add a scoreboard. So /scoreboard objectives add, and then we're gonna add player count dummy. All right, so make sure you add this, and then when you add it, it should say add a new objective, player count successfully, or it should say an objective with the name player count already exists. So once you have that, then you're good. So I'm gonna go ahead and go down here, and we're gonna start off with our first little thing here, and it's gonna be our removal of the players tags. So we're gonna go ahead and go into the bottom one here. It's gonna be impulse unconditional, needs redstone, and a delay of ticks of 0, and it's gonna be /tag @a remove player 1, and then the other ones are pretty much the exact same. /tag @a remove player 2, player 3, and player 4. Quite simple, pretty dang easy. All right, now we're gonna move on to the next system here. And this is gonna go ahead and count the players on the team for each one of the teams. So we're gonna go ahead and start off with our first team here, which is red. And it's really much the same. So once you got this, then you're just changing the colors for each one. Okay, so begin with impulse unconditional, needs redstone, delay of ticks of 10. So make sure you get that correct, 10. And then it's gonna be /execute as @r bracket tag equal red team, comma tag equal exclamation mark player 1 bracket run tag @s add player 1. So what this is doing is basically executing as a random player on the red team that is not already player 1 and giving them the tag player 1. So then a random player will definitely get player 1. And then we're gonna do chain conditional, always active, make sure it's conditional, and it's gonna be /execute as @e bracket tag equal red scores bracket run scores scoreboard. Run scoreboard player set @s player count 1. And then what this is gonna do is go ahead and set the player count of the armor stand over there to 1, which then goes ahead and makes the display command here. So this one, if we look here and just look around, it's right here. So you see here @e tag equal red scores, which is that guy over there. His player count will be displayed. So the objective player count. So then the chat spam, oh my gosh. If we went ahead and I'm gonna say just go ahead and kill this command right here and drop a command block here. First, join the red team. I'm gonna join the red team real quick. I'm flying through the pink team, so I'm on the pink team. All right, so I'm on the red team. And then I'm gonna go ahead and place this command here. You should see red team 1 bed. And then it's also glitching out because I have 2 displays happening at once. So if I turn that off, it won't glitch out. So there we go. You can see now I have 1 person on the red team. And I'm gonna go ahead and re-add that. And you're gonna kind of see our pattern here. Now, each one of these commands are slightly different, so just do note that. But it's gonna be chain unconditional, chain conditional, yeah, chain conditional. So it's gonna be chain conditional, always active, and yeah, wait a minute. That's supposed to be conditional too. Whoa. All right, let me make sure that's all correct. Yeah, okay, cool. All right, yeah. Okay, I didn't even know I had a mistake there. Okay, cool. So go ahead and go into this chain conditional, always active. It's gonna be /execute as @r, and it's gonna be bracket tag equal red team, comma tag equal exclamation mark player 1, comma tag equal exclamation mark player 2, bracket run tag @s add player 2. And you can kind of see what just happened here. From player 1, we just added another tag here. So tag equal, that's caps locks, tag equal exclamation mark player 2. And that's basically what we just added onto this one. And if we go ahead and skip to player 3 here, you can kind of see the same thing. We just go ahead and did comma tag equal exclamation mark player 3, run tag at as player 3. All right, so we're gonna go back down here. So this is gonna be the 4th command, so 1, 2, 3, 4. And it's gonna be chain conditional always active. And you'll see here, this is just the same command as the second one, but now it says 2. So this one's over here, this is set to 1, this one's gonna be set to 2. And then we're gonna repeat everything. So boom, tag equal underscore exclamation mark player 3, add player 3, and then we're gonna do the same thing, set player count to 3, and then we're gonna go here, and then we're gonna do the exact same thing. But for this one, we don't actually need to do another tag exclamation mark player 3, and it just goes ahead and be player 4. So boom, and then we go ahead and go here, and then set the player count to 4, and then finally, right here, this is where we go ahead and do it again. So slash execute as, and then at a, and then you'll see here, this is when we do comma tag equal exclamation mark player 4 bracket run tag at s remove red team. And what this is doing is that if there's more than 5 players on the team, it will go ahead and remove the 5th person. So there can only be 4 people on a team max. So one of the people, if you have 5 people that joined the red team, one of them is gonna get screwed over, and you won't know because it's random. So somebody's gonna be on red team, well, not on red team. They're just not gonna be in the game at all. All right. And then finally, this is gonna be a negative count. So this is gonna go ahead and happen if there's no one on the team. So chain unconditional always active, and it's gonna be slash execute as at e bracket tag equal red scores bracket unless entity at s bracket scores equal curly bracket player count equal -1 period curly bracket run scoreboard player set at as player count -1. So what's gonna happen here is, unless the red scores guy over there, his count is equal to -1, it's gonna go ahead and run the score and set them to -1. So if no one's on the red team, the score will be set to -1. And if we go ahead and look at this is the exact same thing as this side, but we're just changing out all the red with lime. So you can see here, lime, and then we go here, lime, and we just continue on, lime and whatnot, blah, 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 all the way up to here. And then you have lime team, and then finally up here, lime scores, and it's pretty much the exact same thing. Now, I'm not on the lime team, so what should happen is whenever I place a redstone block on the lime team, it should go ahead and be set to -1, which means there's no one on the team. And then if I go ahead and do it on the pink team, that should also go on -1. And then blue team, that's also -1. And since I left the red team, I do believe, if I go ahead and replace this redstone block on it, it should go to -1, I do believe. No, I guess I'm still on the red team. I must not know. Okie dokie, so I'm gonna go ahead and just first begin by quickly just ending the game here. And I'm also gonna go ahead and turn off the debug command here. Boom, and that's now gone. So we shouldn't see anything on our screen. And now we have the tower here. Okay, so we're gonna start off right at the bottom here. And this is gonna be the first command to disable movement. Now, just take the sign right here and quickly read it just in case you get stuck. If you can't move, do slash input permission set at a movement enabled. Okay, if that happens for anybody, just do that into the chat. So this command, set at a movement enabled. So if you can't move, do that command. All right, it'll fix it. All right, so I'm gonna start off here. It's gonna be impulse unconditional needs redstone and delay of ticks of 30. Make sure you get that correct. All right, and then the first command is gonna be slash input permission set at a bracket tag equal Bedwars bracket movement disabled. So this is gonna make it so that players cannot move, cannot jump, cannot see. I'm just kidding. They just can't move. They can't jump. That's the most thing that they can't be able to do. And this is gonna help from them jumping in this area and somehow avoiding not getting their armor. Okay, next thing is gonna go ahead and just be a optional thing. This is just gonna go ahead and play a sound, which is just fun. And it's gonna be chain unconditional always active, and it's gonna be slash play sound random dot level up at a, and then tilde 0.5, which is gonna be a lower pitch sound. And then the next thing here is gonna be pretty dang simple, but it's gonna be a lot. It's gonna be really repetitive. So what you're gonna do is be chain unconditional always active, and it's gonna start off with slash TP at a bracket tag equal red team, comma, tag equal player 1 bracket, and then you're going to grab the chords of player 1's TP area, which is gonna be right here. So boom, I would grab those cords, and then I'd go back to player 1 here. Boom, and I'm gonna place that in there. So that's for player 1. And then I would do the exact same thing for red team player 2. I would go over and find where I'm gonna put player 2. Boom, copy those. Boom, go to player 2. So TP red player 2. Boom, and I'm gonna put those cords in. And like so. And you wanna make sure that it's the 1 block above so that they teleport above this. Now, if you wanna go ahead and test that and make sure that things are all correct, just go ahead and do /TP at S and then the cords. So you should see that I'm in here. And if I go ahead and decide to grab these cords, boom, grab it. I do the exact same thing. Just test if I'm on the block, and I'm gonna go ahead and paste that. I'm gonna do it for all the team members. So red team, I would go ahead and grab each one of their cords, and then I would do it for lime team. So it would be different. So tag equal lime team, player 1, tag lime team, player 2, and then player 3, and then player 4 for lime team, and then pink team. And you would go ahead and do the same thing for pink team. Pink team, player 1, 2, 3, 4, and you're just gonna go ahead and put them all into different sections right there. And you would do it for blue team as well. And then once you're done with that, you want to go here, and this is going to be the glass void out. This is what's going to go ahead and drop the glass. So we're going to go ahead and do a chain unconditional always active command, and it's going to be a delay of ticks of 20. And this is going to be /fill, and we're going to grab the cords, structure underscore void, replace glass. So come down here to this candle and grab the cords, and then move those cords into the command block up here, and that's going to be your first 3, so just paste that in. And then go ahead and come to this candle, so this area, and grab these cords. So boom, and that will go ahead and basically fill all these glass blocks that are above here, and go ahead and swap them out to something else. So I'm gonna go ahead and paste those cords basically, and those will be your other 3, and then we'll replace it with structure voids. So then you'll see what happens here. That will go ahead and switch to a structure void, which is a pass-through block, and then players will fall and then hit the pressure plate and getting armor. So then they have their armor on them. The next thing is gonna go ahead and send a redstone signal to the center over here. So go ahead and grab the cords of this right here, boom, and then go up to this command and do /set block, and then do the cords, and then redstone underscore block, and make sure this command is chain conditional always active and a delay of ticks of 40, so it gives some time for the players to drop just in case there's some lag going on or whatnot. Then the next thing is going to be movement enable. Since we disabled a movement, we want to go ahead and re-enable movement, so it's going to be chain unconditional always active, and it's going to be /input permission set at a movement enabled, and then go ahead and have that. And then the next thing we're gonna do is destroying the beds if the team does not have anybody on it. So the first command here is gonna be chain unconditional always active, and it's gonna be /execute if score at E bracket tag equal red scores, comma, C equal 1 bracket player count matches -1 run /set block 3 1 -49 air, which is the cords of my bed. So if I was to head over to the red team bed over here, there's the bed. We're gonna quickly just go ahead and copy the cords basically. So boom, and then we would go ahead and paste this cords for the red bed. And we would do the exact same thing for the lime bed, the pink bed, as well as the blue bed for each one of these commands. So for the blue bed, we would go ahead and do chain unconditional always active, and then the exact same command, just replacing the cords a bit. So boom, and then we would do the cords for this one, boom, and then the cords for this one, boom. And then there you go. So now what should happen is the game, if there's no one on that team, those beds should get destroyed. And then finally, this command right here, don't worry about it. We're gonna get to it later on. So all you need is just those commands right here. And then we're gonna go ahead and run a few tests to make sure that we are on the same page here before we continue on with the next sections. All right, so the first thing we're gonna go ahead and do is make sure that our player count display is active. So repeat unconditional always active and make sure it has this command in it. And then we're gonna go ahead and place the redstone blocks or glass blocks on every single one of these. Make sure that they're all on it, and that should be good. You should be good to go. And then we're gonna go ahead, just double check the game is over. The game's already over, but I just want to make sure that you have it off. So debug menu, it should say in game, and it should be blank, or there should be the redstone block over here. That means the game is over. And then we're gonna go ahead and come over here and we're gonna go ahead and join a team. So I'm gonna join red team, and what should happen here is that our movement should get disabled. So I'm gonna be like hitting my keyboard. You should be able to hear it here. And throughout this process, our movement should get disabled for a bit. A sound should be played. We should be TP'd into the player 1 section, which is going to be this section right here, which says player 3, but player 1. So we should be TP'd into here or into here. And for you, it should be just like that. And then there should be a delay before the glass gets dropped. So the glass will get dropped after like 2 seconds. And then we will get our armor, and then we'll be TP'd into the area. So that should happen. So go ahead, join your team, and then start the game and see if everything runs, just like I said. So I'm gonna start moving here, and we're gonna get teleported. We're back in the lobby. That was the guinea pig system. Now we're teleported in here. You can see I'm trying to move, but you hear nothing. And then we get teleported into here. We have our armor, we have our sword, and we are on the island. Okay, the next thing we're gonna go ahead and check is seeing if the beds got destroyed. So on pink team, there's no bed. On blue team, there is no bed. And on lime team, there is no bed. Now, if there was a player on that team, then that team should have had a bed. So if you want, you can go ahead and get yourself an alt account, a friend or whatever to join you, and you guys can go ahead and test. So go ahead and test that when you join red team and they're on blue team, if you both have your bed. So red team has their bed and blue team has their bed, while lime team doesn't have their bed and pink team doesn't have their bed. If you got all that working, then you are good to go and ready to move on to the generators. So here we are at the generators. If you haven't already, go ahead and put a redstone block to end your system here so that the action bar disappears. We're first going to begin by getting these structure blocks right here. So we're going to have a structure block with the size of 1, 1, 1, and an offset of 1, and we're gonna name it after the material that we're gonna put in here. For me, I'm just gonna use the classic iron, gold, diamond, emerald, but for you, whatever materials you want, just go ahead and add them. So if you want to add a cooked chicken as your material or something, you can add that. So just go ahead, get the name of the iron, drop it about in the center here. I'm gonna probably re-drop it. I don't actually know if it really matters, but yeah, that works. And then just go ahead and hit save, like so. And then you want to go ahead and just repeat that process for gold. So I'm just gonna go ahead and drop gold here, and then save the gold. And then I want to go ahead and do the diamond, and save the diamond. And make sure that you do include entities and remove blocks, okay? Make sure you do remove blocks. And then save the diamond. And then I'll do the emerald as well, so boom, and then we get the emerald. So now, we basically have saved the item, the dropped item, into these little sections here, so then we can load the item anywhere we want. Now, the first thing we're gonna go ahead and do is set up our gen locations here, and we're gonna go ahead and have each one of our teams here, so red, lime, pink, and blue, and then commands for iron, gold, iron, gold, iron, gold, blah, blah, blah. So we're gonna first start off with red team here, and it's gonna go ahead and be a repeat unconditional needs redstone and a delay of ticks of 20. Now, if you don't know what ticks are fully, like even though we've gone through it many times in this video, but every 20 ticks is 1 second. So that means 1 iron will get dropped every second. And if we go over here to the gold, we'll see that 1 gold will get dropped every 5 seconds, because that is 100 ticks, and 100 divided by 20 is 5 seconds. So that means 1 gold will drop every 5 seconds and 1 iron every second. And then you want to go ahead and grab the cords of your generator location. So for me, my generator is right here in this like little section here. So just go ahead and grab these cords, and then I would go ahead and paste it into those. And I'm gonna go ahead and repeat that whole entire process of grabbing all the cords for iron, then gold at the same ticks, so 120. And I'm just gonna go ahead and do the same thing for pink team. I'll grab the pink team cords, and then I put it on in here for iron and gold. And then I'll do the same thing for blue team for iron and gold. Now, what we're gonna go ahead and do is set up the locations for our diamond gens. So right here, we have our diamond gens. And what we're gonna do is basically go find all of our diamond gens. Boom, 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 boom. So right here, and you'll see the spinning block. We'll get to that in a bit. But you want to go ahead and just copy like 1 below or like 2 high from where the gen is at the bottom. Let's go ahead and copy that and do the exact same thing for all 4 of your diamond gens. And you may also want to grab your emerald gen And then you're gonna basically go ahead and create this little system over here where you have the diamonds going all the way up. And you're just put this on repeat unconditional needs redstone and then 400 ticks. So this would be every 20 seconds, a diamond will drop on all the diamond gens. And you wanna go ahead and put all the coords for each one of them. So diamond and diamond, you can see the chord change. And there you go, and there you go, and there you go. And make sure these are all unconditional. So you see here, conditional, conditional. So chain conditional, always active, chain conditional, always active, and this one should be unconditional, so repeat unconditional needs redstone. And then finally, your emerald gens. If you have multiple, just do it exactly like we did with the diamond one here, but only I have one, so repeat unconditional needs redstone. This will drop every 20 seconds, and it's just the chords of where my emerald gen is at. Okay. Now, the next thing we're gonna go ahead and do is grab this chord to this chord, as we're going to go ahead and create a fill command here. So you'll see here /fill, and then we have our first set of chords, then our second set of chords, redstone underscore block replace glass. So we're gonna go from here to all the way to here, basically. That's where we're gonna go. And we're gonna go ahead and do that command, and when we do the command, I'm just gonna quickly grab a redstone block, all the glass blocks down here should turn into redstone. And if I go ahead and place a glass block above that, then that block should stay as glass. So let's go ahead and test it. Boom. You can see that those all turned into redstone, while this one right here turned into glass. If you got that, then you're good. All right, so now we're gonna head over here and we're gonna go look at all of our gens. So we're gonna go check every single one. So that one's working. That seems to be working. There's a diamond there. It seems a little off. I have to fix that. And then we have gold there and diamonds. Then we have the diamond there. And then we have a diamond there, and we have the gold and iron there, the emeralds, the diamonds, and the iron and gold. Okay, I just gotta remember to fix that one here. Let me see, what are the chords of this one? Boom, boom, pow. And this is for diamond generator 1, that's the one. Is there a barrier block here? Oh, that's string. Okay, I'm gonna head back and quickly fix that. And then we're gonna go ahead and move on to our other command here, which is to turn off the gens. So diamond gen 1, quickly fix that. There we go. All right, and now we're gonna go ahead and do turn off gens, which is basically gonna be the exact same thing as the other one, but this is gonna be glass replace redstone block, and this one's gonna go 4 on the Y, up. So this one here, you can see how this is 0, and this is going to go up by 4. So whatever chords yours are, just go up by 4, as this is going to go up here. And the reason for that is because this area here is going to change into this area later down the video, and we need the system to work for that later on. So what should happen here is, say I go ahead and place some redstone blocks like this. If I go ahead and turn off the gens, those should turn into glass blocks. So let's go ahead and do that. And boom, now everything is turned into glass blocks. Boom. If you got that, then yippee, you did it correctly. All right, now we're gonna go ahead and add onto our starting system here. So we're basically gonna go ahead and copy this command here, the turning on of the gens. So copy that, and you're gonna go all the way to the top of this tower here. Boom. And you're basically just gonna do chain unconditional always active and just paste that command. So then when the game starts, all the glass there switches to redstone blocks, and then the gens will all get turned on. So there you go, just go ahead, add that to the top here, and your gens should turn on. All right, then we're gonna go to the ending system here, and we're gonna go ahead and copy and paste the turn off gen, so this one, and we're gonna basically put it into here. So chain unconditional always active, and then you want to put your turn off gens, which is glass replace redstone block. And then after that, we're gonna do an item kill, because we want to kill all the dropped items when the game ends. So chain unconditional always active and /kill @e bracket type equal item bracket. Okay, so everything there is nice and good, and now we're gonna go ahead and quickly run a test. So what we're gonna do is go ahead and quickly check. There we go, all the items is gone. We could have just ended the game. That probably would have worked as well, because the items would have got killed. But we're gonna go ahead and just double check, end the game, boom. And then we're gonna join a team. I'm gonna join red team, there we go. And then we're gonna go ahead and start the game, so like so. And what should happen is all the previous steps that we've run before should happen. There we go, we're on red team, we're going into the area, boom, and we get teleported into here, and here we are, and there we go. If we come here, we should see that our generator is working, and that we are gaining iron every few seconds, and then every 5 seconds we'll get a gold. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and the next one should give a gold. There we go. So there we go. That's how you can go ahead and get your iron and gold. And if you want to adjust the times, just adjust the ticks like so. All right, so you guys have definitely saw these two things, these spinning diamond blocks and emerald blocks, and you probably want to do it yourself. Now, I will just say one thing. You're gonna get a headache, all right? You're gonna lose your mind. Now, I really recommend checking out the video from Fantasy the Commander, which is gonna be an FMBE video. It'll be popping up. It's gonna be in the description or something somewhere. And watch that. It's gonna explain the system way more. And you may want to copy and paste all this stuff, as trust me, you're not gonna like to type it out. Because here, let's just go through the commands. So this is gonna be the command the tower that makes these things work. So we're gonna first start off with this one. Okay, repeat unconditional always active. And this one's pretty simple, right? You know, not that bad. Not that bad. Okay, it's play animation. Play animation. Then chain unconditional always active. And then we get to this, okay? Maybe this isn't that bad. Who knows? It's just changing the scales, a bit of math, Y scale, the simple, silly stuff, right? Anyways, we're gonna also go into the next command. That's gonna be chain unconditional always active, and this is gonna be just more beautiful commands. Simple stuff. Very simple. Nice and easy commands. And then we'll go to the next one, chain unconditional always active. And oh, look at this. This one's probably the hardest one yet. Animation.warden.move. Yeah, that's probably bad. Okay, and then the next command, chain unconditional always active, is gonna be like this. Pretty simple as well, just another play animation command. And then we'll get into the next one, chain unconditional always active, and even simpler, just more random numbers, more crazy letters and all sorts of stuff. And then 2 more commands, chain unconditional always active, and we just have more 1.6562 stuff. Like, okay, I applauded the people that have figured this out and founded this. Like, oh my goodness. And then the last thing here, chain unconditional always active. And this is the final one here. You just want to go ahead and copy all that. This is really, it's a lot, okay? Also, for some of y'all, I don't know, I get this so often in the comments. Y'all don't know what this tiny little X is? That's the asterisk, okay? That's what this symbol here is. I have a different font, like right here. So it's above the number 8 on a keyboard. That's what this is, okay? All right, cool. And this is also a semicolon. If you see that, you can see the period and then a colon. Okay, anyways. All right, let's go ahead and move on to the next tower here. And this is gonna be a repeat unconditional always active. And it's gonna be /execute as @e bracket type equal fox bracket @ s run tp @s tilde. And then the next one is gonna be chain unconditional always active. And it's gonna be /tag @e bracket type equal fox bracket add a block. The next is going to be chain unconditional always active, and it's going to be /replace item entity @e bracket type equal fox, comma name equal diamond gen bracket slot.weapon.main hand 0 diamond _ block. Then the next one is going to be exactly the same, chain unconditional always active, but this one's going to be for emerald gen, so just emerald gen right here and make it an emerald block. And then chain unconditional always active, and it's going to be to make the fox invisible, so /effect @e bracket type equal fox bracket invisibility 1 0 true. And then finally chain unconditional always active /effect @e bracket type equal fox bracket resistance 1 5 true. Now the final thing you could add is another tower to remove all the sounds that the fox has by using /stop sound and then @a and then the sounds of all the fox. In the video that I said from Fantasy, he has a tower that has all the fox sounds that you can quickly remove. I really recommend watching it if you want to get more in depth on how to do this. But anyways, if you want to get the spin to work, just go ahead and do repeat unconditional needs redstone, or just keep it always active, and then type in this command, like so. And then go ahead and do chain unconditional always active, and then type in this command, like so. Now, what you want to do is grab yourself a fox, so just a fox spawn egg, and then rename it as Emerald Gen and Diamond Gen. And now, whenever you go ahead and place these foxes down, you'll see that you get this to happen. Look at that, ain't that adorable? Boom, 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 bam, bam, bam. Oh, that's a baby fox. So like this is a baby fox right here. And the only way to kill these is to /kill @e and then do like a radius of 3. So in a radius of 3 blocks, everything will die. And then boom. There you go. See? That's really cool. I mean, I just learned it for this whole entire video when I was working on it, because this is still a pretty new thing, but like, my. The stuff you can do with this stuff, and I will be doing stuff with this. Oh my. Anyways, if you want to get that done, then go for it. It's really fun, very difficult. You can just copy and paste it though. That's what I really recommend. Anyways, once you have everything done, we're now gonna go ahead and move on to our NPC shops, as we're gonna need to buy stuff with the resources that are being dropped. Also, I wanna go ahead and do one thing real quick. And if you go into this command block here, the invisibility one, and you turn it off, just give it a second. You guys will be able to see what the foxes actually look like. So it's basically the block is in their mouth, and with them being invisible, it's just a floating block. But when they're not invisible, oh my gosh, they look silly. All right, so now we're gonna be in our shop area, which is gonna be this whole entire like square area over here. And we're gonna begin by getting ourselves an NPC, which is this guy. Now to do that, either to go ahead and type in /summon NPC, and you'll summon an NPC, and you can pick block it. Or you can just go ahead and do /give at s spawn egg 151, and you'll also get an NPC spawn egg, which then you can go ahead and place. The next thing you're gonna do is go ahead and get a structure block, and you're gonna put all the sizes to 1. So 1, and then 1, and then 1, and then the offset to 1. Boom, like so. And you want to go ahead and have it so that the outline is going right above it, and then you'll place the NPC right on top of that outline. All right, so the next thing we're gonna go ahead and do is go into this NPC, and our first NPC we're gonna mess with is called Item Shop. And we're gonna go into its dialogue here, and you can make it whatever. I just said buy your supplies here. And then we're gonna go to its advanced settings, and we're gonna go ahead and enable all the button modes. So for you, just click on the button mode, and then go down, add new command, do button mode, until you have all 6 slots where there's no more and this grays out and you can't click on this anymore. And then when you leave this, you should see 6 buttons, and none of them should have any text yet, but you'll see the 6 buttons here. Then the next thing you're gonna go ahead and do is add the text. So go ahead and add blocks, and then weapons, and then tools, and then armor, and then utility, and finally special. And then you're gonna run this command in each one of them. /dialog open @n bracket tag equal NPC, and then dash. I think that's a dash. I think that's what it's called properly. But NPC dash blocks bracket @initiator. And you're basically gonna do the exact same thing, but for weapons, and then for tools, and then for armor, and then for utility, and then for special. And just make sure that they're all lowercase, spelled just like that, and then you're good to go. Now, your next thing is, we're gonna go ahead and start off at the blocks NPC. And what we're gonna do is create the same thing. We're gonna go ahead and get a structure block, like so, and do 1, 1, 1, and all that, and then have it go up by 1, like so. And we're gonna name this like blocks NPC. And then we're gonna put a command block. It's gonna be an impulse command block. Impulse unconditional needs redstone, and it's gonna be right next to this guy, all right? And then we're gonna do /tag @e bracket r equal to, comma, type equal NPC, bracket add NPC dash blocks. That's what it looks like. And when I go ahead and hit that, it should say added tag to blocks, or target either already has a tag or has too many tags. And like so, it says I already have the tag on this guy. And make sure that you place these far from each other, because then they'll like give the tag to the other NPCs. Like this one may be too close, I'm not too sure. Anyways, now we're gonna go ahead and go into the blocks NPC here, and we're gonna go ahead and just quickly look through all these. So I'm gonna go through the edit dialog here, and you can go ahead and change this, and you can set your prices here like I have. 16 next wool is equal to 4 iron, 16 next oak planks is equal to 4 gold, 12x endstone is equal to 24 iron, 4 obsidian is equal to 4 emeralds and whatnot. And you basically just see all the prices here, and then I have my buttons by just going into here and then creating the buttons like so. Now we're gonna go ahead and skip wool first, and we're gonna go straight to oak planks. So go ahead and create the button for wool, but go ahead and go into the next one and do your next block, which if I recommend is following my blocks. So go ahead and do oak planks here, and this is what the command's gonna basically look like. Now, a lot of these commands, mainly these two, the start, are pretty optional. These are just to place downs, so sounds to make the thing more immersive. So /play sound mob.enderman portal at initiator bracket has item equal curly bracket item equal gold underscore ingot, and then comma quantity equal period 3 curly bracket bracket tilde 1 1. Now this 3 is basically the price amount. So since my oak planks cost 4 gold, then I want to go ahead and put 3 here because it's -1. So 4 minus 1 is 3, so I would put 3 here, and I'll make sure that the periods are behind it. So this means 3 or less. Then we're gonna go ahead and do the same thing for play sound, and it's gonna be note dot pling here. And you can change any of these sounds. I have my play sound video, so if you want to check that out, go ahead. And we're gonna go ahead and do the exact same thing here, but instead of it being 3 or less, it's gonna be 4 or more. So it's gonna be 4 period, and then tilde 0.52. All right, and this is just a sound volume and pitch. That's all that is. All right, the next thing is going to be /execute as at initiator bracket has item equal curly bracket item equal gold underscore ingot comma quantity equal 4 period curly bracket bracket run give at s oak underscore planks 16:0 curly bracket quote Minecraft can underscore place underscore on quote curly bracket, and then quote again blocks quote and then bracket. And then you'll see here, if you remember the sword from over here, if I leave this and I go over here to the sword, you can see that this is quite much the same. Can destroy, but that one was can be placed on, or can place on or something. Let me look at it. I forgot what it's. Can place on. So can place on. And then you'll see here blocks. And I have the blocks grass, dirt, wool, oak planks, endstone, obsidian, bed. Now, what this means is basically all the blocks that it can be placed on. Now, this is going to be a way bigger command depending on how many blocks you want the player to be able to actually place these blocks on. So for example, mine's going to be looking way bigger once I'm actually done with this, because if I go ahead and I'm going to quickly give myself some gold and quickly buy this. So boom, there you go. You can kind of see here that the oak planks has a list of everything it can be placed on. If I go over here into the Bedwars area, so all the way over here, okay, don't mind that. And then go into game mode adventure and go ahead and place these blocks. You can see that I can place it on grass, because on this list I have grass block as an area I can place it on, but I can't place it on this on this green concrete powder. I can't place it on the diorite. I can't place it on the calcite, the spruce planks, the moss carpet, the whatever these are, and all this. Yeah, I can't place it on that. But I can place it on wool. I can place it on the grass blocks. I can place it on the bed, but that's all I can place it on. So what you want to do, if you really want to go the extra mile, you can just go ahead and make it place on a few things, just a few things, the main essentials. But if you want to go the extra mile, add every block that you have in your build. So if you have grass, add a grass block. If you have an oxy, whatever it's called, add the oxy. If you have glowberries, add glowberries. If you have azalea leaves, add azalea leaves. If you have azalea like bustling leaves, add the flowered leaves. If you have oak leaves, add oak leaves. If you have vines, add vines. Add every single block that you have on your map if you want to go the extra mile. Now that will make the command really long, and if you want the quality, well, go for it. So that's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna add almost every single block for this world for the final, but for my test world I only did these many. So as you can see, just go ahead, pretty simple to add the blocks. Let's go ahead and do a comma and then quote and then add the blocks. If you want to add cake, then you would cake and then quote. And just like I said before, to make sure that you spell it correctly, do /give in the chat first and see if you're spelling it correctly. And then end it off with the bracket and then curly bracket, curly bracket. All right, the next thing is going to be /clear at initiator bracket has item equal curly bracket item equal gold underscore ingot comma quantity equal 4 period curly bracket bracket gold underscore ingot 04. And this is basically going to be the same with all the 4 plus, and you're gonna clear 4 gold ingots because that's the amount that you're paying for the item. And then the final thing here, this is optional, but this is gonna go ahead and make it so that whenever you click the button to buy the oak planks, it doesn't close the menu. If I didn't have this, the menu would close and I'd be out of the NPC. But with this, whenever I go ahead and press the oak planks thing, you'll see that I'm still in the menu here, like so. And you can see that I'm out of gold now, so it makes a different sound. And if I go in my inventory, you can see that I have a bunch of oak planks and all my gold is gone. Boom, boom. So go ahead and make sure that you have that working. I will have this all, like I said, on a Google document. So copy and paste it if you want and adjust it then. And if you need more help, because NPCs can be annoying, as if one thing is wrong with this, the whole command could be screwed. I recommend checking out my NPC shop video and learning all of that, as well as my NPC sell shop so you can get even more info, but you mainly need the NPC buy shop. All right. Anyways, go ahead and repeat that process for your end stone. So you'll see here, we're just going to change all the different items. So we're going to do iron ingot or whatever currency item you want to put here. And then the quantity, so 1 less. So and since the price for 12 end stone is 24 iron ingots, I would do 1 less, which is 23. And then I just go ahead and repeat the whole process with the can place on and all that. And same with the dialogue open. And I'll do the exact same for obsidian and that. Okay. Now we're gonna come back to wool here, and this is gonna be completely optional. You don't have to do this like this way. You can do it differently, but for any block that has colors to it, such as wool, concrete, or terracotta, or whatever blocks that you plan the player to buy that have color to it, you probably want to go ahead and do this instead. Now, this looks pretty dang similar to the other one. We have the exact same thing of the iron ingots quantity with the play sounds and all of that, but instead of this being a /give command, so you can see here, run, and it used to be a give command, so it would run, give, and then you would just have the can place on and all that. This is actually a scoreboard command. So run scoreboard players add @s wool 1. Now we're gonna need to create that objective. So what we're gonna go ahead and do is go ahead and add the wool objective. So do /scoreboard objectives, add wool dummy. So go ahead and add that. And it should say at the top left, after you see all the you have been given oak plank stuff, add a new objective wool successfully, or not that, or an objective with the name wool already exists. And you basically want to go ahead, copy this command with the whatever price that you want, and then we're going to go over here to the back here. Now what this is going to basically do is see what team we're on and then give us the same wool, because we cannot give the wool type color all in the same command, in the same NPC. We honestly could, but then this would go ahead and become a way longer command, and it gets really iffy to do it in an NPC. So I recommend doing it this way. It's more cleaner like this anyways. All right, and then we're gonna go ahead and start off here. So repeat unconditional always active, and it's gonna be /give @a bracket tag equal red team under colon scores equal curly bracket wool equal 1 period meaning 1 or more, and then curly bracket red underscore wool, because this is for red team, and then 16 0, and then curly bracket, and you can quite much see this is the can place on. So we would go ahead and put the can place on right here for all the blocks that we want it to be placed on. And then we would go ahead and repeat that process. Chain unconditional always active, and then for blue team light blue wool, because I'm doing light blue wool instead of blue wool, and then we would do the exact same thing there. And then same thing for lime wool, and then the same thing for pink wool, and then at the end here, we would do chain unconditional always active, and then /scoreboard players remove @a bracket scores equal curly bracket wool equal 1 period curly bracket wool 1. Okay, now once you have all that done, go ahead and give yourself some iron. So give yourself 4 iron, since that's the same price as our wool here. So 1, 2, 3, 4. And then we're gonna go into the blocks, and we're gonna go ahead and press edit dialog, and then we're gonna press wool. And then we're gonna press it again. We should hear the fail sound. Now, if we go into our inventory, we should see that we don't have wool, surprisingly. What the heckings? Oh, okay. So what we need to do first is join a team. So join a team. I'm gonna join red team. There we go. Don't tell I'm doing. All right. And then go ahead and give yourself 4 iron, and then go ahead and buy wool. So boom, I bought wool, and now I have red wool. And we're gonna basically do the exact same thing. We're gonna go into lime team. Boom, lime team, grab ourselves some iron. I'm just gonna grab a stack, and I'm gonna buy some wool. And now I have lime wool. And then we're gonna go to pink team, and we're gonna repeat that. And we're gonna see if we get pink wool. Boom, now we have pink wool. And then I'm gonna go here, and blue team. And let's see if we get wool. I mean, blue wool, light blue wool. There we go. And we have light blue wool. And then what we're gonna do is go ahead and set our iron ingots to 3, which is 1 less than our 4 for the required amount. And we're gonna go ahead and try to buy wool. Do we get wool? No, we don't. So that means it's good. So we can go ahead and toss that. And then we're gonna repeat the same thing for the other ones. We're gonna go ahead and give ourselves 4 gold ingots, since that's how many ingots we need for oak planks. Do we get the oak planks? Yes, we do. Now we're gonna go ahead and test 1 less. So we have 3 gold, which is not enough to buy the oak planks. So I'm gonna try to buy it. Do I get it? No, I don't. I keep my gold ingots though. That means it's good. All right, we're gonna try it for iron ingots now. And iron ingots is 24. So let me quickly go ahead and get 24 iron ingots. And let me go ahead and try to buy it. Boom. And did we get the endstone? Yeah, we did. We got the 12 endstone. And let me go ahead and try to buy it with not enough. Let's go ahead and buy it with 23 iron ingots, which is 1 less. And let's try to buy it. Did we get it? No. And we want to go ahead and do it 1 last time with emeralds. So we go ahead and get 4 emeralds and then test. Do we get 4 obsidian? Yeah, we got 4 obsidian. And let's go ahead and give ourselves 3 emeralds. And let's see. Do we get 4 obsidian? No, we don't, because we don't have enough emeralds. And once you've finished all those tests, that means your block guy is working. So now what we're going to go ahead and do is go into the structure block here, and we're going to go ahead and name it Blocks NPC. Just like this, exactly spelled like this with the proper capitalization and everything, include entities, remove blocks, and then we're gonna hit save. All right, so hit save, and then we're gonna go over here to the item shop, and then we're gonna go to edit dialog, and then we're gonna press blocks. Do we go into this shop menu? So we went from the item shop menu to the blocks menu. And now we have wool, oak planks, endstone, obsidian. And if we X out, then we'll be X'd out. Now another thing, if you don't know, if you're in Game Mode Adventure, you just skip through that the edit dialog thingy, and you just go straight here. So then I can go ahead and click on blocks, and now I'm on this menu, and then I can X out. So there you go. You have your block system now. And now we're gonna go ahead and move on to creating our armor NPC. So then we can get permanent armor for our character. Now, before we get started with our armor system here, we're gonna go ahead and create 2 more objectives here. Well, 2 more things for our start and end system here. So we're gonna first start off with chain unconditional always active, and it's gonna be this command /scoreboard objectives add armor dummy, and then the other command is gonna be chain unconditional always active, and it's gonna be /scoreboard objectives remove armor. Then we're gonna go ahead and end the game real quick. So boom, just end the game. Make sure that everything's reset. So all that's glass, that's a redstone block, that's a glass, that's all good. Then what we're gonna do is join a team. I'm gonna join the red team, and then I'm gonna go ahead and start the game. So we should go through the whole entire process of going through all the systems before, go into the islands and all that. So get our armor, and now we're on the island, and we're good. Now we're gonna go ahead and fly back, hi chicken, and we're gonna fly all the way back here, and we're gonna quickly check these commands. So in here, it should say add a new objective, armor successfully. If you see that, then you're good. And then in here, it should say removed objective, armor successfully. And if you got that, then that is good. Or if this says something different, that's completely fine. Just if you go ahead and get this one, add a new objective, armor successfully, then we're good to go. All right, so now we're gonna go over here, and what we're gonna do is do the command /scoreboard objective set display sidebar armor. And you'll see at the right that you should see probably just armor. You won't see your name, as we need to create this command block here. So come here to like this section here, and we're gonna go ahead and create this command. I'm gonna also turn off the display for the team player count, the action bar. I'm just gonna turn it off right now, so that thing will fade away like so. And go ahead, place the command right here, and put it on repeat unconditional always active, and it will be /scoreboard players add at a bracket tag equal Bedwars bracket armor 0. So if that'll go ahead and set your name on the right, and you should see your name with an armor value of 0. Okay, the next thing we're gonna do is go ahead and do the same thing where we place the NPC on a structure block like so. We're gonna go ahead and impulse unconditional needs redstone, and we're gonna go ahead and grant this NPC the NPC dash armor, boom, like so, and make sure it says that the tag, the target already has a tag or added the tag to the NPC. And then we're gonna go into this NPC, and you can see here, added dialog, perma chain 24 iron, perma iron equal to 12 gold, perma diamond equal to 6 emerald. And by perma, I mean when they die, they will come back to life with chain or iron or diamond armor. Okay, next up, we're gonna go into the commands here, and we're gonna create the 3 buttons for chain, iron, and diamond, and we're gonna start off here. And as you can see, this looks pretty dang similar to the block shop. almost all the shops are going to look pretty much like this. And you can see here that this runs off the scoreboard just like the wool thing did. And we're going to do run scoreboard player set at S bracket scores equal curly bracket armor equals 0 curly bracket armor 1. So if the player has any armor value that is 0, then they will be able to buy chain. So if they have a value that's higher than 0, that's 1, 2, or 3, they won't be able to buy chain armor. So someone that's in diamond armor can't buy chain armor, basically. So you can go ahead and adjust the prices like so, like we just did before. And once you have that set up, then you're good. And you can go ahead and do the exact same thing for the iron one, and it'd be pretty dang similar, but you'll do period, and then 1. So it's basically going to be 1 less than the amount, and then less than that. So period, then 1, and then this is going to be armor value of 2, because iron's going to be the armor value of 2, and then diamond's going to be an armor value of 3, and it's going to be 2 or less. So if they have iron or something, then they can buy diamond armor, but if they have diamond armor, they can't rebuy diamond armor. That's what this basically does. So 2 or less, and then armor value of 3 for diamond armor. And you just basically set that up. All right, once you're done with that, you're gonna come over here to the back here, and you're gonna create these little towers of repeat command blocks and chain command blocks. I'm gonna go for the first one here, and this is gonna be for our chain armor, and this is basically what it looks like in all the other armors. And we're gonna go into here, repeat unconditional always active, and it's gonna be / replace item entity at A bracket scores equal curly bracket armor equal 1 curly bracket slot.armor.beat 0 chainmail underscore boots. Now this is basically going to go ahead and set chainmail boots on your feet if you have an armor value of 1. And then we're going to basically do the exact same thing for leggings. So chain unconditional always active, and the exact same command, but instead of it being feet, it's going to be legs, and it's going to be chainmail underscore leggings for the armor. And then we're going to go ahead and kill items. So if any of these items fall on the ground, then they will get killed. So chain unconditional always active, and it's going to be /kill at E bracket type equal item, comma name equal quote chainmail, and then space boots, and then quote, and then bracket. So if the item falls on the ground, then it will go ahead and just get destroyed. All right, and then we're gonna do chain unconditional always active, same thing, but for leggings. And then we're gonna go here, and this is gonna go be the command that's gonna stop players from duping armor and then giving it to their friends or something. So chain unconditional always active, and it's gonna be /clear at A bracket has item equal curly bracket quantity equal 2, and then comma item equal chainmail underscore boots curly bracket chainmail underscore boots. And then we're gonna do the exact same thing in chain unconditional always active, but for leggings and for chainmail leggings, like so. All right, so now what we're gonna do is go ahead and grab the iron that is required to upgrade for our iron, for our perma iron. And we're gonna go ahead and buy perma iron and perma chain. So now we have perma chain here, and as you can see, if I try to take it off, it will go ahead and instant get deleted. So boom, it's because we now have 2 of them, so we can't dupe it and give it to our friend basically. So we can't just toss it out and our friend will have it. And if we go ahead and say set /scoreboard player set at S armor to 0, we would go ahead and not have chain anymore, perma chain. So if we take that off, we won't get the chain armor anymore. And if we were to go ahead and grab chainmail, so the chainmail boots, like so, and just toss it on the ground, you'll see that it doesn't go on the ground. And that's because of these 2 commands here to kill the item if it's on the ground. So we're gonna go ahead and buy chain armor, and we're gonna go ahead and try to buy it again. And you can see that we don't have enough and whatnot, and we have our chain armor. All right, let's go ahead and do the same thing, and we're gonna go ahead and grab some gold ingots here, and we're gonna go ahead and do the same thing here with this tower. It's gonna be repeat unconditional always active, and it's gonna be an armor value of 2. So this one was an armor value of 1, but this one's gonna be all for 2. So all these are gonna be a value of 2. And we're gonna basically do slot.feet and then iron boots, and then we're gonna do iron leggings, and then it's gonna be kill iron boots, and then kill iron leggings, and then it's gonna go ahead and clear iron boots and clear it, and then iron leggings. And then once you have all that, go ahead, go to the armor NPC, buy some iron, and now you have iron. And then just repeat the same tests and whatnot. So go ahead and try to buy them, and boom. And then you can go ahead and grab yourself some iron here, boom, like so. And if I go ahead and buy chain, it will take my iron because I don't have anything stopping that, but we don't go back to chain armor. So we still have iron armor here, boom. so we won't go downgrade ourselves. But if you want to go ahead and make the system where you don't spend gold or your currency, you would go ahead and just adjust this command here a bit, all the other ones here, and that's more advanced, so if you want, you can, if you know how to. Anyways, then go ahead and repeat the system for armor value of 3 for diamond boots, and then diamond leggings, and then kill the diamond boots, kill the diamond leggings, clear the diamond boots, and then clear the diamond leggings. All that, and then go ahead, grab the emeralds or whatever currency that you're using to buy your diamond, and buy your perma diamond. So there you go, you have perma diamond now. Now, another thing is every time you get hit by something, the armor will instant repair, and it will also make the sound of like the armor being put on. So that may be annoying sometimes, but hey. And there may be a /stop sound that you could use to stop that. You can check out my play sound video and find the sound and then stop the sound. That's totally up to you if you want. And then the final thing we're gonna do is /clear at A, bracket, scores equal curly bracket, armor equal 1 or more. So if they have a value that's not equal to 0, so 1 period, curly bracket, leather underscore boots. And this is basically gonna go ahead and clear boots from people getting them. So when they go ahead and teleport into here and get their armor, they won't get boots and it will just insta clear. All right, and then chain unconditional always active, and then it's gonna be clear at A, and the same thing, but for leather leggings. And that will go ahead and be your armor system now. And now you'll be able to get your armor. And then the last thing we want to test is go to the item shop and then go to the armor tab and see if you can access the armor system here. If you don't, then go ahead and make sure that you fix it in this NPC, or go ahead and press the button and make sure that this guy gets tagged. Okay, now that we're done with that, we're gonna move on to our next shop. Okay, so pretty much all the shops are gonna be pretty much the same kind of just an idea. We will go ahead and place the command, get the structure block. This one may be a little too close. I'd recommend probably putting it there instead and then running it. That may be better. And then go ahead, tag the NPC with their respective stuff. So NPC-tools, and you would tag the tools guy. And then for NPC weapons, we would do NPC-weapons and tag the weapons guy. And we would go ahead and save the tools NPC once we're done with him, and save the weapon NPC. And if you haven't saved the armor NPC, I don't know if you did that yet or whatnot. Anyways, we'll go ahead and we're gonna go ahead and start with tools here. So tools, place down your NPC above the structure block, and then we're gonna do edit dialogue. This is basically all the stuff I have: stone pickaxe, iron pickaxe, diamond pickaxe, iron axe, diamond axe, cheers. And this is pretty much all the same stuff as what we've been doing before. And it's pretty much the exact same shop as like the block shop or the armor shop, but we have the run give here, and we're gonna use stone pickaxe 1-0. And instead of it being the can place on, we're gonna use the can destroy like we did with the wooden sword. And we would basically do the exact same thing for all the other stuff here. So you can see here, can destroy, and then all the blocks that we want to destroy, which is the wool, the oak planks, endstone, obsidian, bed, just like the wooden sword that we have over here, where it has the oak wool, the oak planks, the endstone, obsidian, and the bed, all the blocks that you plan for it to get destroyed. And you would do that for all your tools here, like so. And now let's go ahead and move on to our weapons here, and this is practically the exact same thing. And we got our stone sword, our iron sword, diamond sword, bows, and arrows. But then you may also see something here, a punch power bow. Now, if you know a little bit of commands, but not too much, you may know that you cannot /give yourself named or enchanted items. And if we go into here, how we're actually going to go ahead and give ourselves an enchanted/named item is by using, instead of /give, structure load. Okay, so this command will be /execute as @initiator, and then bracket has item equal curly bracket item equal, and then your item choice, and then comma quantity equal, and then the amount 6 period curly bracket at s run structure load, and then the name of your structure, and then tilde. So I'm gonna come over here, and we have this right here, and this is called Mika's bow, and I'm gonna go ahead and create a bow. So I'm gonna grab a bow, boom, and I'm gonna go ahead and /enchant myself at s with power as well as punch, and I'm also gonna go ahead and grab an anvil. So let's grab an anvil, and we're gonna go ahead and name this Mika's bow. There we go. I'm actually gonna add a space just so it looks a little bit more aesthetic. There you go. So we have Mika's bow, and then we're gonna go ahead and just drop Mika's bow right in here. include entities, remove blocks, and we're gonna name it Mika Bow, just like so, and then we're gonna save it. Now, when we go ahead and just delete that from my inventory and buy Mika's bow, which is the Power Punch bow here, boom, we should go ahead and get a Mika's bow, which then you got a named and enchanted item. And that's basically how you would go ahead and give yourselves named and enchanted items in shops. And just go ahead and repeat everything and create all your little shops with all your different items here, your arrows and all the stuff that you plan to add. And then continue on and get into your utility NPC, do the exact same thing, NPC utility, and then all of this stuff here, you would go ahead and get golden apples, TNT, magic milk, which is just a milk bucket, ender pearl, potions. And if we go here, you can see for the potions, you can see here, run give at s potion 111. And basically with potions /give at s potion, if we go ahead and do 1 and then a number after it, we'll get different types of potions. So this is a long mundane potion. If I did 7, I would get a invisibility potion. If I did like 39, I get Turtle Master potion. And there's a bunch of different data values, and you can Google the different data values that there are for the different potions. And that's basically how I gave the potions here. Now, I also have TNT here. And at the beginning of the video, I showed you that you can create instant fusing TNT. And we're actually going to go ahead and quickly set that up. And now I'm going to go ahead and quickly load in the commands for that. So give me a second. Okay, so now I went ahead and loaded in all of the command blocks for the TNT thing here. It's actually quite a lot, but trust me, it's really worth it if you want to have really cool instant fusing TNT. And I also have this system here, which we're going to come to later, so don't mind about it right now. But we're going to go ahead and get our TNT thing here. And as you can see here in the shop, it's the same as all the other shops, but we're going to go ahead and run give at s TNT, and it's going to be can place on. So make sure you do that as well. So every single block that you plan the TNT to be able to be placed on, go ahead and put it on the TNT. And we're gonna go ahead and create this system here. I'm gonna start off here with TNT wheat. Now this sounds really weird, but how this is working is that a TNT, when we go ahead and place it, it's gonna go ahead and instant break and then turn into TNT. So I'm gonna quickly grab myself some TNT and I'm gonna place a TNT here. So you'll see it instant breaks and then a TNT explodes. And oopsie, blocks got destroyed. So we're first gonna fix that before we continue on. So do /game roll and then TNT explodes false, as you do not want all your stuff getting destroyed. Not right now. So I'm gonna just quickly fill up this creeper hole that shouldn't have happened. Anyways, when you see me break this, you can see like some grass particles like pop off. That's actually a wheat particle, a grass particle just being placed there and then getting destroyed. And we're gonna do repeat unconditional always active, and this is what the command's gonna basically look like. /execute at a bracket tag equal Bedwars bracket run fill tilde and then 6.5 tilde 6.5 tilde 6.5 and then tilde negative 6.5 tilde negative 60.5 and then tilde negative 6.5 wheat replace TNT. The reason for 6.5 is because that's as far as the distance that the player can reach, and it's going to go ahead and replace any TNT block with a wheat block. And this is really good because the wheat block can only be placed on farmland. So wheat can only be placed on farmland, but if you place TNT on farmland, it goes ahead and, well, does that. So if you have farmland on your map, you can go ahead and have TNT turn into wheat like so, but you may not have farmland, who knows. Anyways, we're gonna go ahead and go into our next thing here, which is gonna be chain unconditional always active, and it's gonna be /execute at e bracket type equal item comma name equal curly quote wheat space seeds quote bracket run summon TNT tilde tilde tilde. So what this is gonna do is execute at wheat seeds. So if I was to grab myself wheat seeds, boom, and I was supposed to go ahead and toss it, you'll see that TNT spawns. So this does mean that wheat seeds cannot exist in your world, as they will go ahead and blow up. So that means if your world is a farm sim, then go ahead and expect when you mine wheat TNT to be your crop of choice. Anyways, back to our next command here. This is going to be chain unconditional always active, and this is going to be what's going to kill the wheat seeds, as we don't want TNT to be rapidly spawning as we spawn the TNT. This is going to be /execute as @e bracket type equal item, comma name equal quote wheat space seeds quote bracket run kill at s, and this is what's going to go ahead and kill the wheat seeds. So when I drop it, you'll see that no wheat seeds spawn, are getting dropped. All right, the next thing is going to be called timer set, and that's going to be chain unconditional always active, and this is going to be /execute as @e bracket type equal TNT bracket unless entity at s bracket scores equal curly bracket timer equals 0 ... curly bracket run score player set at s timer 80. Now what this is basically having a timer that is counting down, and then the TNT is going to explode when it hits 0. Now to do this, we're going to go ahead and put a scoreboard objective set display sidebar and then timer, but we need to go ahead and create the scoreboard objective, so let me quickly do that first. So do /scoreboard objectives add timer dummy, and at the top left you should see added objective timer successfully, or an objective with the name timer already exists, and then we're going to set display timer. Now whenever we go ahead and drop TNT, we'll see that a timer is rapidly going down and it will then explode like so. All right, so we're going to go ahead and go back to this, and we will have our timer at 80. And the next thing is going to be chain unconditional always active, and it's going to be /execute at e, and then bracket type equal TNT, and then comma scores equal curly bracket timer equal 80 curly bracket run play sound random dot fuse at a bracket r equals 16 bracket tilde 1 1. And this is what's going to play the random fuse, the TNT sound, as if that doesn't exist, when the TNT gets placed, it doesn't actually make the sound. So we're actually using a command to make the sound. All right. Then chain unconditional always active for the next command, which is going to be sound explode, and this is going to be execute at an exact same thing, but when this hits timer equal to 1 curly bracket run play sound random dot explode, and the same thing of 1 1 here. So then we will hear the exploding sound when the timer on the right hits 1. So when that hits 1, we will hear the explosion sound. Boom. All right, cool. Now we're gonna go ahead and get to the explode particle, chain unconditional always active, and exactly just like the sound, we're gonna run a particle command, which is gonna be this particle. So run particle Minecraft and then dragon _ death _ explosion _ emitter. And if you want to check out all the particles, go ahead and check out my particle video, that has all the particles from that version. All right, we're gonna go ahead and go down to the next command, and it's gonna be chain unconditional always active, and it's gonna be /scoreboard players remove at e bracket type equal TNT, comma scores equal curly bracket timer equal 1 period curly bracket timer 1. And after that, now when you go ahead and place your TNT, your timer should go down, and then all the things that I just said should happen. So if I was to go ahead and say destroy this block right here, so we're gonna go ahead and do a test right now, and we go ahead and run this, everything that I just did should happen. So boom, and there we go, TNT, and if we place multiple, you can see all the timers go down. So go ahead and get this system working before we continue on with the other commands that are past that section. And now the commands past this section are optional, and that's why I have these signs here. And honestly, you kind of need these. I don't know why you would want them to be optional, but this is basically what's going to go ahead and make it so the TNT actually destroys blocks. Now, the reason it could be probably optional is if you went ahead and made it so TNT does destroy blocks, like it did over here and made that creeper hole. But if you wanted to only destroy specific blocks, such as the wool, the oak planks, the end stone, then you want to do this. And what we're going to do is go ahead and go into this block right here. You don't need the signs, that's just a placeholder for me. And then it's going to be chain unconditional always active, and it's going to be for white wool. And we're going to do this command, /execute as @e bracket type equal TNT, comma scores equal curly bracket timer equals 0 curly bracket at s run fill -3 -3 -3 -3 -3 -3 air replace wool. And if you wanted to make this bigger, then you would just go ahead and increase the size a bit. And then we're going to go ahead and do the exact same thing, chain unconditional always active, but we're going to do the exact same command but for red wool, and then we're going to do it for lime wool, and then we're going to do it for pink wool, and then we're going to go ahead and do it for light blue wool, and then oak planks. And then we're going to do chain unconditional always active, and it's going to be oak planks. And you can see that the fill distance, instead of it being 3 3 3, it's 2 2 2. And the the reason behind this is because wool is a weaker block than oak. Oak is stronger, meaning oak has more resistance to TNT. So this will be able to get destroyed less. And then we're gonna go ahead and do end stone, chain unconditional, always active. And you'll see that this is the lowest out of all of them, being only 0.3, meaning the TNT has to be directly on the block if it wants to be destroyed. And if it's not on the block, or if it's a little too far away, then the end stone will be protected from the TNT. And then finally is going to be the commands to do damage to players. Now TNT does damage at a distance, so meaning if you're closer to the center of the TNT, then you'll take more damage. So chain unconditional always active, and it's going to be the command /execute as @e bracket type equal TNT, comma scores equal curly bracket timer equal 0, curly bracket bracket @s run damage @e bracket r equal 1.5, which is a radius of 1.5, bracket 56 block underscore explosion entity @n bracket type equal TNT bracket. So what this is going to do is basically do 56 block explosion damage to players in a 1.5 radius of the TNT, and it will go ahead and knock them back from that direction of the TNT. That's what this is doing here. And then we're gonna go ahead and do the same thing. So chain unconditional always active. And the only thing we're gonna change here is go ahead and do RM and then 1.5 and then R equal 3. And what this means is at a minimum, it's going to start at 1.5 of a radius and then a radius of 3. So basically, say we have a circle here, and our first section, which is doing 56 damage, is going to be 1.5. Then our second section is going to be 1.5 to 3, and that's going to do 28 damage. And we're basically going to go ahead and lower that even more. So chain unconditional always active, and we're going to do 3 to 4.5, and we're going to do 14 block damage all the way down to 7. So chain unconditional always active, and then 7 block damage. And then you'll have your whole entire TNT system. Now we're going to go ahead and quickly test it. So I'm just going to head over here. I'm dropping wheat seeds, which are spawning TNT. Look at that. And we're just going to head over here, and we're going to go to our bed. And what we're going to do is grab all the different wool types. I'm going to grab red wool. I'm also going to grab oak planks. I'm also going to grab end stone, and then we're good. So I'm going to go ahead and first set up a red wool defense. So I'm gonna go ahead and just build something like this, just spam some blocks. I'm gonna place some TNT here. Now, TNT should destroy red wool or wool perfectly fine. So all those blocks are gone. Even the chicken's gone. The gone chicken. Now let's go ahead and do oak planks. And we're gonna go ahead and do about like the same like size of block spam. And then we're gonna go ahead and drop a TNT here. And now you can see that this may not destroy all the blocks here. It looks like it does. If we were to go ahead and maybe like place the TNT a little bit further, then maybe these blocks over here won't get destroyed. Let's see. Yeah, so those blocks over there won't get destroyed. But if I was to repeat that whole process here with like the similar exact same, you'll see that those blocks will probably get destroyed. Or maybe this one right here will get saved. Boom. So more get destroyed. And then finally, let's do our end stone. And this has the most resistance, meaning the TNT has to be like directly on it, and they'll have a small chance for it to destroy. So like that. Boom. I'll put some TNT on that, and then these few blocks probably get destroyed. Boom, boom, boom. All right. And if I go ahead and put like my TNT like over here, there's maybe a chance that may be close enough to destroy that block. No, that wasn't close enough. So you see, it has to be pretty dang close. So right here, this is too far probably. Yep, too far. Has to be directly on it, like that. That's how much resistance it has. And if you want, just make the command bigger if you want to have more resistance, or just if you don't want any resistance, like it is with obsidian, then just completely remove the thing there. All right, anyways, now that you have your TNT section done here, all of your TNT, we're gonna go ahead and create some more special items. So this is gonna be your auto bridger, your pop-up tower, your fireball, and your bedbug trident. And when we go in here, we can see auto bridger, pop-up tower, fireball, bedbug trident. And we're gonna quickly go ahead and create all of those and load in all the commands and do all those special fun stuff before we continue on with all the other systems of our video. Okay, so we're gonna go ahead and begin with the auto bridger section. So we're first gonna actually start off over here in this corner, and we're gonna grab these commands here. And it's gonna be repeat unconditional always active, and it's just gonna be this /execute as @e bracket tag equal red wool bracket @s run fill ~7 ~9 ~7 -7 -7 -7, and then red underscore wool replace white underscore wool. And then we want to do this exact same thing for all the different other other wool colors. So light blue wool, and then we would do light underscore blue underscore wool. And then for lime, so lime wool for the tag, and then lime underscore wool, and then for pink. So then pink wool, and then pink underscore wool. And then just have it like this, always active, chain, unconditional, always active, just like so. All right, now we're gonna head back over here, and we're gonna go ahead and start off with getting our auto bridger to work, and it's really simple. So we're gonna go into here, repeat, unconditional, always active, and the command is gonna be /execute at e bracket type equal egg bracket if block tilde tilde -2 tilde air run set block tilde tilde -2 tilde wool. And then the next command is going to be chain unconditional always active, and it's going to be /execute at e bracket type equal egg bracket run play sound random dot pop at a bracket r equals 16 bracket and then tilde tilde -3 tilde 101. And this is basically going to go ahead and play a little sound effect of the blocks being placed. So we're going to go ahead and fly out into our area over here, because this area is going to get reset, and we're going to go ahead and toss an egg. We're just going to go from like this island going to over here. So let's see if that works, and there you go. So now we have this like auto bridger here, and then there's a few holes, and you could semi-fix that if you go ahead and maybe make the command a little bit more advanced if you want to, but this should do just fine for an auto bridger. And now we're going to go back. The next thing we're going to go ahead and do is make it so that if we toss an egg outside the border range, then it will get killed, because we do not want blocks going outside, as that area won't get reset. So we're gonna head over here to the auto bridger, and then we're gonna go ahead and first do the easy version, and then we'll do the hard version if you rather prefer to do that one. So the easy version is gonna be repeat unconditional needs redstone, and then it's gonna be /execute positioned 000 or the center of your map, and then run kill at e bracket type equal egg, and then comma rm equals 60, and then comma r equal 80. That means, like the before, that we'll have a 60 radius at the center of the map that the egg can travel in, but anywhere inside the 80 ring, so this zone that you see here, the egg will get killed. So if I go ahead and turn this on, we can kind of go ahead and go to the center of the map here and toss an egg, and you can see that it will work just fine. So let me go ahead and toss an egg. Boom, it works just fine. But if I go ahead and try to toss an egg in this direction, you'll see that the egg just vanishes. So boom, and it's gone. Boom, and it's gone. And the thing about this, why this is like not the best version, is because it goes in a circle and it's not the actual like full arena area. So you can kind of see it like doesn't work in this area and whatnot. So I rather recommend you do the other version, which I'm gonna head back over here for, which is going to go ahead and be this section right here, this kill egg hard, and it's going to be repeat unconditional needs redstone, and we're going to type in this command /execute unless entity at e bracket, and you can see that we use the x, dx, y, dy, z, and then dz, and then common type equal egg bracket, and then it's as, and then you can see we did the exact same thing, and this one's slightly different, and then comma type equal egg bracket run kill at s. Now basically what the codes we're gonna get here are for our DX system here is gonna imagine that we have our border wall. So we have our like square here, our square of our border, and then in this middle we're gonna have a smaller square that's gonna surround most of the area but not all of it, and that's going to be our section where the egg is going to be able to be in. Then our second area, which is going to be this section right here, is going to go ahead and be the red zone that you see outside of the area. Now if the egg enters this red zone, then it will get killed, but if it's in the safe zone, then it's perfectly fine. And if it's outside all the zones completely, then it's also perfectly fine. So go ahead and grab the coords starting from one corner to the other one, and then the same for the red zone from one corner all the way to the other corner, and then go ahead and put those into here. And then you want to go ahead and do run kill at s, and also go ahead and put a height limit to these. So for your y equal -30, make your height limit, and for me, I'm making my height limit 30, so y30. Anything that goes above y30 is my height limit, and we're going to set up the commands for a height limit thingy in a second too. Alright, so go ahead and grab your auto bridger, and we're going to go ahead and test that out real quick. So we're going to head over here, I'm going to head to this like blank area over here, and I'm going to go ahead and toss my egg, and we can kind of see that the egg travels out further, and we can actually go like into this area more of. And oh, what happened here? Why did it somehow escape? That's very odd. That shouldn't happen. Okay, I don't know how that happened over there. I can't even repeat that. What the heck? What? Okay, well, that's very interesting. That shouldn't have happened, but yep. Well, if that does happen, you're gonna have to manually remove it, which kinda sucks. You could maybe adjust the commands a bit to make it clear this area, but like, why did that happen? I'm so confused, but okay. Anyways, there we go. This area is clean, nice and good. And now I'm gonna go ahead and head out over here. And boom, 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 boom. And we're gonna go ahead and go to this section right here, which is gonna be red wool, lime wool, pink wool, and blue wool. And what's this gonna go ahead and do is basically change the white wool to our team color. And this is basically what the command's gonna look like. /execute at e bracket type equal egg, comma tag equal exclamation mark red wool, comma tag equal exclamation mark lime wool, and then comma tag equal exclamation mark pink wool, comma tag equal exclamation mark light blue wool, bracket as at p if entity at s, bracket tag equal red team, bracket run tag at n, bracket type equal egg, bracket add red wool. And then we would go ahead and repeat that step for lime wool. So chain unconditional always active, and we would just change this one right here, so this tag right here to lime, and then we would change this to lime, and then we would repeat that here, so pink and pink. And then for light blue, we would go ahead and do blue, and then light blue and whatnot. All right, so go ahead and get that set up, turn that on, and then go ahead and join a team. So I'm gonna go ahead and join the red team real quick, and then go ahead and test if it works. Now, whenever I throw this egg, all white blocks around it are gonna turn into red wool. So let's go ahead and see if this works. Boom, and there you go. Now we have red wool. If I go ahead and just toss it this direction, you can see as red wool is being spawned, you can also kind of see how white wool is being there, and it's just like swapping it. So that's kind of how the red wool is gonna be there. And if I was to swap teams to a different color, then it should go ahead and display that color. So I'm gonna go ahead and join like a pink team or something. Boom, pink team. I'm on blue team now. I want pink team. I want pink team. There you go. I got pink team. All right, and then I'm gonna head back into here, and we're gonna toss an egg to go ahead and get our pink wool. So boom, and now we have pink wool. And you want to go ahead and test that for all your colors and make sure that you have everything correct and that you have your colors all appearing like so. Okay, the next thing we're gonna go ahead and do is create a height limit, as well as killing people if they drop into the void instantly, as well as giving people saturation so that they don't starve, and then setting everybody into game mode adventure. So go ahead and enter the first command block here, which is gonna be right next to all your constants, and we're gonna do repeat unconditional always active, and it's gonna be /execute as at a bracket tag equal bedwars bracket at s run fill tilde 10 and then 26, which this is going to be the start of your height limit. Since I want players to not be able to build from 26 all the way to 35, then I'm going to make that the start, so 26, and then tilde 10, and then tilde -10, and then 35, which is the end of where all the blocks are going to get cleared, and then tilde -10, air replace white wool. And then we're going to go ahead and repeat that process, so chain unconditional always active, and this is going to be basically the exact same command, but we're going to do air replace red wool, and then we're going to do it again, lime wool, and then we're going to do it again, pink wool, and then light blue wool, and then oak planks, and then endstone, and finally obsidian. You're basically going to add all the blocks that players can go ahead and build with. So if you even want to add TNT, because they can build with that, then you can go ahead and add it onto here if you really want to, even it's not necessary. Okay, and then finally, chain unconditional always active. Next up, we're going to do the void kill, and this is going to be /execute as at a bracket tag equal bedwars bracket at s run damage at a bracket y equal -64, and then comma dy equal 5, and then bracket, and then 1000 in void. And this is basically going to go ahead and insta kill people that are falling into the void instead of them having to go through like a slow process. All right, the next thing is going to be chain unconditional always active, and it's going to be /effect at a bracket tag equal bedwars bracket saturation 3255 true, and this will go ahead and make it so that players won't starve to death. And then finally, chain unconditional always active, and it's going to be /game mode a, that which is adventure, and then at A, bracket tag equal Bedwars, and then comma, M equal exclamation mark C, which means players in creative won't get swapped to adventure, and then end it with a bracket. If you want to swap that out and make it tag exclamation mark admin, then you can if you want instead. Okay, so now what we're going to do is go ahead and head back into the arena, make sure that's on. Hopefully it's on. I'm just going to guess it's on. And we're going to basically go up here to find our height limit, and you can see that those blocks disappeared. And if we try to place some more blocks here, we can see that they'll just like instant disappear like so. And maybe I can like, I don't know if I can glitch this. No, I can't. So basically, any blocks that enter this area will just disappear. And if I was to go ahead and grab an egg, which would be our auto bridger, and our auto bridger won't be able to build in this area. Well, it will, but if we go ahead and go near it, like so if I go near the auto bridger, so boom, all those blocks will just go ahead and disappear like so. And even as well, if when the map resets, the map will reset the height areas, so don't really worry about that too much, but this will go ahead and stop players from towering up too far, as that's probably not a really good thing. Okay, now we're gonna go ahead and head back, and we're gonna get started on our pop-up tower. Okay, so these are the commands for our pop-up tower, and we can kind of see the tower right here behind us, well, in front of us, and there's two ways we can actually do this. Now, the first way is gonna work perfectly fine, but the second way, it will look cool, but it's sadly going to break your game, and it won't make Bedwars really Bedwars, because people can exploit this thing and break beds with it. So it looks cool, but it won't work. But I will show you, I'll be showing both of them. Anyways, we're gonna go ahead and start off with the first one here, and this can go ahead and be the pop-up tower. And it's gonna be repeat unconditional needs redstone. If I go ahead and turn it on, it will activate. And it's gonna be /execute at E, bracket, type equal shulker, and then comma, tag equal exclamation mark, pop up tower, and then bracket, run clone 23 0 -196, and whoa, all right, and then let me actually go back in that. And then you'll have these clone chords and these chords, and then tilde -3 tilde tilde -3 masked. Now those chords that we need to gather are this chord from right here, so this chord going all the way up to this chord up here. So you want to grab both those chords basically, boom and boom, and then you would want to paste it into here. So your first set of chords and then your second set of chords. And then you would do tilde -3 tilde tilde -3 masked. Now the masked means that if there's other blocks in this area, the air blocks won't destroy it. That's what masks mean. Okay, the next thing we're gonna do is chain unconditional always active, and it's gonna be /execute at E, bracket, type equal shulker, and then comma, tag equal exclamation mark, pop-up tower, bracket, run, play sound, random.anvil _ break at A, bracket, R equals 16, bracket, tilde tilde tilde, and that's just gonna play a sound. All right, the next thing is gonna be chain unconditional always active, and it's gonna do /tag at E, bracket, type equals shulker, bracket, add pop-up tower, which is gonna go ahead and disable those two commands from working, and it's gonna go ahead and enable the next set. All right, so chain unconditional always active is the next command, and then /execute as at E, bracket, type equals shulker, bracket, unless entity at S, bracket, scores equal curly bracket timer, which is the exact same as the TNT thingy, and then equal 0, and then period, so 0 or more, and then curly bracket, bracket, run scorer players set at S timer 5. All right, then the next thing is gonna be chain unconditional always active, and this is optional, but I recommend it. And it's gonna be /execute at E, bracket, type equal shulker, as at A in a radius of 3, so bracket R equal 3, bracket, run effect at S levitation 110. And all that's gonna go ahead and do is that whenever a player goes ahead and places down the pop-up tower, they will fly up into the air like so then they can be on top of the tower, which can give a quick height advantage. I have the high ground, or something like that. Now we're gonna go to the middle commands here, and this is gonna go ahead and set all like the wool colors and turn off a few things. So repeat unconditional always active, and it's gonna be /execute at E, bracket, type equal shulker, bracket, as at P, if entity at S, bracket, tag equal red team, run tag at N, bracket, type equal shulker, comma, tag equal exclamation mark, pop-up tower, bracket, add red wool, and then we would repeat that process, chain unconditional always active, and it's gonna be for lime wool, and then for pink wool, and then for light blue wool. And you would also switch out the teams. So for blue team, and then pink team, lime team, red team, and whatnot. Then the next thing is going to be the timer down, chain unconditional always active. And it's going to be slash goal where players remove at E bracket, tag equal, pop-up tower, and then comma, scores equal, and curly bracket, timer equal 1, period, curly bracket, timer 1. And this is going to go ahead and make the timer go down. And then next is going to go ahead and make a pop sound. And this is going to be more for the other system, but it will still make a little bit of sound for the normal system. And it's going to be chain unconditional always active, and it's going to be the command slash execute at E bracket type equal shulker, comma, scores equal curly bracket, timer equal 1 dot curly bracket run play sound random dot pop at A bracket R equals 16 bracket tilde. And then that's going to go ahead and go into the kill shulker, and it's going to be chain unconditional always active, and it's going to slash kill at E bracket type equal shulker, comma, scores equal curly bracket, timer equals 0, curly bracket, and then we're gonna kill shulker bullets. So just in case shulkers, they shoot the bullets at us, we wanna make sure those get destroyed. This is gonna be chain unconditional always active, and it's gonna be slash kill at E bracket type equals shulker underscore bullet bracket. And then finally, it's gonna go ahead and kill the shulker cells, what are the mob drops that shulker drops. So chain unconditional always active, and then we're gonna do slash kill at E bracket type equal item, comma, name equal quote shulker space shell quote bracket. And then we are done with that. Now, if we were to grab a pop-up tower or just a shulker spawn egg, doesn't matter, and we head into the area over here and go ahead and place down our pop-up tower, we should go ahead and have this effect where we'll have a tower place, and it will also go ahead and like grant the wool and everything. Sometimes it's doing white wool, I don't know why, but yeah. And then we can see that it stops at the height limit here. If we try to place more at the height limit, it doesn't work, like so. All right, so go ahead and get that working. And I'm also gonna go ahead and show off the other version. And this version looks really cool, but it is laggy. It will break your system. You can break beds super easily with this, but it is cool. And it's gonna be repeat unconditional needs redstone, and then this is gonna be the command, and it's gonna be a structure load command, which is loading this structure, which we're gonna copy. We're gonna copy the tower, and I just named it T, and we're just gonna go ahead and save it and keep it all in that settings. And then we're gonna run the command repeat unconditional needs redstone, and you're gonna run this command, and then you're gonna go ahead and do chain unconditional always active, and then you're gonna run this command, and then you're gonna do time reset, chain unconditional always active, and then you run this command right here. And now what's gonna happen is basically there's gonna be a timer that is set on the shulker, and the shulker is gonna stay alive for a bit as it builds the tower block by block in like a little animation. So if I go over here and I place down the shulker, you'll see that, I need to save the tower. 1 second, I didn't save the tower as I just imported this world from my testing world, and I need to resave this. So let me quickly resave it. So save the tower. Okay, and then if I head back over here and redo that, then it should work. So let's head all the way back. And then place the tower, and then there we go. You can kind of see as the shulker is building itself, and I don't know why the wool didn't all change. I don't understand what's going on. And there you go. You can kind of see as it builds itself, and when we're near, you can hear a building sound of the blocks being placed, and it's really cool. And this is how Hypixel Skyblock, Bedwars. Technoblade, please don't hurt me. But that's how they do it. And you just place it, and it just builds and does this animation. And you can hear as the fox dies because it's being suffocated. But it's a really cool system. But sadly, the drawback of this is it can go ahead and destroy beds. So if I go ahead and place this here, the bed is gone. And that really sucks. Now, what you could do is use structure voids, and yeah, if you put structure voids, then the bed wouldn't get destroyed, but it will still destroy like walls and stuff. So, not the best thing. Like, this whole entire area just got destroyed. Like, if I somehow got down here and placed one, then this area will start getting destroyed. no bueno. So we're just gonna go ahead and scrap that whole entire idea. It looks really cool, but trust me, it's not worth it. So I'm gonna turn it off and we're gonna turn on the old version. And now we're gonna go ahead and move on to creating our fireball. All right, so let's go ahead and get started with our fireball here. We have 3 different levels of fireball. We have the level 1 fireball, we have the level 20 henchman fireball, and then the level 50 mafia fireball boss. Clearly, these names are great. Trust me, they're not from mobile ads or something. Anyways, we're gonna start off with the level 1 fireball. This is gonna be super easy. It's not gonna be that much commands, but this is the worst version. And this is gonna be repeat unconditional, needs redstone. And it's gonna be /execute at E, bracket type equals snowball, bracket run structure load, fireball, tilde tilde 1.5 tilde. And if we go ahead and turn that on and toss a fireball, what should happen is a snowball appears. Wow, that's amazing. That's a great fireball, right? Well, what we need to first do before we go ahead and do anything else is grab a structure block, and we're gonna go ahead and place a structure block 1 block above air like this, and then we're gonna do size of 1, and then a size of 1 again, and then a size of 1 again, and then a size of 1 again, and we're gonna name this fireball. So fireball. Boom. And now we have that. And then what we're gonna do is grab a repeat command block and we'll place it right below it. And we're gonna type in the command inside of here. I'm gonna type it in my chat so I don't screw it up. /execute as at E. Actually, no, we don't even need to do that. We just need to do /TP at E, type equal fireball, and then tilde 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 2. And then we're just gonna go ahead and copy that. And then we're gonna paste it in here. The next thing we're gonna go ahead and do is also get a /kill at E, type equal ghast. And we're gonna go ahead and copy that. And we're gonna go ahead and put a command block and put this on impulse and need redstone. And we're gonna go ahead and grab a button. So what should happen here, if I go ahead and grab a ghast as well, so a ghast, and I place down the ghast and I get the button. If I press this button, the ghast should die. So just like that. Okay, so now our next step is gonna go ahead and be turning this command on. So we're gonna put this on always active. And then we're gonna go into game mode survival. So game mode S, and my chat's being spammed. Don't worry about that, that's normal, okay? We're gonna fix that later. And we're gonna go ahead and summon the ghast. I'm being updated to adventure because I'm not in creative. That sucks. Okay, well, anyways. Well, what we're gonna do then is we're gonna go ahead and place a ghast, like so, and then we're gonna go /game mode A, and our chat's gonna get spammed, the fireball's gonna appear, we're gonna kill the ghast, and then we're gonna go back into creative. So game mode C, and now we're back in creative. Now the chat spam is happening because we need to turn off the /game rule, send command feedback, and set that to false. And I would have had that turned off at the beginning of the video, but I'm keeping it on, and I'm still gonna keep it on, as it is really helpful for debugging things. But at the end, I'm gonna tell you again to turn it off, otherwise your chat's gonna spam like that. So just know that. Okay, and now what we're gonna do is go into this block right here, the structure block, and we're gonna save the fireball. So boom. And then what you can go ahead and do is just hit the fireball if you want. So I'm just gonna, oh, you need to turn this off. So turn off that and then hit the fireball and it's gone. So get that. And now we're gonna head over here, and what we should see, load fireball. If we go ahead and pull out our fireball or our snowball, it does not matter. If I grab a snowball, it will also do the exact same thing. And I toss out this fireball, we will have a fireball. So boom. And as you can kind of see here, it works. It kind of works. You can kind of see some fireballs just in the air, just like, and multiple fireballs appearing and whatever this mess is. But as you can see, there's fireballs. Hey, you got fireballs. That's why this is the level 1 fireball. Okay, it's not good. This is probably the way that most command YouTubers will teach you how to do it. And trust me, I don't know why. Let's go the extra mile. Okay, so the next extra mile is going to go ahead and make the fireball actually more accurate and remove a bit of that that grossness that just happened where they were just all over the place. So this is gonna go ahead and be the level 20 fireball, and it's gonna be repeat unconditional needs redstone, and it's gonna be /execute at E, bracket type equal snowball, comma, tag equal exclamation mark fireball, bracket run structure load, fireball, tilde, not tilde, caret, 1 caret. And then we're gonna go ahead and go to the next one. This is gonna be chain unconditional always active, and this is gonna be /execute as at E, bracket type equal fireball, comma, tag equal exclamation mark fireball, bracket at at S, run TP at S at N, bracket type equal snowball, comma tag equal exclamation mark fireball, bracket. And then the next thing is gonna be chain unconditional always active, and it's gonna be slash tag at E, bracket type equal snowball, bracket add fireball, and then chain unconditional always active, and this is gonna be the last one, and this is gonna be slash tag at E, bracket type equal fireball, bracket add fireball. And if we were to turn this on, then what should happen is the fireball gets instantly teleported into the snowball. So meaning all that stuff where like they would just randomly just show up and stay in the air won't happen, as the fireball is getting teleported right into the snowball, propelling it forward as well. So then it gets propelled forward, and then you have fireballs and they're not all over the place. Now you can see here, there is one thing missing. These things aren't destroying blocks. They're not destroying blocks, and they sometimes won't do damage. And that's where the level 50 fireball is gonna come in place. So we're gonna head over to the level 50 fireball. Boom. And we're gonna go ahead and turn this one off, and we're gonna start off with the level 50 fireball. And it's gonna be repeat unconditional needs redstone, and this is gonna be the command. Pretty dang similar to the first command of the level 20 fireball. So just copy that one. And then chain unconditional always active. Pretty much the exact same thing as this one. And then we're gonna do the exact same thing here with the tag, chain unconditional always active. And it's gonna be to tag the snowball and fireball. And then the next thing, exactly the same as level 20. So all of those exactly the same, as all we're really doing is adding the ability to destroy blocks. Now, the first thing that's gonna be different is gonna be this command, chain unconditional always active, and it's gonna be slash execute as at E, bracket type equal fireball, bracket at S, unless blocks, and then we're gonna grab these chords in a second, tilde -1, tilde -1, tilde -1, all run tag at S at boom. Okay, so what these chords are is gonna be this little like target section here. We're gonna grab the chords of this block right here, and then we're gonna break it, okay? Because we want this all to be air, okay? No, all air. And then it's gonna be, and that's gonna be the first three chords here. So this one, and this one. And then we're gonna grab this corner right here. So grab this one, copy that one, and then break the block. So this is all air. And then go back into this, and then paste in those three chords at the end there. So 1, 2, and 3, and then have this here. So then this whole section here of air will go ahead and be used in this command. And basically what's gonna happen is if the fireball is in an area where there is not air surrounding all of it, all sides of it, then it will go ahead and add the boom tag to it, which will then cause it to explode and destroy blocks. So if I was to go ahead and toss the fireball, it's not on. Well, I'm gonna go ahead and turn on the old one, so the level 21. If I toss the fireball, right now, there it's surrounded by air, but once it gets near some blocks, then it will go ahead and activate the tag, which will then let it destroy all the blocks. So that's basically what it's doing there. So I'm gonna go ahead and turn that off, and I'm just gonna turn this one on now, and then we're gonna move on. So this is gonna be chain unconditional always active, and this is gonna be the command slash execute as at E, bracket type equal fireball, comma tag equal boom, bracket at S, run fill tilde 2 tilde 2 tilde 2 tilde -2 tilde -2 tilde -2 air replace wool. Now, actually, this is now white wool, because Bedrock updated things, and I'm happy that I'm uploading this after the update. And then chain unconditional always active, and you want to basically do the exact same thing for red wool, lime wool, and then pink wool, and then light blue wool, and you can kind of see this is pretty similar to the TNT. All you're doing is basically creating the distances that you want for your fireball to destroy. So you can see here that fireballs have do less damage to oak planks here, and it's way smaller. So you would do the same thing for fireball, and then tilde 1, tilde 1, tilde 1, -1, -1, and 1, blah, blah, blah. And then you would do oak planks, and then you can see that endstone is just non-existent on here. So fireballs just can't destroy endstone. And then damage. Chain unconditional always active, and it's gonna be this command right here, and it's gonna run damage at a bracket R equals 6.5 bracket, and then 3 entity explosion, which is about how much damage a fireball actually does. And you may be thinking like, wow, this is like really low for an explosion damage. Well, Yeah, but like also entity explosion can sometimes scale, like how creepers damage scales. So this can go ahead and like change a bit. But also you don't want players like spamming fireballs on a person and then insta killing them with fireballs. That wouldn't be that good either. Okay, and then finally, there's gonna be chain unconditional always active. This is gonna be /execute as @E, then bracket type equal fireball, comma tag equal boom, bracket @S run summon armor underscore stand, bracket tilde. And if you want, you can go ahead and give this guy a name. Can my phone shut up? Okay, anyways, you want to give that a name if you want, so you can add it to like your clearing system there. That's totally up to you. And then we're gonna go over here and we're gonna test our fireball. So now when we go ahead and throw our fireball, what should happen, let's see here, we can go ahead and destroy the blocks. And you can also see like an armor stand appear. And that's basically everything that's working there. That's gonna go ahead and destroy the fireball, and then these blocks are getting destroyed here. If I was to toss it to this, these blocks would get destroyed. And if I was to grab some like oak planks, so oak planks, and like place some oak planks here, we can also see that the fireball can destroy the oak planks as well. So boom, boom, and it's pretty nice. And now let's go ahead and head back. And if I was to also like go into game mode adventure and toss it on myself, it would damage me. So that's practically almost, well, that is everything. That's everything that the fireball here has to offer. So now you have a fireball into your system. Now we're gonna go ahead and move on to our bedbug trident here. And it's gonna be basically very similar to the fireball with how it works. And it's gonna be repeat unconditional always active. And it's gonna be /execute as @E bracket type equal thrown underscore trident bracket @S unless blocks, and then you're gonna go ahead and do the exact same thing of grabbing those chords right there. So just go ahead and move them over, and then tilde -1 tilde -1 tilde -1 all run summon Endermite. Now, if you don't want it to summon an Endermite, then you can go ahead and have it summon something else. So if I was to go ahead and put a block here and throw the trident at it, you can see that an Endermite is spawning. But if I wanted to say like spawn a creeper or spawn an Ender Dragon or spawn, I don't know, Freddy Fazbear, then you can't. Let's go ahead and go into the next command, and it's gonna be chain unconditional always active, and it's gonna be /execute as @E bracket type equal thrown underscore trident, and then bracket @S unless blocks 26 0, and this is gonna be basically the same thing of grabbing the air over here and going ahead and running tilde -1 and killing the trident. So all run kill @S. So you can see here, this will go ahead and kill the trident. That's basically what's happening, so there's no trident that stays there. And then finally, chain unconditional always active, and this is basically gonna go ahead and clear people who try to repair their trident. Now, this is gonna be /execute as @A bracket tag equal Bedwars bracket unless entity @S bracket has item equal curly bracket item equal trident, and then comma tag equal 249 curly bracket bracket run clear @S trident 2361. And what this is basically going to go ahead and do is clear all the tridents, any trident that you try to repair, as if you look at this trident here, it's actually a broken trident. And if I was to go ahead and give it to myself, so let me just toss one on the ground and grab another one. If I was to go ahead and repair these tridents here, you will see the trident's just instantly gone. So I can't use it as a weapon because this is 8 attack damage. Now I technically could use it as a weapon, but it would be 1 hit. And I do believe that the, let me look here. If I go into the trident, that the value, the data value for the trident should be, it's like, I think, I don't know. I think if you put any data value, it should be fine. So if I do 1/1000, and let me go ahead and grab another 1/1000 and try to repair them. We just want to see if that works. Oh no, that doesn't work. Oh, what? Wait, 1 second. Let me figure out what. Okay, so I'm a little goofy as I just realized the data value of 249 is the data value you want to grab. So you grab yourself a trident that is 1/249, and this is basically the trident that you're going to be using for your bedbug, as it's 1 tap, so anything that you hit with it, if you hit a player with it, it will instant break. And if you go ahead and give yourself another one and try to craft with it, then it will go ahead and insta clear, as it does here, as the values get added into 236 here. Okay, now what we're gonna go ahead and do is name everything and get these all saved. So we're gonna start off with the trident here. So /give yourself a trident that is at the durability of 1/249 like this. And then let's go ahead and grab ourselves an anvil and whatnot. Anvil. And and boom. And then we're gonna go ahead and grab that. We're gonna grab the bedbug trident, and we're just gonna copy that, and we're gonna paste it into here. So boom, and there we go. Now we have named our bedbug trident, and then it has this. We're also gonna make sure that this has cursive vanishing on it, as we don't want any item to have players to be able to have vanishing on it. So if you want, since like this is honestly completely fine, go ahead and add a command. So grab a repeat command block, and I don't even know where I could put this. Let's just put it like right here. Yeah, it seems like an okay place. And it's gonna go ahead and be enchants for all the players. And it's gonna be /enchant at a, and then tag equal Bedwars, and we're just gonna add vanishing. So boom, vanishing. So all items will have vanishing when a Bedwars player is the game on. Okay, so what did I do? Is it on? It's not on. Okay, there we go. So now this will have vanishing, and then we would go ahead and copy the Bedwars bedbug trident here into a structure block. So I would go ahead and grab a structure block, do 1, 1, 1, 1, and all that. Drop the trident in there, and then I would save it as like bedbug or something. And then I would go ahead and repeat that whole process with every single one of these guys. So for the fireball, the named fireball, I would drop it into here, and then I would go ahead and change this to fireball. And just make sure that the fireball here for your structure is different than the fireball here, okay? So the structure here, you see this one, how this says structure load fireball, and then this one is fireball as well. Now the difference with this one and the other one is this is a capital F, and capitalization matters. So capital F will work perfectly fine here, and we're just gonna go ahead and save that. So we've saved our fireball, and then we're gonna go ahead and get the auto bridger, and we're gonna go ahead and save the auto bridger. So we're just gonna go ahead and call this auto bridger. Hello? Why is my hello? Oh, okay, auto bridger. There we go. I was having technical difficulties with my keyboard, and we will save that, and then we will go ahead and do the exact same thing with the pop-up tower, toss that in there, and then we will go ahead and save the pop-up tower. So I'm just gonna call it like pop-up or something. Save. All right, so I don't actually know what I named them in the NPC here, but you wanna go ahead and go into the special NPC. We're gonna do the exact same thing like all the other guys, but the impulse unconditional needs redstone, tag it with NPC-special, and we're gonna name it special NPC, and then we're gonna go into here, and you can go ahead and set all your prices, and then do advanced, and then do button mode for all of these guys, and then we're just gonna go ahead and set a simple shop with running the structure load, and then auto bridger. So we'll have our auto bridger here, and whatever you name them inside the structure block. And then I'll go here, and this one's pop-up tower. I named it pop-up, so I'm gonna just rename it to pop-up here. And then the next one is going to be, let's see here, fireball. And this is this exact same how I had it. And it's this capital F. And then finally I had bedbug, and that one was already set in place. So there we go. And now what we're gonna go ahead and do is just test that we can buy all those items. So I'm gonna quickly grab some iron, some emeralds. I do believe it's everything I need. I don't think I need gold. Yeah, okay. So I'm gonna buy an auto bridger, a pop-up tower, a fireball, and a bedbug trident. I don't have enough iron. Wow, okay, let me grab some iron. So iron, boom, and let me quickly buy another bedbug trident. There we go. And boom. So now you can see that we have an auto bridger, a fireball, a pop-up tower, and a bedbug trident. And if we go into the area over here and toss our auto bridger, then we should see that it auto bridges like so. If we toss the fireball should go off and explode. If we toss the pop-up tower, then we should get levitation and we'll have a pop-up tower. And if we toss the bedbug trident, then we should see bedbugs or whatever mob you decided to choose, like so. And if we were to grab TNT and place TNT, the TNT should explode easily, and then all these blocks will go ahead and boom, it's gone. Pretty nice. Coolio. All right, so we're gonna go ahead and finish off almost our start and end system here. So begin with your ending here. We're gonna add the last two of the fireball and trident stuff here. And this is gonna be a chain unconditional always active. And it's gonna be /kill at E bracket type equal fireball bracket. And then we're gonna go ahead and move on to the next one. This is gonna be endermite kill. This is gonna be chain unconditional always active. And it's gonna be /kill at E bracket type equal endermite bracket. And if you chose a different mob, such as like a zombie or a creeper, go ahead and put that instead. All right, now we're gonna go ahead and create all of our stuff for our next section, which is gonna be over here, which is gonna be our team upgrades. So us being able to buy sharpness and resistance, haste, forge, heal pool, and adding a trap to our base. Okay, so we're gonna go ahead and start off here, and it's gonna be chain unconditional always active, and it's gonna be /goalboard objectives add sharp dummy, just like so. And then we're gonna do chain unconditional always active, and then /scoreboard objectives add resistance dummy, and then we're gonna do chain unconditional always active, /scoreboard objectives add haste dummy, and then chain unconditional always active /scoreboard objectives add forge dummy, and then chain unconditional always active /scoreboard objectives add heal pool dummy, and then finally chain unconditional always active /scoreboard objectives add trap dummy. And then we're gonna go ahead and do the same thing for the blue side over here on the ending, and it's gonna be chain unconditional always active, and this is gonna be remove. So /scoreboard objectives remove sharp, and then chain unconditional always active scoreboard objectives remove resistance, and then same thing here, remove haste, then here remove forge, and then here remove heal pool, and then here we would go ahead and remove trap. So then if we go ahead and grab our redstone block here, just quickly end the game and then start the game. Doesn't matter, you shouldn't need to get a team color or anything, just start it. And like so. And if you come over here to these things, it should say add a new objective, like sharp, added new resistance, added haste, added forge. And then when we go ahead and end the game, boom, and then it should say the exact same thing with it saying removed objectives successfully, removed resistance successfully, remove haste successfully, and you want all of that to go ahead and work. We're also going to come over to the constants area over here, and then we're going to finish up this tower over here in the middle, and we're going to start off with reset sharpness here, and it's going to be chain unconditional always active, and it's going to be this command, /tag at a bracket tag equal !bedwars bracket remove sharp. And then we're going to do the exact same thing, chain unconditional always active, and then /tag at a bracket tag equal !bedwars bracket remove resistance. And then you would do the same thing for haste, and then you would do it for forge 1, then you would do it for forge 2, and then you would do it for forge 3, and then you would do it for heal pool, and then you would do it for trap, just like so. So go ahead and repeat that all like so, and these are just gonna go ahead and make it so then whenever we buy an upgrade, our team won't be able to buy it again, so they don't like waste their diamonds on it. Alrighty, so we're gonna go ahead and quickly just end the game. So just make sure that the redstone block is over there, or if you're in game, just says nothing, like so. And then we're gonna go ahead, join a team. I'm gonna join red team, and whatever team you join, we're gonna do the first commands for that team. So any commands that we're gonna do, we're gonna do it for that team. Okay, and then we're gonna go ahead and start the game. So just let everything run. So all the previous systems should run. Boom, boom. And, oh, I'm in the floor. Yay. All right, and then I'm here, armor, and voila. Okay, now I'm gonna go ahead and head over to here. And we're gonna go over to this section here, and I also went ahead and turned off this command here, which is the enchant at a bracket tag Bedwars vanishing, just to make sure. Turn it on and see if a sword, if you hold a wooden sword, gets enchanted. If it gets enchanted, then that means everything else that should happen later on will work, as it just confirms that you have the Bedwars tag, which is what we need. And to have that, you would have to be on a team, and the game must be active, which that means where there's a glass block over there. Okay, now we're gonna go ahead and head to this NPC right here. This guy is called Team Upgrades. We're gonna go ahead and just put a structure blocks right here, and then the NPC just right above it, just like how we did with the item shop right here. Now we're gonna go ahead and go into this guy, and in here we can see strength is equal to 8 diamonds, resistance is equal to 8 diamonds, haste equal to 8 diamonds. You can see all the prices here, and then you may also see here forge plus is equal to 4 to 8 to 16 diamonds. And the reason behind this is because if we go to our gens, we can see that there's multiple layers, and each one of the layers above the first layer are the forge upgrades. So the first one's 4 diamonds, the second is 8 diamonds, and the third is 16 diamonds. And then you can see how that affects the upgrades right here. Now we're gonna go ahead and begin with strength, and we're gonna go ahead and get that set up for all the teams. We're gonna go into advanced settings here, and we're gonna quickly create this thing here, and it's pretty similar to all the other shops, except the only difference here is we have a comma right after this curly bracket, and then we're gonna do tag equal ! Sharp. and then bracket and close it off. And you're gonna just do that for all the other ones here, and just copy it and make sure that yours looks exactly like this one, and then add @s sharp 1 and make sure that is working just like so. And then we're gonna close out of that, and we're gonna head to the team that we are going to do our first commands on to test everything. And we're gonna go ahead and start off with repeat unconditional always active, and it's gonna go ahead and make this little 3 tower right here. So if you want, just go ahead and copy these 3 commands right here, and do repeat unconditional always active, and then do /execute if entity @a bracket scores equal curly bracket sharp equal 1 ... meaning 1 or more, curly bracket comma tag equal red team bracket run scoreboard player set @e bracket tag equal red scores bracket sharp 1. So what this is going to do is whenever the player gets the score of sharp 1, then this armor stand will also get that score. So what we're going to do is do /scoreboard objectives set display sidebar and then sharp. And now you'll see on the right, we have like sharp on the right. And what we're gonna go ahead and do is continue on, finish our other commands here. So chain unconditional always active, and this is gonna be /execute if entity @e bracket tag equal red scores, comma scores equal curly bracket sharp equal 1, curly bracket bracket run enchant @a bracket tag equal red team bracket sharpness. Now, right here, red scores, the tag equal red scores, is this armor stand, as this guy has been tagged with red scores here. So what this is referencing is that if red scores, the armor stand, has a score of sharpness sharp equal 1, then it will go ahead and run enchant, the enchant command, on all the players, so @a, that is on the red team, so tag equal red team, and then enchant them with sharpness. And then finally, we're gonna just go ahead and disable the shop. This is gonna be chain unconditional always active, and it's going to be /execute if entity @e bracket tag equal red scores, comma scores equal curly bracket sharp equal 1, curly bracket bracket run tag @a bracket tag equal red team bracket add sharp. And this is just going to go ahead and disable sharp from players to be able to buy it from the shop, which if we go into the command here, this is this. So tag equal exclamation sharp, so meaning if they have this tag, then this command cannot run. And then if we go ahead and exit that, over here at the constants, if we look at this thing here, chain unconditional always active, /tag @a bracket tag equal exclamation mark Bedwars bracket remove sharp. When the game ends and the player does not have the Bedwars tag anymore, then it will remove sharp. As this command here will switch, well, this glass will turn into redstone block when the game is over, and then this will go ahead and remove the Bedwars tag, which then means that the player doesn't have the Bedwars tag, so it will remove the sharp tag from them, allowing them to buy the sharpness thingy again on their next game. All right, so we're gonna go ahead and test this out. So go to your team upgrades and then try to buy your sharpness. So I'm gonna buy sharpness, and I don't have diamonds. Whoopsies, diamonds. You know what? I wanna grab copper sword. Copper sword, and I'm gonna go ahead and buy, and boom, you can see that my sword has been enchanted. Now if I was to go ahead and get another sword, so I got some more copper swords here, and if I go ahead and hover across it, you can see that once I hold it, then it will go ahead and gain sharpness 1, like so. And now let's just go ahead and toss all those out, and you want to go ahead and just grab these 3 blocks, boom, 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 and you would just go ahead and repeat it on all these other guys. So boom, 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 just like so. And then you would go ahead and do pink, pink, and just switch out all the colors. So all the colors you see, so pink, pink, replace it, and then pink and pink, replace them, and then do the same thing for blue. So go ahead and input the blue ones. So blue, blue, and you would just do that for lime as well. Alrighty. Let's go ahead and move on. Also, if you see on the right, I don't think I explained that, you can see the sharp, and then you can see your name, as well as some random numbers, and those numbers are actually this guy. So that's his like ID number for what Minecraft is giving him. So we're gonna go ahead and just go ahead and start our next area, which is gonna be resistance. So go back into the team upgrades guy and get your resistance button, and then set up this, and you can see it's quite much exactly the same as the other one, where we go ahead and do the same thing, where we do the right after the curly bracket, a comma, and then tag equal exclamation mark resistance bracket, and then run scoreboard players add as resistance 1. So if you look at this, this is practically the same. The only thing we're changing is changing the sharp tags with resistance, and then sharp score with the resistance score right here. So resistance 1. All right, so now let's go ahead and leave that and come back to the red team here, and we're gonna go to the middle one here, which is our resistance stuff. That's gonna be repeat unconditional always active, and you can see this is the exact same thing as the first one, where if if the entity at A bracket scores equal curly bracket resistance equal 1 period curly bracket comma tag equal red team bracket, it will go ahead and set the score of red scores, which is the armor stand, resistance 1. So if we were to go ahead and do scoreboard objectives, set display, sidebar, resistance, then we should be able to see resistance with nothing on it until we go ahead and buy resistance. And then when we go ahead and go here, chain unconditional always active, it's going to be slash execute if entity at E bracket tag equal red scores, comma scores equal curly bracket resistance equal 1, curly bracket run effect at A bracket tag equal red team bracket resistance 30 0 true. And this is basically pretty similar to this one, but instead of it being a slash enchant, it's running an effect on all the red team members and giving them resistance, and that's going to give them resistance 0, which is resistance 1 for 30 seconds, and that's going to be 20% damage reduction for anyone that wants to know how much that gives. So resistance 4 right here, if you put 4 here, this is actually resistance 5, so that would mean that would be 100% damage reduction. So just do resistance 1, which is 0. Okay, and then finally we're going to do disable shop, which is chain unconditional always active, and pretty similar to the sharp one where we add resistance right there. All right, so now go ahead and buy it. So I'm going to go ahead and buy diamond. And if on the right, we can see we don't have any effects and we have the resistance score. So if we go ahead and buy the resistance, we can see that we see our name, MonkeyYT118, and then 1. And then this guy over here, which is the armor stand, also has 1. And then at the top right, we can also see that we have the resistance. And if we go ahead and try to buy the resistance 1 again, boom, you can only hear clicks because we have the sharp tag. And if I was to do that with sharpness too, you can see I can't buy it. All right, and now we're just gonna go ahead and repeat that exact same process, but for haste. And it's gonna be the exact same thing. Repeat unconditional, always active, and you would do haste 1. And for this, it's the exact same thing as the resistance one. So chain unconditional, always active, and you would put this command, exact same thing. Effect, haste 30 0 true. And then disable shop, chain unconditional always active, and you would do run tag and at A bracket tag equal red team bracket add haste. And if we come into the NPC here and look at its haste shop here, you can see it's practically the exact same thing as the sharpen resistance. You go ahead, swap out all the tag, the exclamation mark, haste, exclamation mark, haste, exclamation mark, haste, blah, blah, blah. And then you also switch out the score. So run score with players at us haste 1. And you go ahead and replace that. So now if we go ahead and buy haste 1, like so, we should also get haste. And now we have haste, and you know what haste does. And then you just go ahead and move those to all the different teams, so pink, blue, and lime, and whatever teams that you have. Okay, so now we're gonna go ahead and create our heal pool. Now just go ahead and go into the advanced settings and create a button for heal pool. We're gonna skip forge for right now, so just go, we'll do that later. But we're gonna go to heal pool, and you're gonna do the exact same thing as we've been doing for all the other ones. So go ahead and do the tag and then heal, tag equal exclamation mark heal pool, and then you just repeat that over and over and over again. And you would swap out the scoreboard for heal pool and then 1, and like so. And you just go ahead and copy this just like it is. And then we're gonna exit out of that, and then we're gonna come over here to these commands right here, so these 3. Now we're gonna start off the first one here, and you can see it's pretty much the same as all the other ones. So if we do resistance mod, oh, okay, well, convert, and then we have the disable shop, which is the same as that one up there. So let's go into here, repeat unconditional always active, and you can see this is pretty much the same as the other ones. So heal pull, and then you can see like so. And then we can go into disable shop, chain unconditional always active, and this is pretty much the same as the disable shop on the other ones. So just running the tag, adding the heal pull for the team colors, so red team and for red scores. All right, and then finally, we're gonna go to the heal pull mod, and how this is gonna go ahead and work. It's going to be on repeat unconditional always active, a delay of ticks of 100, and then we're going to run this command here. So execute if entity at E bracket tag equal red scores, comma scores equal curly bracket heal pull equal 1 curly bracket positioned, and then the chord you're going to use is about the center of your island. So we're going to go ahead, find the center of your island, basically, of each one of your islands. So this is for red team. So red team would be about like right here is basically where I did mine, and then you would go ahead and copy those chords and put it into the command block. So right after the positioned, and then run effect, and then at A, and then bracket R equal 12, or maybe smaller or bigger, depending on the size of your island. I may want to do mine maybe slightly bigger, but I'm gonna leave it as 12. And then do comma, tag equal red team, so this is the color of the team, bracket, regeneration 50 true. So if I go ahead and buy that one, so let me quickly buy it. Let me actually, am I on the red team? Because I may have left it as I quickly did something. Okay, cool. So I'm back on the red team, and I'm gonna quickly buy the, that's the trap. Okay, I bought the heal pool already. So let me go over here to the heal pool. So it should already work. Because I accidentally, okay, yeah, there you go. So now you can see that we are getting healed basically at the top right. And if we decide to leave the island, go a little too far, after a few seconds, then the healing effect will disappear. Like so. So you want to get that effect to work. So like about when we get near here, then we'll start getting the healing effect, which is what you want for the heal pool. Okay, now we're gonna go ahead and move on to the trap. I accidentally just bought that there. So we're gonna go ahead and set this up here. And you can see it's pretty much the same as the other one. So doing the convert and then disable shops, it's gonna be just like the heal pull one here. It's gonna be repeat unconditional always active. And then you're gonna run this command and you're gonna just make sure that you put the red team and whatever team you're on, and then trap. You're gonna do trap equal 1, period, trap 1, whatnot. Same as all the ones. Chain unconditional always active. Same commands the other ones, but you're gonna be adding the trap tag instead. And then we're gonna move on to right here. Now you can go ahead and make it face this direction or face any direction, just have the arrows pointing each other. But we're gonna have it go this way basically. And we're gonna start off with the trap mod here, and it's gonna be repeat unconditional always active. And then this is gonna be the command. So what we're gonna do is /execute if entity at e bracket tag equal red scores, comma scores equal curly bracket trap equal 1, curly bracket positioned at the same chords at the center of our island, and then if entity, and then at a bracket r equal 15. So I would say do 3 blocks bigger than your heal pool, or at least bigger than your island, so then you have like a warning because this is a trap. And then comma tag equal exclamation mark red team bracket run title at a bracket tag equal red team bracket title trap activated. So what's gonna happen here is at the center of our map, of our island, so our team island, if there's an entity, which is another player, in a radius of 15 that is not on the red team because of the exclamation mark, then it will run the title at A for all the players on the red team that the trap was activated. So if a player enters that area, then we would see that the trap gets activated. Then we'll have a slow effect. So it's gonna go ahead and be what is gonna cause the players to get slowed, the enemy players. So it's gonna be chain conditional always active, and it's gonna be the command right here, /execute if entity at e bracket tag equal red scores, comma scores equal curly bracket trap equal 1, curly bracket positioned at the same location, if entity at a, you can see it's quite much exactly the same, run effect at a bracket r equal 15, comma tag equal exclamation mark red team bracket slowness 5. So instead of this being red team being it getting activated on, it's the enemy's team. So anyone that's not on the red team will get slowness 6 for 5 seconds. All right, the next thing is gonna go ahead and reset the trap score. So it's gonna be chain conditional always active, and we're just gonna do /score players reset at a bracket tag equal red team bracket trap. So it's gonna go ahead and reset the trap score. So if I was gonna do scoreboard objective set display sidebar trap, you'll see that I have a trap score, and that will go ahead and get reset. And then chain conditional always active, and you want to basically do the exact same thing. Scoreboard players reset at e bracket tag equal red scores bracket trap, and that's gonna go ahead and reset the armor stand score. Now all of these have been chain conditional always active, so if you haven't got that, make sure it is on chain conditional always active, except this one, which is repeat unconditional always active. All right, then we're gonna go ahead and re-enable the shop. So this will allow the players to go ahead and rebuy the trap once it gets used up. So it's going to be chain conditional always active, and it's going to be /tag at a bracket tag equal red team bracket remove trap, and then we're going to play a sound. So chain conditional always active, and then /execute as at a bracket tag equal red team, and then at us run play sound block.n_portal.spawn at us tilde 10.7, and that will just play a sound to let you know that the trap's been activated. And like before, this is the exact same as all the other ones with the trap stuff in trap score. So we're just gonna go ahead and buy the trap, which we already bought, so that's not gonna activate anything. And I'm gonna quickly go ahead and go into this area. So we'll see that we have our heal pool and all of that. And I'm gonna go ahead and get a alt account to quickly join. Okay, so right in front of me, you can see my alt account just staring menacingly, and I'm gonna try to move it as I as it nears. And any second, boom, you'll see trap activated, and they can barely move now for a few seconds. You can see how slow they're going, and then you can go ahead and see that they're just, yeah, okay, I'm just moving straight. All right, anyways, now I'm gonna go ahead and quickly have it so that my alt account goes ahead and buys the trap. And I'm just gonna quickly have them quickly TP'd over here. So I'm gonna slash TP my alt account here, and then I'm gonna have them click onto this guy and buy a trap. They don't have enough diamonds. There we go. All right, now they bought the trap. Now if I go ahead and head to the blue team, then we can basically see the opposite effect happening to us. So if I head over here, you can kind of see any second. Boom. So now I have slowness, and now I can't move. So for like a 5 seconds, I won't be able to move for like as much for that long. And if I wanted to, I can add more to the trap. If I want to add like more special effects, all I would do is just go ahead and expand this command line here, and like right after the slow effect, I would basically from right here, and then after that, so right after this part here, I would go ahead and add more commands, and then I would move these commands outwards, and I would just add more things. So if I wanted to like blind players or like spawn a TNT or a creeper, I don't know, then you can go ahead and add that into your trap effect. All right, so just go ahead, make sure if you haven't already, repeat that all the systems for both red, pink, blue, and lime. Then you'll be ready to set up the forge commands. So we're first gonna go ahead and come to this area. You can see that the generators have gotten way bigger since the last time I've looked at them. And then we also have this little area right here, and this is where all our forge commands are gonna be. So we're first gonna start off with an NPC here. We're gonna do the structure block thing with the command, so impulse unconditional needs redstone, and we're gonna tag him like so. Add NPC-forge, and it's gonna go ahead and make sure that you activate that. So then this guy gets the tag. Oh, this may not be close enough. Let me make this bigger. So 2. Boom. Okay, and then it should say target already has a tag, or has too many tags, or added the tag to the NPC. So get either of those to happen. And then we're gonna go into the forge upgrades here, and we're just gonna go into here, and we're basically going to wanna go ahead and create this. And you can see it's quite much the same as the other shops. It's practically the same, where you have your tag equal !forge 1, tag equal !forge 1, and then forge 1, forge 1, and then you're set at S, forge 1. And that's pretty much how it is. And then we're gonna go ahead and go to level 2. So we're gonna do button, forge level 2. And then you'll see here, we have the exact same thing, but this one is actually slightly different. As now, what we have here is we have a curly bracket, and then instead of it just being tag equal !forge 1, it is now comma tag equal forge 1, so meaning they have to have forge 1, then comma tag equal !forge 2, meaning if they already have forge 2, then they can't buy this, but they have to have forge 1 to be able to buy it. So go ahead and do that for each one. So tag equal forge 1, comma tag equal !forge 2, and do that on all the other small little sections. It does look a little weird with them all being all over the place. And then you would do /run scoreboard player set at S forge 2. And like I said, just go ahead and copy and paste this from the Google document if that would help as well. And get that to work. And then you're gonna do the exact same thing for forge level 3. But this time, instead of it being tag equal forge 1, it'd be tag equal forge 2, comma tag equal !forge 3. Meaning they have to have level forge 2 to be able to buy forge 3. So you're gonna do that for each one of them, and then you do run scoreboard player set at S forge 3 right here. Okay, so once you have all of that, then you should be able to buy the forge upgrades. But we're gonna go ahead and go back to the team upgrades NPC here, and then we're gonna go do the forge guy, and we're gonna run this command. So /dialog open at n bracket tag equal NPC-forge bracket at initiator. And when we go ahead and click on the forge button, it should open up that NPC over there. So the forge upgrades, and you can see we can do forge level 1, forge level 2, and forge level 3, and that's because that's the same as this NPC over here. So if I go into here, you can see it's the exact same. So now we're gonna go ahead and set up the commands for our first team, which is gonna be red team, and then you're gonna repeat that process for lime team, pink team, and blue team here. And we're gonna start off, and it's gonna be a forge convert, and then it's go disable shop, and then it's gonna be basically forge convert 2, then disable shop, and then Forge Convert 3, and then Disable Shop, and then it's going to be Reset Shop Score. So you can see it just follows a pattern, and we're going to be like adding on to the pattern with each block. So it's going to be Repeat Unconditional Always Active, and this is going to be the command. You can see it's pretty much the same as all the other first convert ones. So execute if entity at A, bracket scores equal, curly bracket Forge equal 1, curly bracket comma tag equal red team, bracket run scoreboard player set at E, bracket tag equal red scores, bracket run Forge 1, and then we're going to go into the next one. This is going to be chain unconditional always active, and you can see that this goes ahead and run tag at A, bracket tag equal red team, bracket add Forge 1, just like all the other ones will. And now we're going to go ahead and go into Forge Convert 2, and this is going to be chain unconditional always active, and you can see practically the same as the other ones. And instead, we're just going to go ahead and run it off of 2. So instead of it being 1, it's going to be 2, and then it's going to be Forge 2, and then we're going to go into the next thing. It's going to disable the shop, the chain unconditional always active, and it's going to be executing if they are Forge equal 2, and then run tag at A, bracket tag equal red team, bracket add Forge 2, and then we're doing the same thing, chain unconditional always active, but it's going to be for Forge equal 3, and then we're going to go ahead and set the scoreboards for the red scores, which is the armor stand, Forge 3, and then we're going to go ahead and disable the shop, so chain unconditional always active, and this is going to go ahead and add the Forge 3 tag, and then we're going to go to our last command here, which is going to be chain unconditional always active, and then it's going to be slash scoreboard players reset at A, bracket tag equal red team, bracket Forge. So go ahead and set all those up, and then set up the ones for the other teams, or just go ahead and just do the red team first and then set up the commands for this. And what we're going to go ahead and do is create this like little system in the back here. So we're going to start off like this. So create this kind of angle of tower of command blocks going like so, and we're going to create this, and we're going to go in the first command here and start with this here, and we're going to do repeat unconditional always active, and it's going to be slash execute if entity at E, bracket tag equal red scores, comma scores equal curly bracket Forge equal 1, curly bracket run fill tilde 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 3 tilde tilde glass replace redstone underscore block. Now what this is basically from the block from this chord going 3 in the x-axis. So if we go 1, 2, 3, it will replace all the glass with redstone blocks. So if we go back into here, oh no, it will replace all the redstone blocks with glass. So basically if we had redstone blocks, boom, bam, bam, then this command right here is going to go ahead and turn these redstone blocks into glass. So that's basically what you want that to happen. So from this chord going to here. So you just want to count and just look at the top left and count. And then you want to go ahead and do that. And then you're going to repeat that basically. So chain unconditional always active. And you're going to do that for Forge 2. And then you're going to do that for Forge 3. And you just go ahead and repeat those commands. Now we're going to go ahead and go into these ones, and it's going to be repeat unconditional always active. And you can see this is basically the exact same thing, but it's going to be Forge equal 1. But instead of it being glass replacing the redstone, it's going to be redstone replacing the glass. And this is going to be a bit further as it is further behind. So this is 1, 2, 3, 4, and that will hit all the glass here. So basically what should happen here, this thing will go ahead and activate. So the redstone that's activating the first forge will get destroyed, and then the next forge here will start. So then that one will go ahead and get activated. And then we're gonna go ahead and repeat that. So chain unconditional always active, and we would repeat the same command, but it would be forge equal 2, and we would do the same thing for this one, chain unconditional always active, and then we would do forge equal 3, and we would go ahead and have it activate onto those. So just like that, go ahead and create that. And now if we go ahead, and we don't need to set up these commands just yet, just to test, I don't know if I'm on the red team still, I think I am. If I go ahead and grab some diamonds, I have some diamonds, and is the game even active? It should be. Yeah, it is active, but I don't see the armor. Okay, so I'm gonna go ahead and turn on the gens. So I'm gonna turn on the gens, so those are on now. And what we're gonna go ahead and do is go into the forge upgrades, and we're gonna buy forge level 1. So buy that, and then what you should see, am I on lime team? I think I'm on lime team, because I bought lime, and I have the command set up for lime. Tag at S, remove lime team. I'm on lime team somehow. Okay, tag at S, add red team. Okay, I'm back on red team. All right, so we're gonna go ahead and rebuy Forge 1. It looks like I can't. I'm gonna have to reset the game, 1 second. Okay, so I'm back, and now I'm actually on the red team, and I fixed everything, so it's back to its starting area. And now what we're gonna do is go ahead and buy the Forge level 1 upgrade, and you can see how it just jumped up into the second level here. And then we're gonna do the exact same thing. So we're gonna go ahead and buy the Forge level 2 upgrade, and now it's on here. So it's on the 3rd level. And then we're gonna buy the Forge 3 upgrade, and now it's on this level. So just like that, that, you want to have it go ahead and jump up from level to level to level. And then we're going to go ahead and basically do the exact same thing for lime team, pink team, and blue team, and make it so that it jumps up level to level to level. So then you have this like kind of system now that it's working. Now, what do we have here with these repeat command blocks? Well, these are actually just the same as the structure load here. So this is repeat unconditional needs redstone, and it's the structure load for the gold at our gen. And what we're changing here is just the tick speed. So this is 75, then this is 50, and then this is 75, so it gets slower. That's crazy. Okay, so anyways, I'll fix that. Basically, what you see here, so this is 20, this is 15, then that's 10, and then that's 10. You can see that with the tick speed going down, these things will get faster. And then we also added emerald, so repeat unconditional needs redstone, and I did it every minute. And we are also structure loading the emerald at those quartz. So now if I was to go to the red team, so over here, we can go ahead and look at the gen. You can kind of see that there's emeralds in there now, and you can also see like it's moving a little faster than how it would be normally. If I go ahead and collect this, you can kind of see the speed it's going at. Boom, boom. You can see the gold we're collecting. So yeah, you can see how much quicker it is. Okay, so now you're gonna go ahead and come over here to these command blocks here, and this is gonna be one for each team, and you're gonna probably copy and paste this, just like last time. It's gonna be a really long action bar. Repeat unconditional needs redstone, and this is basically what it's gonna look like. So just go ahead, copy it. It may take you a moment, or just go into the Google Doc, copy it from there. Don't screw it up. And basically, this is gonna go ahead and show us this like little debug menu, and then the team color. And if we swap it, we can go ahead and, okay, no. And then we can swap it to lime team, and then we can swap it to pink team, and then we can swap it to the blue team. And you basically want it to look like that. And make sure you just change out every single thing that says red and whatnot when you swap it out to like lime, to your other colors and all that. Just don't miss a step. And now to just make sure that you don't miss anything and you have every single one of the upgrades actually working for your system, just go ahead and end your game and then join every single team. So I'm gonna start off with the red team, and then I'm gonna go ahead and start the game. And we're just gonna start the game like so. Have it go any second. Boom. Okay, so the game starts, and then I get TP'd. I get my armor, and now we're over here. And then we're just gonna go ahead and fly back, and we're gonna go into here, so to this guy, and we're gonna turn it on. So boom. Now this is all completely optional. You don't really have to do these tests, but we can go ahead and just go ahead and buy every single thing. And okay, you can see there Forge 2, and then we can get Forge 3, and then what we want to see is that is all good there. And then we're gonna go ahead and basically repeat that whole entire test. So we would go ahead, grab the redstone block, end the game, and then we'd go ahead and join lime team, and then we would start the game. So start the game with you being on lime team, and then you want to run the exact same test to just make sure that everything is working. So you don't want to screw one team over with like their sharpness isn't working or something. So we're gonna head back, go ahead and check this one, and let's head all the way over here. Boom, boom, boom. Boom. So now we can see all the lime stuff. Then we're gonna grab diamonds, and we're gonna do sharpness, resistance, haste, trap, heal pull. And we can see that all has 1, so that means it's good. And then we're gonna come over here, and then we're just gonna go ahead and buy the forge. Oh, so we can't buy forge 2, but go to forge 1. So forge 1, then forge 2, then forge 3. And you can see that everything works perfectly fine and how it should be. So go ahead and get that working. And once you're done, we're gonna go ahead and move on to getting this system, this tower here. Okie dokie, so come to this area now, and we're gonna basically go to our item shop NPC, and what we're gonna do is make sure that all these commands, all these buttons work. So just go ahead and click through all of them and check if they bring you to their respective areas. So blocks brings you to weapons, weapons bring you to weapons, tools brings you to tool the NPC, and if it's not working, just make sure that you type in these commands for each one of them again. So just redo them, and then make sure you re-tag them. So come back here, and then make sure you tag them with the proper thing. And if it's not big enough, you gotta get something like this to appear. Target either has a tag or add a tag. So just make it bigger if it's not big enough, but go ahead and get that into the item shop. And then you're also gonna go ahead and save every single one of these NPCs. So I'm gonna go ahead and start off with blocks. I'm gonna save blocks, I'm gonna save armor, then I'm gonna save tools, then I'm gonna save weapons, and then I'm gonna save utility and save special, and then I'm also gonna save forge. So forge upgrades, I'm also gonna save them. And then what we're gonna do is basically create this like tower here. Now it doesn't have to be like exactly how I did it. All you really want is all these NPCs to be like all in one vertical line, like so. So we're gonna first start off here, and you can see that I grabbed the structure block of blocks NPC, which is the same as this one right here. And then what we're gonna do is basically just load it. And is this blocks NPC? Yeah, it is. So then what we're gonna do is basically repeat that process. So we're just gonna grab another one, and this is gonna be armor NPC. We're gonna load. That's armor NPC. And then we're gonna go ahead and load the next one. That's tools. All right, and then the next one, and then that's weapons. And then the next one, that's utility. And then the next one, that's special. And then finally, the last one here will be forge. And then boom, you have all of them. And now what you're going to go ahead and do is basically break the block and have them all fall into one structure block. So just go ahead and drop it down like so. Boom, boom, boom. And now they've all fallen into this one little structure block right here. And what we're gonna do is call this NPC Pack. And then we're gonna go ahead and save this. So just go ahead and structure save. And then what you're gonna do is grab that structure block. And now we're gonna go ahead and load these NPCs into our area here. So I'm gonna go into here, and then I'm gonna go find the spot where I was going to put my NPCs. Boom. And then I'm gonna do load, and then NPC Pack. And there we go. And then I'm gonna make it load one above. So boom. And there we go. Now we have them. And what we're going to do is repeat that process, but for all the other areas. So I'm going to go ahead and break somehow out of here. Okay, I just broke that. There we go. And then we're going to go ahead and go into the pink side, and we're going to do that on the pink team. So boom, bam, load, out, and then gone. And then we go ahead and go and repeat that for the other teams. And we would do that for every single team. So just down, bop, boom, bap, boom, and then you can leave, and like so. And then I got one more team, so I just got lime team over here to quickly do. So boom, bop, bam, pow, boom, kada-doom, or something like that. Okay, and now you have those NPC packs all in that little hidden area in your base. Now the next thing we're gonna go ahead and do is basically copy the structure for the item NPC. So go ahead and save this, and then copy that. And then you're gonna also save the team NPC, which is gonna be this guy over here for the team upgrades, and you're gonna save him too, and copy his block. And then what we're gonna do is go to our islands again, and then we're gonna load these guys into these areas. So I'm gonna load item NPC here. So I'm gonna load, boom, and oh, I killed him, so I'm gonna reload him again. So there we go, there's our item shop. And then we're gonna load in, boom, load in our team shop. So we got team upgrades as well as the item shop. And then we're gonna basically repeat that process for all the other ones. So I would go here, I would go ahead and load the team upgrades, so team NPC. And then I'm gonna go ahead and load the item NPC. I'm gonna just quickly toss those out, and boom. And then I have my item shop. So item shop and team upgrades. And then I'm gonna go ahead and do that on the other islands here. So boom, item shop, and then boom, team NPC, so team upgrades. So there we go, load those guys, now they're there. And then finally, lime team over here. So go ahead and just load in your last ones. Boom, and boom. And then I'm gonna head back to red team, which is over here. And now, if we come to these guys, we can kind of see that we can access the shops here. So if we go ahead and do blocks, we can access the block shop. If we go ahead and do weapons, we can access the weapons shop. And if we access tools, then we can access the tool shops. And that works all perfectly fine. Now, a thing is, basically, what we're doing here is letting the NPC, these guys, be close enough to this NPC so then it can access its shop. If this NPC is too far away, then this NPC won't be able to open that NPC shop, which is why we need to teleport them down here into a little secret compartment. And then we can just go ahead, go with our business and buy everything. And we also have the Forge Upgrades NPC in there as well, so we can do our Forge Shop buttons. And then boom, now you have a functioning shop. And then if we go ahead and reset the world, so let's go ahead and end the game, which it is already off. So I'm just gonna end it anyways again, just in case, for good measure. I'm gonna go ahead and join the red team. So like so, I'm gonna turn on the display so we can see that I'm in queue for Bedwars, red team. And then I'm gonna start the game, like so. And in a second, we should go ahead and get teleported into the armor area. Then we'll get dropped, boom, we'll get the armor, and then we'll be teleported onto the island, which then we can go ahead, collect some materials. So I'll start getting iron and whatnot. And if I was in game mode A, game mode A, my chat will get spammed, but we'll fix that at the end, like I said. And then if I go to the item shop here, blocks, wool, and then we can go ahead and buy the wool. And there we go, now we have wool, and it has the can, play saw and stuff. And then we can go ahead and, you know, play Bedwars, basically. And now we have a semi-functioning Bedwars. It's almost complete here. We're just missing now the game-winning stuff, like the actual core commands now. So let's go ahead and get those all done. So our first system is going to be the respawning system. So if I jump off, you'll see I'll die, I'll respawn, I'll have my armor, I'm stuck in the respawn area, and then I'll respawn back at my base. So a bunch of things just happened, but we're gonna go ahead and get through that. Okay, so we're first gonna begin by making sure that your system is all set up properly before we continue. So quickly just end your game and make sure the redstone block is there and all the glass has been reset. And then go ahead, join a team, join red team or something, and then start your game. So let me start the game and we'll go through all the processes like we do before, like all the times. So boom, we get TP'd, then we'll get TP'd into this section here, we'll drop, we'll get armor, and now we're on the island. We have our item generator, and then we have our item shop, and then our team upgrades person, all that working pretty nice. Now we're gonna go ahead and head over here, and the first thing we're gonna go ahead and do is finally, actually not finally, we're first gonna do /game rule, do immediate respawn true. So this is gonna go ahead and make it so that players, when they go ahead and die, will immediately respawn instead of having to press a button. So we're gonna do that. Do immediate respawn has been updated to true at the top left. And now we're gonna turn off the send command feedback command for right now, as we are going to be swapping to game mode adventure sometimes, and we don't want the chat to be spamming like it has been doing before. Okay, so the first thing we're going to go ahead and do is create the scoreboard called spawn timer. So do /scoreboard objectives add spawn timer dummy, and then go ahead and enter that in. Now at the top left you won't see anything because we turned off the other command, but hopefully you got that correct. And if you go ahead and do it again, then you can see it. It will say an objective with the name spawn timer already exists, so make sure that you get that to appear. Now the next thing we're going to go ahead and do is /scoreboard objectives and then set display sidebar spawn timer. So then on the right you'll see spawn timer, and that's something that you want to go ahead and have. Now what we're going to go ahead and do is first grab a few command blocks like so, and we're going to go ahead and set up this system here, which is going to be called spawn timer down. So go ahead and find this little spot like right here, around here, and then we're going to set this thing up and do repeat unconditional and then always active. Okay, and then delay ticks of 1, and we're gonna do /scoreboard players remove at a bracket tag equal bedwars, comma scores equal curly bracket spawn timer equal 1 period curly bracket spawn timer 1. So what this is gonna do is basically remove 1 spawn timer score per tick. So meaning every 20 ticks it will remove 20 spawn timer. Meaning if we had a spawn timer of 100, that would be 5 seconds. So we're now gonna go ahead and set up these things here, which is going to be TP red, and this is going to basically be what's going to teleport people to their islands when it hits the spawn timer of 1. So chain unconditional always active, and we're going to run this command here /execute as at a bracket scores equal curly bracket spawn timer equal 1 curly bracket comma tag equal red team. Then you would switch it out for all the other colors, bracket run /tp at s 0 1 -45 facing 0 0 0. And this command is basically the exact same as this one, but with the addition with the spawn timer. So you can see 0 1 -45, which is the area that you want your players to be teleported back to. And we just added the spawn timer score here. So scores equal curly bracket spawn timer, and we can see it's more of an advanced command as it is /execute, but it's pretty similar. And then we would do that for all of our other colors. So chain unconditional always active, and then we would do it for lime team, and then pink team, as well as blue team. Okay, so the first thing we're gonna go ahead and do is run the command slash scoreboard players, and I'm actually gonna quickly turn this off since you don't have this system yet. So I'm gonna turn that off real quick. Boom. Okay, and we're gonna go ahead and do slash scoreboard player set at S spawn timer and then 100. And at the right, you should see your name and it counting down. And when it hits 1, you should be TP'd back to your like team island. So this is basically what you want to have here, where the player gets TP'd to their island, and if you're on red team, should be on red team or whatever it is. And just go ahead and like do that again if you want to test it even more. So like boom, you can see it on the right, and it's going down, and it hits 1, and then we're over here. Okay, cool. Now we're gonna go ahead and set up this system over here, and this is what's gonna go ahead and make it so we get our armor back. Because when we die, our armor is gonna disappear. We won't have the armor anymore when we die, as keep inventory is off. If you don't have keep inventory off, then make sure keep inventory is set to false. All right, so go ahead and get that set up. And we're gonna go ahead and get to the middle here, and we're gonna set this thing up here. We're first gonna create like this little like barrier section here, going 3 up on each one of the sides here. So just boom, 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 boom. And then what we're gonna do is go ahead and place another block, and we're gonna get this repeat command block right here. Now this repeat command block is gonna be really simple. It's gonna be repeat unconditional always active, and it's gonna be slash spawn point at A bracket tag equal Bedwars bracket tilde tilde -2 tilde. And what this is gonna do is basically when the game starts, all the people that are in the game will have their spawn point set into this little like box here. So then it will activate the commands below it. All right, so the next thing we're gonna go ahead and do is start off with this command here. Now this command is facing downwards. So if I go here, you can see it's facing downwards, and it's going into this like pillar that's going downwards here. So we're gonna go ahead and start off with the first command here, and it is going to be repeat unconditional always active, and you're gonna do slash execute as at A bracket R equal 3, comma, tag equal Bedwars, comma, tag equal exclamation mark red team out, then comma tag equal exclamation mark blue team out, then comma tag equal exclamation mark lime team out, comma tag equal pink exclamation mark pink team out, and then you would do like all the other more colors if you have more, and then bracket unless entity at S bracket scores equal curly bracket spawn timer equal 1 period curly bracket run scoreboard player set at S spawn timer 100. So what this is basically doing is executing as the players that aren't out of the game yet. When your bed gets destroyed, whoops, since I was near the respawn area, it's gonna do that. There we go. But what that's doing is basically teams that aren't out of the game. So if like I didn't have my bed, it would go ahead and set a spawn timer score, which will go ahead and let them respawn back into the world. I'm gonna quickly head back over here, and for the sake of this, I recommend for right now to go ahead and swap to add on to here as at A and come to the pink timeout and do M equal exclamation mark C. And this will go ahead and stop it from teleporting you if you're in creative. So if I go near it, it won't teleport me when I'm in creative like it did before. Okay, so now we're gonna go ahead and go into our next thing here, and you'll see that this is load team set, chain conditional always active, and this is slash structure load team set, and then the chords of the team set. Now if you remember, this command we've actually done before, and we come over here and find it, here's load team set, chain unconditional always active, and it's the exact same command. So just go ahead, copy whatever you had here, and put that as your second command over here. So boom, load team set, and you would copy it here. Now, here's what's another surprising thing. TP red 1, TP red 2, TP red 3, TP red 4, and then lime, pink, blue. And if you see, this is exactly the same as the commands over here. So you can see here, TP red going all the way to lime, pink, and blue. Now there is one difference though, okay? That this is gonna be slightly, you're gonna do 2 tweaks to these ones. So over here, if we go in here, chain unconditional always active, this is what the command is gonna look like. Now I'm gonna have a side-by-side view of both the commands, and you can kind of see what the difference is. There is on the top one here, scores equal curly bracket spawn timer equal 100 curly bracket, and this is going to only activate if the players have a spawn timer of 100, which they'll get when they activate this command when they spawn in this area. And then what this is going to go ahead and do is then TP them into their section. And you'll also see that there's another difference, that there is a 2-block difference with the Y coordinate here. Now the reasoning behind that is if I come out here, over here, the reason it spawns you 2 blocks above is so that you spawn on this glass block. But because this area is going to be constantly loaded over and over again, when this glass block is here, it's not going to get destroyed. So what we want them to do is spawn on the pressure plate directly. So just by making it 2 blocks down, they'll spawn directly on the pressure plate, instantly getting the armor. So go ahead and make sure that that is 2 blocks down, and you're basically going to repeat that process for all of your different sections. So TP red 1, and then TP red 2, you can see it's exactly the same, 2 blocks down compared to the TP red 2, and we would do it for TP red 3, and then we would do it for the lime ones, and then for the pink ones, and then for the blue ones. Just like so, exactly like the other tower. And then once we hit the bottom here, we'll see TP to spawn area, and this is going to be chain unconditional always active, and this is going to be slash execute as at a bracket scores equal curly bracket spawn timer equals 70 period 80 curly bracket run slash TP at s 0350. Now these codes we're going to get in a second, but the reason this is 70 to 80 is because from when I was doing tests, people were somehow getting stuck in here, so you just want to leave some comfort room, so do 70 to 80, just like I did. Now the codes that we're getting here is the respawn zone, which is up here from the little zone we created at the beginning of the tutorial. So you're gonna come in here, and you're basically just gonna grab the codes of this block right here. So I'm gonna use a different block so it's easier to see. So this block right here, boom, copy that. And then you're basically gonna go ahead back and put that chords into that command there. And that's gonna go ahead and teleport players after they're done getting their armor into that section there, so then they're waiting in the spectating area before they get sent back to their island. So go ahead and put that chord there. And now if we go ahead and run this, let me go ahead and showcase it. I'm gonna quickly just fill that up, boom, boom, and boom. And we're gonna go ahead and swap to game mode adventure, so slash game mode A. And now we're just gonna jump off. So we jump off, we're gonna die, we're gonna respawn, and now we're into this area, and we're just gonna wait for the spawn timer to go down, and now we're over here. So there we go. We basically have a respawning system already set in stone. The last thing that we're gonna do is gonna be all cosmetic, and there's going to be one only command in there that is not cosmetic, and it's gonna be the command to give us the sword. Now, the other commands are gonna be basically what's gonna go ahead and play sounds, as well as do a countdown for when we die, which is gonna be this. So if I put this on, turn this command on, and I jump off now, you'll hear a sound when I die, and you'll also see that respawning in 3, 2, 1, and then we get teleported and we get the sword. The sword is the main thing that we need, as we need it to be able to, you know, break things and as well as like attack players. So we're gonna go ahead and add all of this system here. So just head over to this and place down a repeat command block about this far from like here, and we're gonna do repeat unconditional always active, and you're gonna run this command slash title at a bracket scores equal curly bracket spawn timer equal 100 curly bracket title you have died, and you're gonna do the section symbols just like this, or whatever you want. So whatever you want to put after the title here, you can, and that will show up. And then we're gonna do chain unconditional always active, and that's gonna be the play sound command to play the mob at death. And if you want to switch it out with any other play sound, I have my play sound video, go ahead and check it out. Like before, I've mentioned it like 1,000 times probably. Anyways, at a bracket scores equal curly bracket spawn timer equal 100 curly bracket. All right, and then the next command is going to be dead subtitle 4 chain unconditional always active, and then you'll see here slash title at a bracket scores equal curly bracket spawn timer equal 80 curly bracket subtitle respawning in 4. And because it went down from 100 to 20, since 20 ticks is equal to 1 second, then it's 1 second has passed. And then we're gonna basically go ahead and do another sound, chain unconditional always active, and it's gonna be 1 spawn timer after, and it's gonna be slash play sound random.orb at a bracket scores equal curly bracket spawn timer equal 79 end curly bracket and then end bracket. All right, and then we're gonna do chain unconditional always active, and then we're gonna repeat the same thing as the other one for number 4, but we do 60 here as we want 1 second down, and then we would do 3, and then we would do chain unconditional always active, and then we would do the same thing for the sound here, so for the random.orb, and then we go chain unconditional always active, and then 1 second down, and then respawning in 2, and then chain unconditional always active, and then down, same thing with 40, and then chain unconditional always active, active. 1 second down, now it's at 20, and then chain unconditional always active, and then it's gonna be the sound at 20, and then chain unconditional always active, and then we're gonna do another sound, which is gonna be random level up, and it's gonna be at 1, as that's when we get teleported. And then finally, chain unconditional always active. This is gonna be the same command as the give sword, but we're just gonna add comma, scores equal curly bracket, spawn timer equal 1, curly bracket, bracket. So go ahead and make sure you have this, as well as all the blocks that you plan to destroy. So now with that over, you should go ahead and have a system where if I go ahead and jump off, boom, we will go ahead and die, and then we'll have our respawning area, and we can see everything in the map, and then we're here. So nice. The last thing we're gonna go ahead and do, and this is going to be more of a setup for the other stuff as well as this, we're gonna come over here to this final command right here, this repeat safe zone command. It's gonna be repeat unconditional always active, and what we're gonna do is do /effect at a bracket, and then we're gonna basically grab the area of our whole entire respawning and dead zone bracket, and then instant underscore health 1255. So basically, if you look at those chords, it's 10, 35, and then 10 for the X, Y, and Z. And we're gonna come here and we're basically gonna find like where that's at. So like this is 10, and then the other one was Z10. So that'd be like around here. So 10, 10, 10, 10, 35, 10. And if I was to grab a border block real quick, boom. So if we go here, 10, 35, 10, this is basically covering the whole entire area here. And if we were to go 20 blocks in this direction, we would be at -10, and 20 blocks in this direction, we would be at -10 for that side. And if we went ahead and went up from Y35 to plus 15, which would go up to 50. Let's go ahead and covers this whole section, which then will allow that when we enter this area, you'll see some red particle effects, and that's the instant health. So if you can see, we'll have instant health here, meaning we can't hurt the players in this area. And if I was to leave that area, you'll see that I have the particles gone because I'm not having the effect of instant health anymore. Okay, so now that you have that done, we're gonna go ahead and head over here, and this is gonna be back to our constants here, and we're gonna add 2 commands to the ending system. It's been a really long time since we've added a command to this thing. So we're gonna go ahead and put a chain command here, and it's gonna be chain unconditional always active, and it's gonna be /execute positioned, and then at the chords of our respawning chamber. So that's gonna go ahead and be the chords of this block right here. So you're gonna copy this, boom, and then you're gonna go ahead and come over here, and you're gonna paste that in here, 00 -155, run TP at a bracket R equal 3 bracket, and then you're gonna go ahead and have them be TP'd over to this area over here, which is your lobby. And if you want, so it doesn't like TP you in creative, you can go ahead and do add comma M equal not creative. So you can go ahead and add that, so then it won't TP you into the lobby when you're near this area in creative, if you want to add that. All right, the next thing is gonna be chain unconditional always active, and it's gonna be /spawn point at a bracket tag equal exclamation mark Bedwars bracket -20 0 -182, which is the location of your lobby. Now, this may be a little sucky as it will constantly set the spawn point of players at one location. So if you have like a big world or something and you need to have spawn points set somewhere else, that may get really tricky to work around with. You could maybe like add it to the ending system, but the reason it's on this system is to help people not get like stuck. But I mean, you can probably do without this if you really wanted to. You could probably deal without this. So if you want to destroy this, go for it. But I recommend keeping it, as I actually don't know if it will destroy anything. I feel like you can do without it. But anyways, we are now done with our respawning system. Just make sure that everything that we had here works. And now we're gonna go ahead and get to our bed destruction system, which is gonna be in this area right here. Okay, so the first thing we're gonna go ahead and do is come over here and make sure that this thing is now fully on. We're gonna leave this on forever now. So it's gonna be repeat unconditional always active and have it on. And this was, if you don't remember what this is this command. It's the same as your debug from a long time ago. So just go ahead, get that on, so then you can see the team player count, and then you can see the player count amounts, and then the bed, and then if it's -1, it means there's no one on the team. So go ahead, get that set up, and then we're gonna go ahead and come over here, and we're going to go ahead and set up 5 more commands? Yes, 5 more commands. So we're gonna start off right after reset spawn point, and we're gonna do chain unconditional always active, and it's gonna be /tag at a remove red team out, and then we're gonna do it for lime, chain unconditional always active, lime team out, and then pink team out, and then blue team out, and you would replace that with your colors and add more if needed if you have more teams. All right, then we're gonna do chain unconditional always active, and then the last thing here is gonna be /tag at a remove Bedwars _ dead. Okay, now we're gonna go ahead and come over here, and you can see that I semi-set up the system here, and what we're gonna go ahead and do is create this little like redstone contraption here. Now I'm gonna grab a redstone torch, and what we're gonna do is basically do a repeat unconditional always active command, and it's gonna be /test for block, and it's gonna be the block for the red team bed. So if I go ahead and see that code, that was 3-1 -50. If I come over here, you can see if I come here and then copy this, this is 3-1 -50. So you basically want to go ahead and copy each of the chords for the beds, and then you want to replace that for each one of the teams. So for lime team, you would go ahead and put the chords for that, and then for pink team, you would do the chords for that, and then for blue team, you would do the chords for that bed. And when you have a bed, if there's a bed there, then it will activate the redstone. If there's not a bed, then it will have no redstone. And since the game, when there's no players on a team, so remember these ones here, it will go ahead and destroy the bed. All the teams other than red team should have their bed destroyed. So that's why all the redstone here is off. While this one, you just saw the red team's bed is still there, and it's because I'm on red team, then this redstone's on. So now I'm gonna go ahead and place this redstone torch, and it's gonna activate all the commands above here as it's going to be on for a split second. But I'm gonna go ahead and put this here, and you'll kind of see, boom, boom, boom. Lime team's bed has been destroyed, pink team's bed has been destroyed, and blue team's bed has been destroyed and whatnot. And that's because there is a redstone signal being sent into here and here and here. And I'm actually surprised that this one didn't actually get activated. It's like, usually if I go ahead and like break that, it's on for a split second. I don't know. Anyways, now you got this system here, and you're gonna go ahead and basically place a impulse command block facing into this direction. So you want all these commands to be facing the same direction, going this way, and you want the redstone torch to be like right here, so you can kind of get this set up. And then we're gonna go into the first command here. It's gonna be impulse unconditional needs redstone, and it's gonna be /title at a bracket tag equal red team bracket subtitle, and then whatever you want it to say, and then I have it as you will no longer respawn. And then the next thing is gonna be chain unconditional always active, and it's gonna be /title at a bracket tag equal red team bracket title bed destroyed, just like so. And then we're gonna go into the next one. It's gonna be a chain unconditional always active, and it's gonna go ahead and play sound /play sound mob.wither.death at a bracket tag equal red team bracket. So then when your bed gets destroyed, then you'll hear like a big sound. Then we're gonna do a tell raw command. It's gonna be chain unconditional always active, and it's gonna be /tell raw at a curly bracket and then quote raw text quote colon bracket curly bracket quote text quote colon quote, and then from here you can go ahead and type whatever you want all the way to the next quote, and then curly bracket bracket curly bracket. And for me, I just went ahead and did bracket server bracket, and the red team's bed has been destroyed. And if we go ahead and like break our bed, you'll see that in the chat. And then the next thing is going to be chain unconditional always active, and it's going to be /play sound mob.panda.hurt at a, so then everyone knows that the bed got destroyed. And then the last thing is going to be chain unconditional always active, and it's going to be /global players set at e bracket tag equal red scores bracket bed underscore active 2, and that's going to go ahead and set the active score for that to 2, which is then going to go ahead and make it so that the command for our display, so that thing over there, will go ahead and say on our action bar, instead of it being bed, it will say destroyed. So let's go ahead and destroy my bed real quick, and we'll go ahead and see the whole entire animation. So bed destroyed, you will no longer respawn, and you can see that the action bar is updated to say destroyed now. And you'll see that it still has a player count of 1 because I haven't died yet. Once I die, then it will go ahead and go down. But we need to go ahead and set that system up. But before you get to that, you're going to go ahead and repeat that for lime, pink, and then blue, just changing out all the things for your different colors here. So lime, 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 lime. Just make sure that you go ahead and copy it. If wherever it says lime, red on this one, you would swap it out with the other colors, and make sure you repeat it just like so. Okay, so now the next thing we're gonna go ahead and do is add another command. Now I just went ahead and hid these commands down below. Boom, 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 boom. Okay, and then I'm just gonna get rid of those. Goodbye. Boom. And we're gonna basically add another command just like this. Boom, 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 boom. And now what this command is gonna do is basically add red team out and to all the team members on that team. So repeat unconditional needs redstone, and it's going to be /tag at a bracket tag equal red team bracket add red team out. And if we look at lime team, repeat unconditional need reads redstone, same thing, but for lime team, add lime team out, and then for pink team out, and then for blue team out. And you kind of get the gist here, and you can kind of see that this those tags were in this system here, so you can see your red team out, your lime team out, your pink team out, as well as your blue team out, just like so. All right, so now that you have that, you can kind of see here that I have the tag, so because this is being activated multiple times, it's giving me the red team out tag, which is then activating our new commands that we've added into this section here. So if we come here to the red commands, we're gonna have them all facing up in a 3-block tower like so, and we're gonna start off with repeat unconditional always active, and it's gonna be /execute if entity at a bracket tag equal red team out in a radius comma r equal 4 bracket run score of players remove at e bracket tag equal red scores comma scores equal curly bracket player count equal 1 period curly bracket player count 1. So what this is gonna basically do is if our player count is more than 1, which that means that we have players on our team, it will go ahead and remove 1 player count when somebody dies if the team is out. So if your bed has been destroyed and you enter the respawning area, it will go ahead and lower your count. And since I'm near the respawning area, you can see that my red team, it used to be 1, now it's 0, and that's just because I'm near the area. Okay, the next thing is going to be chain unconditional always active, and it's going to be /tag at a bracket tag equal red team, and then comma r equal 4 bracket add bedwars underscore stead. And because I'm near this area, I now gotten this tag called bedwars underscore dead, which is going to be helpful for another system later on. All right, the next thing is going to go ahead and be a TP, and it's going to be chain unconditional always active, and it's going to be /TP at a bracket tag equal red team out, comma r equal 4, comma m equal exclamation mark c bracket, and the m exclamation mark c means if you're not in creative, and then 040, which is going to be the location of your dead zone. So if I was to swap to game mode A, I would get teleported into the dead area, as you can see here. So boom, and if I grab my barrier block, you can see I'm in the dead zone area, the dead area. So we're gonna go ahead and leave that, and boom, and you want to basically go ahead and repeat that same process for all of the other colors. So I would go ahead and do it for pink, boom, do it on pink, and then do it for blue, and then do it for lime and whatnot. Just go ahead and repeat those and make sure you change out the colors, and all that is good for that. Now we're just gonna go ahead and end the game here. So I'm gonna just quickly end the game, and everything should fade away just like so. And then we're gonna go ahead and step on our pressure plate to join a team, and then we're gonna start the game. Now, since there is no one else in my game, then all the beds should get destroyed except my bed. Now, if you had another person on playing with you, then all the beds except your 2 beds should stay alive, and you should see it on the action bar. So we're gonna go ahead and start the game, and then we're gonna go through all the normal actions that we've gone through 100,000 times before. Boom, we got our armor, and we're here. And then at the top left, you can see pink team's bed has been destroyed, blue team's bed has been destroyed, lime team's bed has been destroyed, and then if I go ahead and destroy my bed, red team's bed has been destroyed. And if I go into game mode A and jump off, you should see that red team's score has went to 0, and we instantly teleport into this area. If I still had my bed, then I would teleport into the respawning area, and I would respawn. So go ahead and test that out as well if you want to, where you go ahead and reset the game and have it see if you jump off with your bed. If you respawn, you can go ahead and try that out. Otherwise, we're gonna go ahead and do our offline detection system now. Okay, let's go ahead and get started with our offline detection system. This system is gonna go ahead and fix things that happen, such as if players decide to leave the game, it doesn't it will go ahead and lower the player count, as well as if a player tries to leave the game and rejoin during the next game, that they'll be sent to the lobby or something. So we're gonna go ahead and set this up, and we're gonna first off begin by getting ourselves a repeat command block, and we're gonna go ahead and chain command block, and we're beginning right after bed active 2, and we're gonna start on the red team here, and we're gonna go ahead and add this command here. This is gonna be chain unconditional always active, and we're gonna run this /execute if entity at e bracket tag equal red scores comma scores equal curly bracket player count equal 1 period curly bracket run set block tilde 2 tilde redstone underscore block. Now what this is going to basically do is that when the bed gets destroyed, if there is one player on the team, then it will go ahead and set a redstone block up here replacing this glass block. And then if we go here to the next one, it's going to do the same thing, but if there's 2 players on the team. So chain unconditional always active, and we would do player count equal to 2, and then we would go ahead and do chain unconditional always active, and this one would be for 3, and then we would do it one more time, chain unconditional always active, and then this one would be for 4. So if there was 4 players on the team, then 4 of the redstone blocks would go ahead and be available. If there was 2, then only 2 would be available. If there's 3, only 3. If there's 1, only 1. Okay, so then we're gonna go ahead and go into the next thing here, and it's gonna test if player 1 is like existent. So it's gonna be repeat unconditional needs redstone, and it's gonna be /execute if entity at a bracket tag equal player 1 comma tag equal red team comma tag equal bedwars underscore dead bracket run set block tilde 1 tilde glass. So if player 1 exists and they die, then it's gonna go ahead and turn this off. So then if they try to leave the game after they die, then rejoin, then it won't screw up any of the commands that happen here to lower the player count. And then we're gonna repeat that. So repeat unconditional needs redstone, and this one's gonna be for player 2. And then we're gonna do it again, same thing, player 3, and then again, and this is going to be for player 4. And then we're going to go ahead and go to the next command, and it's going to be separated by a glass layer like so. And then we're going to have a repeat command and chain command blocks towering upwards like so. And if you look at these repeat command blocks here, they're facing outwards like so. So don't make sure they're not connected to anything. And then we're going to go into here, and it's going to be repeat unconditional needs redstone, and it's going to be /execute unless entity at a bracket tag equal player 1 comma tag equal red team bracket run score where players remove at e bracket tag equal red scores comma scores equal curly bracket player count equal 1 period curly bracket player count 1. So what this is doing is executing if player 1 and red team exists. So meaning if there's the person that exists with the tag of player 1 and they're on the red team, then this command won't run. But if they leave the game, then this means they're no longer existent, so meaning this command will run, which will lower the player count by 1. All right, now we're gonna go ahead and go to the next command, and just like for all the other ones here, this is gonna be repeat unconditional needs redstone, and then player 2, and then player 3, and player 4. Also, to put it on, actually, do you need to? I don't think you really need to. You can put it on 0, or you can put it on a delay of ticks of 200, and this will just basically give it some room for the player to rejoin. It doesn't really matter if you put 200 here or if you put 0, I do believe, but if you want to put 200 to be safe, because I don't know, then you can, but I'm just gonna go ahead and stick with 0 here, as I think it works perfectly fine. Hi, this is editing me speaking in. Yeah, don't make it 0, you're gonna screw it up, so go ahead and put it onto 200, and you'll be good. So you'll continue on your day, make all those 200, not 0, and the reasoning behind that is because if it's at 0, it's gonna run too fast, and it's gonna lower the player count like instantly. So you can have 2 players, it'll go straight to 0. So make it 200 and then you're good. Fine. All right, then I'm gonna go ahead and do chain conditional always active, and it's gonna be /set block tilde -2 tilde glass. And what this is gonna do is go ahead, go 1, 2 blocks down, and replace the redstone block with glass. So then all these commands don't activate again, so then it doesn't lower the player count even more. All right, the next thing is gonna go ahead and be chain conditional always active. Was this one conditional too? Yeah. So chain conditional always active, and then this one is gonna be /set block tilde -1 tilde redstone underscore block, and it's gonna go ahead and switch this glass block with the redstone block. And then that's gonna go ahead and go into this command, which is gonna be repeat unconditional needs redstone, and it's gonna be /tag at a bracket tag equal player 1 comma tag equal red team bracket add bedwars underscore reset, which is gonna go ahead and give them the bedwars reset command, tag, which then activates for this tower that we created at the beginning. If we look into this, you can see TP at a bracket tag equal bedwars underscore reset, which is the exact same tag that these players get. like so. And then you would just repeat that for player 2, and then player 3, and player 4. And then same goes for the glass and redstone resets. You would just go ahead and do the exact same command across the board like so. And then you got your whole entire offline detection system done. Now, just go ahead and repeat that whole entire process for each one, lime, pink, and blue, and make sure that you go ahead and change out all the colors. So you go here, and then you would do lime scores, and then you would do lime here, and you would put lime team, and then you would go here, lime team. Make sure you get every single thing, so lime scores, and don't miss anything. And then make sure you also remember to do the count, so player count, and then you would go, oh no, it's like from here, you would have your player count going up, so player count 2, 3, and then 4, and then you would have here, you would have, this one would be just the same, so this will go ahead and remove the count by 1, and then over here, you would do player 4, okay, just like so. Keep everything just like that, just like this, and you would just go ahead and repeat the whole entire thing. So this is like for pink team over here, and you can see just exact same thing, player 1, and player 2, player 3 right here, and then for blue team, you can see exact same stuff, and go here, you can see exact same, and here, exact same, with it lowering it by 1. Okay, so now what we're gonna go ahead and quickly do is go ahead and add the final thing to our ending system right here, which is going to go ahead and be this command here, and it's going to be called offline reset. And this is what's going to go ahead and reset all the redstone blocks back to glass when the game is over. This is going to be chain unconditional always active, and we're going to grab the 2 chords, and it's going to be /fill glass replace redstone underscore block, and those 2 chords are going to be from this chord right here. So copy this one and then paste it all the way up to this chord right here. So copy that one and paste it. So then all these glass blocks will get switched to redstone blocks when the if there's redstone blocks in that area, they'll be swapped to glass blocks. So go ahead and get that in, get your chords, glass replace redstone underscore block, and then you should have your offline detection system done. So what we're gonna go ahead and do to test this is we're gonna go ahead and end the game, and then we're going to go ahead and join a team. So I'm gonna join red team, and I'm gonna go ahead and quickly see the queue. So boom, in queue for Bedwars. And then we're gonna go ahead and enter the game. So start the game. I know I have the start button over there, but I just like placing the redstone block here. Oh my. Okay, and now we're in the game. We're gonna get all the stuff. The beds are all gonna get destroyed. So pink, blue team, and lime all get their beds destroyed. And if we go ahead and go over here, let's fly over. Okay. You can see that this is all glass, like so. And since there's only 1 player on the red team, when I go ahead and destroy my bed, then that 1 block for the first command section will go ahead and have a redstone block there. So if I head back, you'll see that there is now a redstone block here. And if I decide to leave the game, then these commands above will go ahead and activate. So we're gonna go ahead and quickly showcase that off. I'm gonna have an alt account join and have it be on the same team as me, being on red team. And then I'm gonna have an alt account join as well, and then do the same thing for lime team. So I'm gonna quickly go ahead and showcase that. Okay, so I have my alt account here right in front of me, and you can see in the action bar down below that we have red team 2, because there's 2 of us on a team, and we have our bed. So I'm gonna go ahead and head over here to the offline. Actually, no, I'm gonna go ahead and quickly destroy our bed. So bed gone. All right, and now if I head over here, we should go ahead and see that there are 2 redstone blocks that are both for player 1 test and player 2 test. Now what I'm gonna go ahead and do is have my alt account leave the game, which should then go ahead and make one of these blocks disappear, mattering on who got tagged as player 1 and who got tagged as player 2. So I'm gonna go ahead and make my alt account leave, and you should see at the team player count where it says red team 2, that should go down to 1, and then should also be a redstone block that appears up there, and that turns into glass. So let's see. Okay, yep, glass and the redstone block, and the red team count is now at 1. Okay, and now what we're gonna go ahead and do is have my alt account basically rejoin the game. So now they're gonna go ahead and rejoin the game. So they were over there, but now when they go ahead and join the game, any second now, boom, they're in the game, and now you can see they're now over here, and they have been cleared and reset from the game. So they're no longer part of the game anymore, because, well, they left the game. They combat logged, basically. And this only activates when the bed gets destroyed, so if they decide to leave the game before then it will be fine. But once the bed gets destroyed, then, yeah, that will happen. Boom, boom, pow. All right, so now I'm gonna go ahead and quickly just end the game. So I'm gonna end the game now, and I'm gonna go ahead and join the red team, and then I'm also going to go ahead and have my alt account join the pink team. So boom, they're on the pink team now. And I'm gonna go ahead and start the game. And what should happen is that when we go ahead and destroy the pink team bed, we should be able to see a redstone block over there. So we're gonna go through the whole process here. Boom, boom, we're getting dropped. We get our armor and we're in here. And you can also see blue team's bed has been destroyed and lime team's bed has been destroyed. And we can see the pink bed over there, the red bed over there, but lime team's bed and the blue bed is not there. Now, if we go ahead and look over in the distance, we don't see any redstone blocks, so that's all good. They all got reset from the last command block over there, so that's good. And now if we go ahead and destroy the pink bed, so let's just destroy it real quick. Boom. And we look over there, you can see the redstone block in the distance. And all the way over here, we can see it. And there it is in all of its glory. And if we go ahead and have my alt account leave the game again, then we can go ahead and see that this will go ahead and vanish after like a few moments here. So any second now, there we go. And then now it's up here. And the pink team has been sent to 0. And if I go ahead and have my alt account rejoin, then they'll be teleported over here like so. And then when the game ends, so if I go ahead and grab some redstone block and place it at the game ending system here, it will go ahead and end. And then that should go ahead and all get replaced to glass because of this command block over here. Now that should be everything for your offline system. We're gonna go ahead and continue on with our game progression and our sudden death system. This is gonna be completely optional system, but yeah. Okay, so the first thing we're gonna do before we get to our game timer / progression system over here is add the final command to the constant section. It's crazy. We've gone through almost all the commands of this video now. Oh my. And this is gonna be chain unconditional, always active, and it's gonna be /scoreboard player set game timer 0. And you're gonna go ahead and have that be set. And then what we're gonna do is do /scoreboard objectives, and then we're gonna do add game timer dummy, just like so. And then when we go ahead and do /scoreboard objectives set display sidebar game timer, then on the right we should see something called game timer 0. All right, so that's basically what we want to have on the right side of our screen. Now what we're gonna go ahead and do is basically end our game if it's not already ended, which it should probably be, as you want the redstone block there, so if it wasn't ended before, it should be ended. But we're gonna go ahead and start the game again. So join a team, I'm on red team, and I'm gonna start the game. Boom. We're gonna go through all the processes once again for the millionth time. Oh my gosh. All right, we drop through and then boom. And now you can kind of see on the right, my game timer is moving, and that's because my commands are activated. Yours aren't set up just yet. Now what we're gonna go ahead and do is come here over here, and at this redstone block to the right of it, you're gonna set a repeat command block just like this. And it's gonna be repeat unconditional needs redstone and a delay of ticks of 20. And the command's gonna be this: /scoreboard players add game timer 1. And then once you have that on the right side of your screen, you should see the game timer start to count up every second. And if it's not counting up every second, make sure you get that 20 right there. All right, so once you get that working, go into the next command, and we're gonna put this on chain unconditional always active, and it's gonna be /execute if score game timer, so lowercase gamer timer, matches 600 run execute as at a run play sound record.precipice, I don't even know how to say that, at a 000 And this is basically just gonna play some music to, hype up that sudden death is going to happen. And this happens at 600 game timer seconds, meaning 600 seconds being 10 minutes. And if you want to change that, you can change that or edit the song that plays to whatever you like. All right, then the next thing we're gonna do is chain unconditional always active. We're gonna do the exact same thing, /execute if score game timer being this game timer, and then lowercase game timer being the score, matches 600 run /set block, and then we're gonna go ahead and set a block at all the locations of the bed. And now I just realized all my locations are wrong, so I have to go ahead and make sure that they're the correct ones, which would be basically these chords here. So the 3, 1, -49, and I would go ahead and quickly fix that. So I need to go ahead and redo my chords on all of these. So I'm gonna quickly just copy and paste it. I already forgot what the number was, even though it's at the top left of my screen there. Oh my gosh. Okay, so I'm just gonna copy that, and then I'd basically go ahead and paste those chords into the command block for the red bed, and I would do the exact same thing for all the other beds. So boom, then I have air, and then I would do it for blue bed, and then I would do it for pink bed, and then I would do it for lime bed. So I'm gonna quickly go ahead and do that. Okay, so I went ahead and edited all my chords as they were wrong because it's from my test world, like always. And then I'm gonna go ahead and go into the next command, which is after lime bed, chain unconditional always active, and it's gonna be /execute if score game timer being the capitalized version, and then game timer again being the lowercase objective version, and it's gonna be matches 600 run /tell raw at a, and then we're gonna do curly bracket quote raw text quote colon bracket curly bracket quote text quote colon quote, and then after this quote, just like we did for our other tell raws, you can go ahead and edit it from here all the way to the end quote here, so you can put whatever you want. And I just went ahead and did server sudden death, 60 seconds till chaos showdown. So you have 60 seconds before another sudden death, the other sudden death happens. So the first sudden death is gonna destroy all the beds, and then 60 seconds later, another thing's gonna happen. So then we're gonna go ahead and do chain unconditional always active, and then the next thing's gonna be /execute if score game timer matches 660 because it's 60 seconds later, run execute as at a run play sound random.level up, and then at a 000 so it sounds creepy, and then chain unconditional always active, and then this is basically the tell raw command, but now it's saying chaos mode. All right, so now we're gonna go down here, and basically this is the system for my chaos mode, which isn't named surprisingly, and this is gonna be repeat unconditional always active, and what this is gonna be is /execute if score game timer matches 660 period run execute as at a bracket tag equal Bedwars comma tag equal not exclamation mark Bedwars underscore dead bracket at us run summon TNT tilde 15 tilde. So basically TNT is going to start spawning from above their heads every second, so a delay of ticks of 20. So every second TNT is going to start dropping on their heads. Now if I go ahead and go to here, chain unconditional always active, this one's going to be /execute if, you know what, same thing, exact same command, but this is going to be tilde, so then one TNT spawns on them. So one's being up there in the air, and then one is on them. So if they're trying to camp like under a block or something, that's not going to save them, as there's a TNT right on them as well. So they have to be on the move, or else that TNT is going to kill them. And then next up, it's going to be chain unconditional always active, and then this is going to be a play sound effect. So just go ahead and copy this command, and this will go ahead and play a sound so that you know every time a TNT is spawning. All right, and then finally, we're gonna go ahead and get a repeater going like this into a block, into a redstone torch that's gonna turn off, and then it's gonna be impulse unconditional needs redstone, and it's gonna be the command /stop sound at a record.precipice, and that's just basically the sound that you're gonna be using for your like battle. But this is optional. If you have a sound, then that will go ahead and play. All right, so we're gonna go ahead and head over to the area here, to the arena, and as you can see, I have my bed, but I'm gonna go ahead and do /scoreboard players, and then set game timer like so, game timer again like that, and then I'm gonna set it to 580. So that means in 20 seconds, my bed will go ahead and get destroyed. So we're in 15 seconds, and then we're gonna be at 90 and soon, so that's 10 seconds left, and then almost at 5, so 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and boom. You can kind of see here, sudden death, 60 seconds till chaos showdown. Red team's bed has been destroyed. Our bed just got destroyed, and you can also hear some music of the precipice, whatever it's called. And now it's like getting hype. And you can see it's a game timer as they're slowly reaching 660, in which it's gonna start sudden death. Now I'm gonna quickly put that out, and I'm gonna bring it to 650, and now we're 10 seconds away. So 5, 4, or no, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and then boom, chaos mode. And now we have TNT starting to spawn above us, like so. And if we go ahead and go here, you can see, boom, it starts exploding like so. And we had wool or something. Boom, wool. There we go. Let's play some wool here. I can't, it's really hard. Boom, you can see the TNT is gonna go ahead and destroy the areas. So people are gonna die, and because all the beds are gone, you're going to die, and it's going to be last man standing, and once you die, the game will be over, basically, when we set up our win detection system, which is going to be the next system. Oh my goodness. So go ahead, get the sudden death system working, and when we go ahead and just end the game here, what should happen is that the game timer gets reset. So let's go over here and head to this. Boom, hit that, and the game timer gets reset to 0. If you got all of that working, then you're ready to finish off the system. Hello, why do we have a structure block? Okay. We want to finish off the system of the win detection system, and that's going to go ahead and be able to end the game for you automatically and send everybody to the lobby once the team that wins. Okay, so in front of me, I have my game winning detection system right here, but there is going to be one problem. Because I'm the only person in the world, I'm instantly gonna win and the game's instantly gonna end. So I'm gonna quickly show you what's gonna happen here. I'm gonna go ahead, join red team, and I'm gonna go ahead and start the game. So the game's gonna start, and we're gonna go through all our normal systems. Actually, we're not, as it's gonna go ahead and we'll go through some of the systems. It'll say we win, and then we'll get our armor. But then we'll get TP'd in here, to there, and then to here, as now we're back, and then the action bar is gone, as the game is officially over. And if you look here, the redstone block's there, meaning the game's over, and if we pull this lever, you can see in-game is off, because the game goes ahead and ends itself. So what you want to do, I really recommend it. You can set up all the commands by yourself. You can do it like this and whatnot, and you can set up the commands perfectly fine. But if you want to test everything, get yourself a friend to join or an alt account to join, at least something. So then you can go ahead and, test the system here like fully. So let's go ahead and get an alt account to join. Okay, so I have my alt account here. So them just being in the game and us queuing the game will go ahead and fix the problem. So if I go ahead and do a randomized team start here, oh, whoopsies, I need to go ahead and, is that gonna start the game? Yeah, the game's gonna start. Well, we're gonna have to wait until it quickly ends. So any second. Oh, pink team has won the game somehow. That's new. Okay. It looks like they're on pink team or something. Okay, well the game's ended now. Anyways, we're gonna go ahead and first queue the lobby. So now we're in the queue for Bedwars, and then we're gonna do a randomized start. So now I'm on blue team, they're on red team. The game's gonna start. We're gonna go into our sections like so. Boom, boom. We get our stuff, and then we're gonna drop. Boom. And now we're on the islands. And then pink and lime team's bed has been destroyed. And we can see that the game didn't end basically instantly. It didn't say you win, and all that stuff is there. Now, if I was to go ahead and destroy the red bed and then kill Monkey YT 118, yeah, then it will say you win and red team has been eliminated, blue team has won the game at the top left, and then we'll get teleported back to the lobby in which everything will go ahead and end and all the systems have been reset once again. All right, so we're gonna go ahead and set the system up, and it's going to be basically the exact same for every other team, but it's gonna be a little much, but we got this. So start off with the red team, and we're gonna go ahead and create this like little system here. We're gonna start off with this pillar right here in the back, and it's gonna be on impulse unconditional needs redstone, and it's gonna be /tell raw at a curly bracket and then quote raw text quote colon bracket curly bracket quote text quote colon quote colon, and then, we've covered tell raw multiple times. I don't even have to say this stuff. You can edit this section here, and you just go ahead and say red team has been eliminated. All right, and then we're gonna go ahead and do chain unconditional always active, and it's gonna be /global player set at e bracket tag equal red scores bracket player count -1, and then we're gonna go ahead and do chain unconditional always active, and it's gonna be /play sound ambient.weather.thunder at a, and it's gonna be the sound that plays that when a team is fully eliminated, then it will go ahead and say in the chat red team has been eliminated. Then it will also set the count for their display to -1, and then you'll hear the thunder sound. All right, so the next thing we're gonna go ahead and do is have it so that redstone gets set in place, so then this command will get activated. So we're gonna place a repeat command block to the right over here, and we're gonna do repeat unconditional always active, and then we're gonna do this command right here. So /execute if entity at e bracket tag equal red scores, comma scores equal curly bracket player count equals 0 curly bracket run set block ~2 redstone underscore block. So basically, when this thing goes ahead and lowers your player count to 0, so if you had one person on your team, you would have a player count of 1. This would go ahead and set it to 0, because once you die and lose your bed, you would go go ahead and get set to 0. And then this command will activate if your player count is at 0, setting a redstone block 2 blocks in this direction. So you can see here, tilde 2, tilde tilde, and if you need to adjust that, you can. Tilde tilde 2, and then it will go ahead and set a block right here, and that will be a redstone block. Then in this command will go ahead and get activated, allowing these 3 to get activated. And then in here, this will be chain unconditional always active, and it will set the red scores to player count -1. So it'll go from 0 to -1. All right, and then after that, we're gonna go ahead and put a repeat command block going this side, so to the left, and it's gonna be repeat unconditional needs redstone / set block, and then tilde 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 -1 air being to set this block right here to air. So if I was to go ahead and grab that and grab some redstone, and if we go ahead and activate this command block, that will turn to nothing. So that's what that's gonna do. And now we're gonna go ahead and go onto this side over here. So we're gonna go ahead and do the redstone command here first, and it's gonna go ahead and set the redstone over here on this side, which is gonna be basically the similar command to this one, but it's gonna go ahead and be like this. It's gonna be a little bit more. So it's gonna be /execute if entity at e bracket tag equal lime scores, comma scores equal curly bracket player count equal -1, curly bracket if entity at e bracket tag equal blue scores, comma scores equal curly bracket player count equal -1 curly bracket, and then if entity at e bracket tag equal pink scores, comma scores equal curly bracket player count equal -1 curly bracket run /set block tilde -2 tilde tilde redstone underscore block, which would then go ahead and set a redstone block in this area. Okay, now that was a lot to take in, but it's actually pretty simple, and we're just repeating the same thing over and over. So what we're gonna do is test the first team. So if lime scores has a score of -1, then this first test works. Then if blue scores has a score of -1, then this will activate, which will then let the pink scores test happen. If pink scores has a score of -1, then that means all the tests have activated. So then the command will go ahead and set a block over here, a redstone block here, activating the server win tags for the red team. So if we were to come over here to say the green team, you could see repeat unconditional always active. You could see how this one, instead of it being lime and then blue and then pink, this one's pink, blue, and red. And if we go over here, this one's gonna be lime, blue, and red. So you can kind of see the pattern here. It's basically all the teams that is not pink team. So it's gonna test if all the teams have lost the game, and then it will set a block over here. So go ahead and get that set up for all the teams, like so. And then go ahead and set up the set air here. It's going to be repeat unconditional needs redstone /set block tilde tilde 1 air, which is going to be 1 in this direction. And if I was to go ahead and activate that like so, then there you go. You can see the block disappears. All right, the next thing is going to be the server win tag. Commands, and it's going to go ahead and activate the server win. So if this team wins, then it will say that they won. So it's going to be impulse unconditional needs redstone. And the first thing is going to be a tell raw command to tell everybody in the game that red team has won the game. So go ahead, set that up. And then I'm going to be chain unconditional always active. And the next thing is going to be /global players reset at e bracket type equal armor underscore stand bracket player count. This is going to be to what resets all the player counts so that all the teams have been resetted and whatnot. Next thing is going to be chain unconditional always active, and there's going to be /tag at a bracket tag equal red team bracket add Bedwars underscore win, and this is going to go ahead and set up the system right here that's going to cause the win like section to happen. And then the final command is going to be chain unconditional always active, and it's going to go ahead and set a block after 100 ticks over onto the end system here. So you would copy these chords, and then you would go ahead and put it here as the /set block redstone underscore block. So then you would go ahead, copy this exact system, repaste it over here for lime, pink, and blue, and then you would go ahead and do this system for each one of these, and then anywhere it says red scores or red team, such as there, or like in here it says red scores, you would switch it out with the respective color, like we've been doing for almost all the other like stuff. Okay, so that will go ahead and get all those systems done. And now the final thing we need to do, which is basically our final 3 commands of our video, is going to be repeat unconditional always active, and it's going to be a title win. I'm just going to name it. It's going to be /title at a bracket tag equal Bedwars underscore win bracket title you win. exclamation mark, exclamation mark. And the next thing is going to be chain unconditional always active, and this is going to be a sound, and it's going to be slash play sound random.levelup at a bracket tag equal bedwars underscore win bracket, and it will go ahead and play a sound. And then this one is going to be the remove tag, and it's going to be chain unconditional always active, and it's going to be slash tag at a remove bedwars underscore win. Now, if you want to make your, winning thingy more flashy, then all you can do is just go ahead and add more commands. Say you want to go ahead and add like a win counter. So like go ahead and create an objective called like scoreboard objectives add wins or something, wins dummy. Then you can go ahead and add a command in here that would be like something like slash score scoreboard players add at a tag equal bedwars win. I think, or is it win bedwars? I don't know. I've already forgotten. Okay, bedwars win, and then you would do wins and like 1. So then it would add a win to all the people that won the game. And that could be a little cool thing you can add. And you can also add like particles or stuff, and you just add it all into the system, and then you would end it off with the remove tag. So wherever you put that in, fill it in there, and then put the remove tag at the end, just like so. So now that you have that whole system, and you have maybe an alt account here, you can go ahead and test it with. Go ahead and join some teams and whatnot. I'm gonna join the lime team, and then I'm gonna have my alt account quickly go ahead and join the red team. Boom, like so. And then we're gonna go ahead and just start the game. And this is gonna be like the first like actual full test of everything working here. So we would have the red team, 1 bed, and boom, and you can see the blue team has a bed and all that. Then both our beds get destroyed and whatnot. Oh, not our beds. The pink team's bed get destroyed, the blue team beds gets destroyed. And if we go ahead and look at our alt account here, I'm gonna have my alt account jump off. Boom, there we go, they're gone, goodbye. And then they're gonna go ahead and respawn. You can see them up in the respawn area, and then they'll drop down here, and now they're down here. And then I'm just gonna go ahead and destroy their bed. You can see at the action bar it says red team 1 destroyed. Now that their bed is destroyed, if I kill them, then the game will go ahead and end as they've been destroyed and all the other teams have been destroyed, and it says you win. And at the top left it says lime team has won the game. So just like so, and there we go. And then the action bar disappears. And now you're back at the lobby to go ahead and queue up for another game if you wanted to. Just like so. Now before we end off this video, there is a few errors that I found when I was doing my testing live stream. And the first thing is somehow people are gonna get stuck in there with the Bedwars start tag, which is the queue tag. So if I come here and queue myself, you'll see in queue for Bedwars. Now, if I have the Bedwars start tag, this command to teleport me outside won't activate because of this. So tag exclamation mark bedwars underscore start, it won't activate. So at the top of the constants here, we're gonna add another command block, and this is gonna be chain unconditional always active. And this is gonna be this slash tag at a bracket tag equal bedwars bracket remove bedwars underscore start. And then you're just gonna go ahead and put that in there. And that should go ahead and fix the problem, hopefully. The next thing we're gonna do is go ahead and make it so that all the different block types that we have in our world will get cleared. And the reason behind this is if I go ahead and grab myself a pickaxe as well as some like iron here, I'm gonna go ahead and go to blocks guy, and I'm gonna buy some endstone. And if I look at this endstone, it says endstone nature can be placed on, and it has all the blocks that it can be placed on. And if I go into survival here and I break this one here, you'll see that endstone drops. But if I pick it up, it's in a completely different category, and it doesn't have the can be placed on, meaning this block cannot be placed on when players are in game mode adventure, so they can't, place this. So what we're just gonna do is either the simple thing you can do is just do slash game rule tile drops, do tile drops false. You could do that, that's easy. Or you can just go ahead and slash kill every different type of block. So repeat unconditional always active, and you would do slash kill at e bracket type equal item comma name equal quote, and then the name of the item, and then quote bracket. So I would do that with red wool, lime wool, pink wool, light blue wool, white wool, oak planks, endstone, and obsidian. And I would just do it for all the blocks that I plan to have. And if I was to go into game mode survival and try to break it now, you'll just see that just no blocks spawn. So meaning they won't be able to get this, so it'll just completely disappear. That is a drawback, but you gotta deal with it. All right, and then finally, the last thing you can do is go ahead at the end of the end system here, you can go ahead and either move this command or copy it. So just go ahead and copy it and move it at the end. And you don't have to do this, and just put chain unconditional always active and make it slash clear at a bracket tag equal bedwars bracket, which is the exact same as the start one over here. So exactly the same. And the reason behind that is just because for some reason, Huh. For some reason, I know the reason. If we find here the armor reset, so the armor reset, to go ahead and remove the armor from the players, happens over here, while the clear happens over here. So player's inventory, if it looks like something like this will get cleared out, and as well as the armor. But because this command block is over here, the armor reset still goes ahead and puts more pieces of armor on them. So their inventory will get cleared, but they'll still have these 2 pieces of armor. So if you go ahead and add another command to clear the inventory again, or just move it, then this armor will get cleared because it is past this command block right here. So go ahead, add that, and then you are completed with everything. Thanks for watching today's video. It was a long process to get through all this, and it took me a very long time to make this. I mean, I think I spent like 150 hours on this whole entire project, but anyways, I just want to give a special shout out to my fellow Discord Nitro members, as well as my Discord admins for helping keep that community nice and active. And I also want to give a special shout out to all of y'all who have made it through this video, and I hope everything is working for you. So yeah, anyways, I hope you guys have a great night, a great day, a good sleep in your bed, and I'll see you guys next time. Bye!